Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into headquarters. Chris Puckett alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless as we are gearing up for week 2 of our online qualifiers before Raleigh. aLLeY, let's start with you, though. We had our first week of action, and then we played our own video games on Mondays and Tuesdays. Last night, though, you walked away with a big victory. What were you playing, and how easy was it?
Oh, I was just playing a little female league, and, you know, after that steak that you so kindly cooked for me, it was incredible. I 3-0'd them right off the bat.
We feasted, and then you feasted in a game. Yeah. Nameless was the real cook here. He took the steaks off of the grill before I charred them. Nameless, though, tell me about week 1. What did you learn by watching the CDL?
Yeah, the underdogs are here to play, man. Boston Breach looking absolutely incredible. Awakening popping off, you know, being the new addition to the squad. And then the London Royal Ravens surprising from 12th in the coaches poll to 2-0. It was wonderful.
12th to 2-0. Not a bad start. We'll talk about the Royal Ravens in a little bit because they are one of 12 teams you are going to see in Raleigh. That's right. All of the CDL teams are going down south, but they're not the only ones. We also have 8 challenger teams playing for 4 spots in groups. So the groups are going to come out with 3 CDL pros and 1 challenger each. That's all going to lead up to our bracket where it will be double elimination with a best-of-7 grand final. But when we talk about these challengers, this is a huge event, and it's kicking off before we do on Wednesday. These 8 teams will be in action, 3 from NA, 3 from EU, APAC, as well as Latin America, all going to be represented. aLLeY, though, 4 teams get out. Who are you looking at?
Right now, I'm looking at LG Academy right off the bat. This is a team that made a lot of noise last year, and of course has the rookie on the squad and Joe DeCease for the sub for LAG. Now, everybody's been giving a lot of, I guess, pressure at the beginning of this season. And I'm also looking at Team Elevate with Gizmo on it. That's a player we saw last year in the league, now dropping down in Challengers and maybe get some revenge.
It's a great opportunity for a lot of players, everyone competing in Challengers for their shot at making it to the next level. And this isn't new, though. Tell me about Challengers and some of the pros that we have now seen risen out of that league.
Yeah, Puckett, Challengers has been absolutely amazing the last few years. We've bred so much talent down there. It gets, we call it the passion pit. Everybody's screaming at each other, trying to get that opportunity. They're also competing for a fair bit of money. And we've had players like Scrappy come out recently on the Toronto Ultra Academy last year. Now on the starting roster, he has so much buzz. A guy who likes to talk a lot of trash. He gets loud and he can back it up with his gameplay. Posted some pretty good stats in week 1.
I love seeing Scrappy, and of course he's rocking the 1.11. Vico, on the other hand, playing for the Florida Mutineers, might have a little bit easier day today. Will he switch to the sub, aBeZy?
I don't think so. Maybe a couple times we'll see it pulled out. We'll get to the meta changes later on, but Vickle is definitely a surprising one for me. I didn't expect him to get pulled up into the league, and then his first matches caught me off guard, especially in the Search and Destroy. This is a player that's known as quote-unquote maybe one of those S&D starts, and having to see them shining.
Two of the many faces that have risen up to the top of the CDL, and everyone's talking Raleigh. If you're trying to make it onto a CDL team, this is your best chance of getting noticed, right? This is where you could potentially become a sub or eventually a starting lineup member. It all goes down the 15th to the 18th, Raleigh, North Carolina, and it's not just the Pro-Am here at Major #1. We also have the World Finals for Call of Duty Mobile. You and I did that show last year, aLLeY. It gets even better in Raleigh.
It gets even better because it's the first time in person, and if you're not familiar with COD Mobile, this is the perfect opportunity to get into it. And when I tell you, it is a lot of chaos. They have specialists, they have throwback maps. You don't want to miss it.
And of course, we got Code Bowl 3, Space Force, looking to make back-to-back trophies.
Yeah, it's going to be epic. Some Warzone Al Mazrah action. The military esports teams and players and some of your favorite creators. Don't miss it. It all goes down in Raleigh, December 15th to 18th. That's right around the corner, guys. Like, we leave literally in a couple of days. It's going to be insane.
If you want your tickets, CallOfDutyLeague.com is the place to go. For today, though, we got to talk about a big switch in what you're going to see in gameplay. Last week, about, 74 of the kills were scored with the M4. The M4 assault rifle, though, has been GA'd. The players are saying, you know what? Let's put that on the back burner. We'll play with a new AR, and it seems that most are preferring this TAC-56. So, aLLeY, let's start with you.
Yeah.
What does this mean for the players? How does it affect you if you're changing from an N4 to a TAC?
Honestly, I'm going to break it down easy for you. The TAC-56, also dubbed the Scar, I don't feel like we're going to see that much of a change when it comes to how many of them are pulled out. The M4 was a little bit more versatile when it came to close range, so breaking certain hills on certain maps, we may see that second sub actually pull out a Vaznaf that we didn't see last week, but I truly feel like I think the pros will echo this as well, that after a week of scrims with the TAC-56 instead of the M4, they will find that, well, the amount of ARs on the map hasn't changed that much.
Nameless, I got to get your thoughts on here.
Yeah.
Ideally, you wanted to make it easier for the sub players on the map, right? Let them roll with their Vaznev. According to JCap, he thinks everyone's going to be running these Scars.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's going to have the TAC-56. That tweet is just wrong, though. Like, it's just going to be easier to beam people out of headies because the TAC-56 is easier to shoot from range. I think what the pros are hoping to accomplish here is to, have subs have more of an impact up close. The M4 was way too versatile of a weapon. You can jump corners with it. The TAC is a little less mobile. But we will learn today the different setups that we have and attachments with the TAC-56. If you can make it more mobile, we'll see if our pros put it to use.
Alec is asking, what classes have you all made recently? He's trying to stay mobile. And Methodz, he's memeing on us as always, aLLeY Cat, saying you're going to be walking in with 8 Scars or TAC-56s instead of 8 M4s now.
Yeah, a little too much. Like, obviously, it's not going to be 8 on the map, but again, like I said earlier, it's definitely still going to be the same amount of ARs as before.
Final question here for you two. Is anyone today going to be able to shine with this new weapon or with just an M4 out of play?
I think Pred will get a lot better.
Pred from the Surge.
Out of play, yeah. I think because he runs an SMG, I think his impact was diminished in the M4 meta. And really any guy who's running the main SMG for the team. I do think the TAC is still a really good weapon, but it is less mobile. You're not going to be able to hit those corners like you would in M4 and pop multi-chain kills due to the fast fire rate. So I think SMGs on breaks especially will have a way bigger impact, which will will give Pred some areas on the map to shine.
A lot to look forward to if you're an SMG player looking to learn from the pros tonight. But aLLeY, we've got 4 great games coming at us once again, and I got to get your thoughts. What's aLLeY Gat's closest match of the day?
My closest match of the day has to be that Seattle Surge and London Royal Ravens matchup, which I know you guys will probably not agree with me, but I think these two teams are very evenly well matched up. And with this meta shift as well, I'm really looking at the players like Simp and Nastie to go head-to-head in that matchup.
Did the Surge drop ASIM?
No, so they're fine.
They got a chance. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. The London Royal Ravens versus the Seattle Surge coming up with your first match of the day. We'll break it all down after this. What's up, everybody? Pucking alongside aLLeY and Nameless as we break down our first match of the day. It's Seattle Surge taking on the London Royal Ravens. And I want to start here with the Surge team because if you looked at the coaches' polls, if you listened to any of the pros on their streams or on the podcast, Seattle Surge were expected to be a top 4, top 5 team, if not in the top 3. But Pred, Mack, Accuracy, and Sib are coming into today with an 0-2 record. And that's in part to a Game 5 loss in Search and Destroy against the Guerrillas and just a whole lot of slip-ups, it seemed, in week 1. But, Ant, I want to talk about Search and Destroy in particular today. Why is Seattle struggling 0-10 on retakes in their Search games?
Yeah, I mean, well, they've been bad at Search, 0-3 in Search and Destroy, 20% win rate on defense. And I think a lot of it is because of the Fortress S&D that they played. On their defense, you have to fight the stage bomb site. You can't just give it up. They gave up so many bomb plants without fighting it early. They tried to just like hold the cross to the bomb, send players around the P1 street. You can't do that. Now, fortunately for them in this series, they don't have Bagra Search and Destroy, so maybe it'll be a bit better. But I think it's a team that can learn from their mistakes.
aLLeY, if you're looking at the Surge to have a star player after the meta switch, putting away these M4s, bringing out the TAC 56 and maybe some more SMGs, who are you looking at today?
I feel like everybody's answer would be either Sib or Pred, as Ann had actually mentioned earlier, but I'm actually going to go with Mack. I think this is somebody who I've had my eyes on since last year, and the Seattle Surge, I feel like they kind of teased us last year. They left us thirsty coming into the season, and now we're kind of dehydrated with what they've given us. So on the flip side of these things, I'm expecting this meta to hopefully help them in a sense of Lamar is going to be that slower AR, so it's not going to change a whole lot about his gameplay, giving him the TAC 56, but I'm looking at Mack. This is their second sub. This is the player that's going to get mixy, so maybe putting the aBeZy in this hand a little bit more to help Pred break into these hills, but they're going to have to worry about Nastie, who was an absolute M4 merchant last week.
And you look at those numbers, 95% of Mack's kills came from the M4. On the other side, almost 97 or more than that for Nastie. These players are going to be switching it up today. Will Nastie stick with the AR? That's my expectation here. But let's talk a little bit about the rest of this London Royal Ravens squad. Nastie has been putting up the numbers, but I don't think anyone would argue that aBeZy is definitely the star player on this team, right? He has been the stud when it came to search and destroy. In fact, Nameless, you nicknamed him the Bloodmaster after watching him live last time.
Yeah, I mean, him and Nastie are involved in 83% of their first engagements, and we saw it on the map. Like, he was making plays, and even in the interview, Puckett and aLLeY, when we talked to him, what did he say? He was like, I just think the pro players play scared in search and destroy, and he took advantage of that. He's getting pushed up. You know, when we watched him on Hotel, every single round, he was getting all the way up to the arches, so I'm looking for him to continue that confident play.
Taking a look at the maps and modes, can he keep up that aggressive play style, aLLeY? The M4 is out, tax a little bit tougher as you break around the corners. Mercado would be the first search, and then we have Eliseo as our second one for a game 5.
Yeah, no, the search and destroy is going to be interesting. The fact that Mercado, again, that long lane, it's going to get shut down by that TAC 56 instantly. But I'm more so looking towards that A bomb side in those gunfights inside of that house, and that's where we're going to see the aBeZy really get taken into play.
Yeah.
I do want to talk about Hotel as well, though. This is going to be a map where we should see that second aBeZy get pulled out a lot more often than we saw last week.
For both hardpoint and control, you think?
For both hardpoint and control, yes.
All right, we get it for games 1 and 3. It's time to get our predictions. I'm going blue today. I'm dehydrated at Mack. It's time to hydrate me. On the other side, we got to get aLLeY's pick. Where are you going today?
I'm going the London Royal Ravens, which I know is a shock to most people, but I think CDL Surge just has a little too much to work through right now.
What do you got for me, Nameless?
Yeah, I think the Ravens, they impressed me in Search and Destroy. I'm going Ravens. I think they win that, and they got Hotel Control 6-0 so far. I think they continue that strength.
There are the Desk's predictions, chat. Get yours in right now. If you're going Surge, put a 1 in the chat. If you're going London, I need to see the 2s. Right now, though, we got to hand it over to our casters. To kick off the day, we got the beautiful boys, Bryce and Tunney. How you doing?
I am good, thank you. Ready to go again into the CDL, and it is a very interesting game to kick things off. London and Seattle, two teams that most people haven't kind of performed how they thought they would, but hey, you know the coach's poll, sometimes it's never right. But Ton, what do you feel about this game coming into it?
Yeah, I think you're right. Both teams have not played how they thought, but in the complete opposite way. We did see London perform well, but we were having the discussion through the week. Are we convinced enough yet? And I think this is a perfect litmus test against a team who we expected to be better than they have been so far. It's just a super interesting game. I don't think either of us really know which way it could go. I think most people will probably lean towards Seattle because of past history. But this London team, can they continue to deceive or surprise? Who actually knows at this point, Bryce?
Well, you are correct. There is a lot to kind of break down as this game goes on. But before we get to that, let's look at some of the top performers and how they stack up on these two squads. Obviously, Sib, Force last year, Force again this year, although the results haven't been paying out for him. On the other side, aSeam in the ascendance and looking to make his name more solid this year than maybe previous years, Tom.
I mean, look, we are big aSeam fans in this camp, aren't we? It has to be said. Every single year we see him perform to a decent level and just not make it stick within his team. And at this moment in time, he is looking good for this Royal Ravens squad. Whereas Sib, we kind of expected him to come into this year and really shine. And if anything, you know, he was ever so slightly outshone by Pred last year, but he's making sure that he may well be that guy for the side of Seattle Surge. But I mean, we've all got caveats around every single one of these stats. Of course, the TAC is in. Is that going to change everything here?
I think it'll probably change things a little bit. Obviously, you got to remember with any meta that comes down, the pros are going to have to adapt on the week. Sometimes that may be just a little bit of muscle memory coming back and forth, and we'll see that meta kind of almost bloom as we go through the following weeks and through the major. I think the biggest change for me is going to be these two teams. Like we said, do we still expect London to come out and potentially go 3-0 here, and that would make Surge 0-3? London have had a great start. They really have, and they had a great start last year. It never fully translated to events, but different roster, different team. Is it the same feeling?
Well, that's the query, isn't it? It's whether or not they can translate it. Is it a case of that they've had two games where they just match up well against those two teams? I think a lot of people are still doing a lot of benchmarking at the minute, Brycey, and London have kind of thrown, well, a cat amongst the pigeons, not the Ravens here. It's a case of we don't know which way. I know he's vibing. He is vibing. And I love that. I like how we got quite a few new haircuts, Bryce. I've seen plenty of new haircuts, but I still wonder. I still wonder why yours hasn't changed.
Well, you know what they say about haircuts, right? Sometimes you got to treat it like a cup of tea, milk and 2 sugars, and I think there's a lesson in that for all of us.
I think there is. Yeah.
So that's just what you got to go with. But clearly, the London camp in a very good mood, and they should be. Realistically, coming into this, there wasn't a huge expectation for them. The coaches poll came out and obviously put them 12th. I think 11 out of the teams put them 12th, and obviously 1 didn't. Already shadowed that expectation coming forward. The other side of it is the same sort of story for Seattle. It's basically the opposite sides, realistically. I can't stop watching Trey's dancing. Seattle have come into this expected to be the team they were last year. Top 3, top 4, doing very, very well. Now, there have been some individual performances. What there hasn't been is any W's on the board. They are currently 0-2. They are trying to turn that around this week. Does the M4 meta changing help them enough to get them back on track?
I feel as if I look at it from their standpoint, and would I think that a slower style would potentially suit them, which is what the TAC should introduce specifically. Specifically for the R's, I should say. Will it help Lamar out on that side of things? Maybe for a gun that is going to be more so about those long-range fights, potentially. I don't know. I think it's very, very difficult, because you could argue the same about Zero. He is typically more one of those players that we will see maybe just a little bit slower than some of the others, for me personally, at least. So I think it's a difficult one. It's a really, really tough spot to be in, because, I mean, some people are trying to say that the TAC is maybe just as good as the M4. We all know that's not the case, and there's maybe a little bit of drama going on the timeline. Bit of dramatics, I should say, rather than drama. So yeah, I'm very curious, Bryce, but we're going to find out very shortly.
Yeah, we certainly are. Well, the game is ready, and we will answer every single question that we've put forward to you. London, still every bit as good as opening week. Will Seattle bounce back? There's only one way to find out, as we jump first of all into the hotel, into Hardpoint, and try to set this record straight up.
Haven't seen this map yet from London in competitive play. We've seen it twice, though, from the side of Seattle. Absolutely beat LAG around the map, has to be said. Those rotations were looking solid on every single occasion, whereas for London Hotel, we haven't seen, as mentioned, but rotations in general, they've struggled. So let's see if they've adjusted anything here heading over towards Hotel.
Straight into this first half point, you probably see a little pushing going around through Diner and Carpet, and Seattle will open proceedings. Now we'll get that first few kills coming through. It'll be a little bit of a gain here for London Royal Ravens. They just play for position. They don't want to give away all of this time on P1, but they'll also already be looking towards P2.
Big fight coming in. Oh, and that's the difference. You see those sort of fights. Yes, okay, Mack is the one that wins it with the TAC. Zero, you can't quite ADS in time. Yes, okay, he does get gunned, but it's one of those moments an M4 would have killed him. Rotation may well have been in. So keep an eye on it as time does go on. Up close and personal, the TAC is not quite as good.
Well, you even saw Zero there trying to get around, ready for this rotation. Hasn't managed it yet. Nastie has made a kill, though, and actually is about to come under a little bit of pressure. You see Nastie diving across the scene, looking for the drop shot around the corner, but doesn't get the angle quite right. But it could be a potential pinch. Pred wins the gunfight as well. It is not going well for the Ravens.
Yeah, really good setup by Surge there. You send somebody over towards the Spar side to make sure nobody's rotating around through the front entrance towards the car park. And all of a sudden, you've got it on complete lock. Pred holding this down, can do with whatever weapon is at his disposal. Slight break coming in here from the side of London, but it's 5 in a row from Pred. It's 6 in a row from Pred. My goodness, 8-1 to kick things off. Seattle Surge, dominant so far.
It certainly has. We put the London Royal Ravens in their place. Continues this streak, and you can see the Ravens potentially wanting to just try and neutralize this as they go even get around the corner, and they're going to try and trade that back out for them. Mack will do that. Scrap time over Seattle Surge. London Royal Ravens are now going to have to go all the way to Kitchen Diner and try to regain.
Yeah, Sib's really the only one in a position to stop this setup from being as, I want to say, fluid as they can possibly make it. A couple of good kills coming in on the transition, though. It's good news for London. They should be able to get some good time here over towards the kitchen. That's a terrible, terrible start. Seattle winning that first gunfight, of course, and then the rotation over towards P2. Good amount of points, but there you go, the kitchen hard point. It's one of those that you expect to be held, but that's 3 dead from the Royal Ravens.
Well, the Ravens are going to need some support there. They're going to out towards
too easy.
The kitchen. It's a huge flat for them. And I just don't know. Right now, we talk about positioning, we talk about decision-making in game, but if you aren't winning the gunfights, none of that's really going to matter as accuracy guns down a seam, and there's more kills flying down. Eventually, London have got a few players here. Are they going to be able to react to it in time?
Accuracy holding the angle, shouldn't find the second, he won't. PaulEhx, though, already weak enough and can't find that break. This has been very, very sloppy from the Ravens so far. Yeah, you can choke the first 2 hills up in a certain sense. Yeah, okay, you just get gunned off the rip. It's not such a big deal. Yeah, okay, the P2 rotation doesn't go your way. But when you have a full lock on Kitchen, you've got to have more than 17 points heading over towards P4. This time around, they are the first ones there, but there is a slight thorn in the side called Pred. Sitting at 12 and 4. FaZe out. And surely you would think this meta does benefit him. Let's see how he does.
Rookie of the year last year gets that opening kill, and London already failing. There's too many ways to shoot. aBeZy will find one, and Nastie gets a second. But here comes Pred, looking to put even more damage in. Sees Nastie behind there as well, going to try and stay alive with the Vaznev. It's not going to work for him. Simp reinforcements coming in, but London, even though they were first here and in numbers, have not got it well for them. aBeZy trying to stem that bleeding, but it is not going well for London. Seattle are looking dominant today.
The problem is here for London, you're so far behind that you have to fight for scrap, but you have to then find rotations, you have to find full 60s, and now you're stuck. You're in a terrible, terrible spot. You're really getting camped into the spawn. Trey's 2 and 11. He may well have been vibing in the pre-game lobby. He ain't vibing in the actual lobby, has to be said. We need to see a lot more. This is a gargantuan lead.
Again, rotation for Seattle Surge. London need to find a different gear. They need to start moving through. At the moment, aBeZy trying to do everything he can. 0-3 and 11, not really having the game they need him to have. But they are in. They are finally in a position to get some points. They must not be broken here.
Every single rotation that they find, they need to find good points. Zero now on his own, but the kill feed is just going the wrong color if you're a London Royal Ravens fan. Got shots coming out from Zero, though. Can he find the third? Not quite. Trade's not in their favor. Pred's always going to fancy those. There's 3. And that's 170 point mark already broken. It is far too easy for the Seattle Surge at the moment. This is more like...
It really is. It's chaos and devastation in Hotel for Seattle Surge. But let's find out how it is in the comms with the Seattle Surge. Listen in.
Back up. Everyone back up. He's in cat room already.
Right. I heard you. I'm getting front bed. Can you jump down?
Get the fuck out of here.
Jump down on me. Jump down. Weak side in kitchen. In kitchen, not back there.
I'm looking back kitchen.
Nice. I'll get new. I'm pushing in.
I'm going new.
I'm pushing up bed. Shift left.
I'm playing cat room aggressive.
Okay. I'll hold B bottom, okay? I have your top cat cross.
So they can go bottom, Mack?
Yes, they can go top cat cross.
I go on cat room. They can get burned. Back there, kitchen on me. Back to kitchen on me. Fucking shit on.
Nice.
One more on me, I think.
I have your mid. Middle.
One shot, kitchen, side door.
I heard you. Nothing else coming mid. I still have your front.
Middle.
There's 3 squares.
I have my own stairs.
Nice.
I'm gonna flank square.
Okay, I'm nading the back.
Watch the hop.
I have your hop.
No, he's back left. I'm one shot.
Stay left if you can. I'm going top bed. I don't see them on the hop.
I'll get top cat.
One's back left.
I'm flanking him. Stay left.
Back left dead. I'm laying down.
Stairs dead.
Nice.
Nothing cat.
On the hop. Close hop.
One more hop. Back at the back. Dead.
Nice. I'm pushing up front.
All bed.
Bread. Yep, all bed. They're coming up on right now. Yeah. Right dead. Dead. One more there. Weak on P4.
And blue dead.
Paul's on P4. He jumped down the
P4 0.
Two there.
P4 0. I'm sitting in the corner, big arch.
Yeah, one could be couches. I'm gonna play for him. Yeah, couches right now.
No.
Couches absolute. One's art.
Heard you.
Couches absolute. Paul, he's in the corner.
I don't see him, couches. Couches one shot Dante. Couches absolute. He's coming. Nice.
I'm coming, Dante. Just hold.
I have streaks too.
Dante, let's try to get the couches. Try to get up.
Holy moly, what a game, what is going on? Only 10 seconds potentially remain in this one, Ton.
Yeah, not looking good. Every single rotation, you've got Pred behind you. Every single rotation. If you even find it, if you deal with Pred, you then have absolutely everybody else from the Seattle Surge frying you. London Royal Ravens, I mean, this has been a catastrophic game number 1 for them. Oh, 4 points away for Surge. This has just been perfect from them. Pred has been the catalyst, but the rest of Surge have been there when needed. Simp's starting to fry. This game's done.
It certainly has been. Every single second it's Seattle Surge, and the question has been asked from the desk, from Reddit, from Twitter, and the flank. Where has Seattle Surge been? Well, they've arrived, and Pred's leading the charge. That is a ridiculous scoreline. Welcome to the 100-point club for this year at London Royal Ravens.
It's a smoke show, it has to be said. Literally dominant in every single department that they could be. Rotations on lock. When you didn't win rotation, that's usually a dagger when it does come to towards this game. It did not matter. I honestly feel like the London Royal Ravens crumbled as soon as we headed over towards P3. It was a good start by Seattle. Yeah, P1, we win off the break. We find some decent points. Yeah, P2, okay, we got rotations. We're sitting lovely. Fantastic. All right, okay, we got a break towards Kitchen. Ravens will probably bring this back. Nope. It's an easy break there, and all of a sudden you're 100 points down. That's game from there. Seattle Surge could just control it. That stat line from Pred is absurd, and you find all these kills. The positions he's finding them in are causing London so many problems. He's constantly behind him. He's constantly slipping the net, which is making these rotations that they were trying to find so much more difficult. Really, really well played by the Seattle Surge, and it was like that from the word go.
I'll give a bit of friendly advice to any coaching staff listening to the broadcast. This map's a veto. This map is a veto. Don't let him run. Oh my goodness.
I mean, that was really good from Pred. He's just holding down the back, but constantly in the highlights, look at the minimap, look where he is. Every single rotation, he is there causing problems. Even if he doesn't find anyone in rotation, he's constantly on the flank. And then if he isn't, he's somebody who can break up like this. It was 1, 2, 3 in that clip. This is it from his end. Lovely stuff from him. And we see him getting hyped towards Kitchen as well, towards the back. You love to see that. There's one. Yeah, Nasty. I mean, yeah, I mean, we all heard what Pred said, and I think he was right, to be honest with you. It's just, look, constantly behind you, constantly causing havoc. He's a menace, an absolute menace.
Certainly is, and everybody who voted for the M4GA probably have a little cry into their cornflakes about now. What have they unleashed into the CDL? But there isn't a ton to break down there, like I said in the game. Positioning, decision making, it matters, but it matters more if you can't get a gunfight going. If you cannot get the kills down the map, you are outnumbered at all times. And that was one-sided. 250 to 68. Ridiculous.
Yeah, that's not the way you want to start things if you're the London Royal Ravens. But the caveat that we will give is that hardpoint didn't look great for them last week in terms of rotations. I've got the stats here in terms of that's when it goes to it. 5 out of 19 hills against LAG in terms of the hard points they won the rotation to. I think it's probably similar kind of stat line for the small amount of hills that we did have there because the game was over so quickly. Rotations are a real big problem for them. And when they were finding rotations, they weren't finding the points deemed necessary when you do get that hill locked in. So yeah, a lot of work to do on hardpoint, but other game modes look pretty good. So they do have that in their locker, but you can't continue to lose hardpoints like this.
No, that was a little bit of a shock and awe for the London Royal Ravens. But like you said, Ton, Search and Destroy is next. There is always a chance. It's a best of 5, not a best of 1 hard point at the beginning. So this team could come back. They could show us everything they've been working on during last week and make sure they come back firing on all cylinders. They're still a team to be reckoned with. They're still 2-0 at the moment. Seattle Surge, while they've had a great start, they need to have a strong finish too.
Yeah, and I want to say that map number 1 against LAG, I mean, it wasn't quite as ugly as that was, but they went on to win that series nonetheless after a really poor performance in map number 1. So I'm not counting the London Royal Ravens out whatsoever. I honestly wasn't going to give them that map in terms of predictions of how the series is going to lay out anyway, but it's just, it's the manner in what it happens. You're always going to question what's kind of going on there. So I think, you know, if you're the Ravens though, you have that experience and players like Zero who can sort of say to you, right, okay, just chalk it up, forget about it. Let's move into the next map. We know we're good at control. We know we're good at search and destroy. Let's just try and work on that and see what happens. If we can force a map number 5, even if we're heading into map number 4, are we feeling a little bit better? The faces on your screen though, whether or not that is translating back into their minds to chill heading into map number 2, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, we'll certainly have to find out. And obviously, like I said, there's a lot of series to go. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
We have a lot to break down. Fortunately, now we're getting into the period where we have sample sizes to kind of tell you how everything's going down. And there's Nastie and aBeZy and how good they are on the S&D, a 2.3 and a 2.0. Obviously, small kind of sample, but they have been ridiculous and they want to do that again.
Yeah, of course. And they will be feeling confident heading into Mikado. Last week, we didn't see it from either single team, though. So that is maybe something that's came into the vetoes. Maybe Seattle sort of seeing what's been going on. But as far as S&D goes for London, they are number 1 in round win percentage. And in terms of Seattle, their defense has been their problem, which is a stark contrast to the side of Ravens. 75% of their defenses, they've been winning 90% of their offenses. So as I said, small sample size, still impressive numbers. Let's see if Seattle can improve their defense and can Ravens continue their form in general.
Let's see. At the moment, it has gone down with a couple of kills. Simp getting it straight onto aBeZy. And it goes down to a 3 versus 3. You can already see maybe the Seattle Surge are rethinking this push.
That was a big mid-chal from, I mean, pretty much everybody. I think Ravens were quite happy to fight for that rather than the sites and go for a retake. The numbers are even though 3 versus 3. The bomb's going down.
Advantage here to Seattle. They just have to try and hold. A retake for the London Royal Ravens. A stack. PaulEhx and Zero. About to walk into the Lions Den. The first one goes across. It's a great dive because now they have to back up. More players butting through. The Ravens have found some space. Oh, the first kill from PaulEhx. Simp gets the trade coming through. Looks for the second, but it is back to a 1 versus 1. Nastie looking for Mack. Can they finish this retake?
Who's going to get lucky? It's Mack with the pre-aim. My goodness. And it's Simp on the flank. Perfectly played in terms of the timing. We see him immediately. He's sitting back. He's waiting. He has that sniper watching the cross. And he then just chooses to take his time. And as soon as the call that comes from his team, it's a push through mid-map, behind them through tunnel. And all of a sudden you find 2 and break the round wide open. Big round to kick things off for Seattle Surge. Ravens will be disappointed not to find that retake.
Yeah, did a lot of things right there on the retake, though. Like, managed to get through. They kind of broke open that first choke point. Trades just didn't help them out. Simp getting 2. But it was close. It was very, very close. But Seattle Surge, this time, on the other side of it, ton.
Yeah, plenty of info given towards the side of the Royal Ravens. Fred playing the sneaky spot, though. Oh, he has been caught, though. Yeah, he's been caught by a couple of players. Nastie will find him. He needs a little bit of cover from Mack. Simp's found one in the middle. Shots on the Mack are not good enough. He will be able to back on down. 3 versus 3.
The flank. Oh! Wide shoulder there by Nastie. Now London Royal Ravens are going to be careful. They haven't really got a ton of room to move. They need to make a kill to try and do it. And PaulEhx almost goes down. There's a trade coming through, but nobody dying. Everybody alive. And there's no way he slipped out of this. He has. He's out of the net. I think they might know. He's back in. There's trades going down everywhere, but nobody's getting any kills.
Oh my goodness, there's so many bullets being fired, but what's the accuracy doing? I'm not too sure. Nobody able to finally finish off a kill. Now PaulEhx in a 1 versus 3, but the ultimate equalizer here is going to be accuracy on the flank. I don't think Paul is going to expect him up top. Should be dead to rights in just a second. There it is. Well played from accuracy, just to slowly tighten the vice as the scrapping just continued over towards the side. That was hellish. Just kept going on, and nobody was dying.
Throwing bullets at each other, jumping and expecting trades. I kept expecting to see a kill in the kill feed, but everybody was just shouldering everything and pre-firing. And nobody finally got a kill to that final moments. But at the moment, Seattle Surge 2-0 up in this. The London Royal Ravens will be on defense this time around. They've got to be careful. They are losing players to Simp in mid-map.
Let's say it was aggressive from both teams down mid-map last time. It's a bit of a hold here from Surge. Look at the minimap in the bottom left corner. They're happy to give up a little bit of map control, but do London Royal Ravens know that they have it for free? Gotta go to Nastie.
Gotta be careful. It's a slow and steady push. The bomb isn't here, though. I think Nastie knows. He's going to see one, but that is a shoulder and a half. Actually gets away with absolutely no damage. Maybe this is a bait. I think it's a bait. Look at Seattle. They're going to push him. He finds one, but it's been traded out. London now have to make a choice, ton.
Zero's over that. So he can slow things down, whatever happens. But again, accuracy is just playing on an island. But do they know that he's going to be holding that? Zero now just trying to survive. Accuracy, is he going to catch at least one, surely? On the flank, he's held his line. Oh my goodness, we just seen it on the minimap. Accuracy with 2, and Zero all of a sudden left alone. He's going to find 1, going to find 2.
1 versus 3 for him. And obviously that was a call out by him saying, hey, they're pushing this direction. And now the 1 versus 3 sits firmly in his hands. Accuracy has already made the choice to leave the A-bomb site. Zero may check this at 5 seconds, but it's not going to be here. Now it goes down. He's aware as well. This is a game of hide and seek.
It's a big moment. Stop the bleeding if you're Royal Ravens. Give yourself some momentum with a 1 versus 3. No dead silence available here from Zero. Accuracy's going to know where he's coming from. That grenade does not tag him up.
Sweat on Accuracy's brow. Where is he coming from? Which corner is he checking? Oh, Zero guns him for the 1 versus 3. Oh, we're going to need to see his point of view there. He could have checked either corner, could have checked anywhere. And Accuracy was waiting for him. But the Vaznev sprints around the corner. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, he's absolutely hawked on him. That is one of those situations. It's like, well, okay, might be in this corner. Checks it. Job done. Vaznev, that situation's always going to win the gunfight, but to check the right corner, accuracy was holding it. A 1 versus 3 from Zero gets London back into this game.
Well, they needed him. They needed him now. They've held fire. You would have thought that would have all fallen apart for the Ravens after they lost 2 players, but fortunately Zero was ready to do the trade. A little bit of life. Can they convert it to a few more?
Look at Pred. He's just moving ever so slowly into a position where he can potentially flank, but Royal Ravens have been aggressive and then taking their time, and Pred is there. Easy kill. He'll get out as well. 3v4.
No trades, and also keep an eye on that mini-map. Accuracy has this cut, so he knows nobody's coming through mid-map or anywhere else. It does become a 2 versus 3 on the bomb site. London want to push this, and they'll be talking about it now. Going for the jump out. PaulEhx managed to get it. The small bunny hop comes through. Accuracy's going to need to get into a position now to help his teammates, or at least bottle them in. Mack is alone. He's been sent by Nastie, and Nastie's going to get that gunfight as well. Seattle Surge are just not winning anything here.
Accuracy playing on an island once more, and that island, well, I mean, in that sort of situation, when Mack's on his own, you really need him to stay alive. Not going to happen. Really, really nice bounce back here from the side of the Royal Ravens. Just a couple of chows, to be honest with you. Fred was sitting there in a nice corner. They go around, they chow that. Nastie finds the kill off screen. Then it's a push over towards the bomb site. Big gunfight win, working well together to take the site and just get a little bit of dominance around it. Well played by Royal Ravens. A 1v3 and a nice push over towards the bomb site this time around to tie things up. I wonder if they maybe mix something up here, because Accuracy has been playing that role pretty much every single one of the 4 rounds that we've seen. This time around, it's not going to be the case.
Oh my goodness, the team finds one, finds a second as well. And Seattle Surge are starting to fall to pieces. Simp going to try and look for this one. Every single angle he can, but Seattle Surge don't have the bodies to trade efficiently. And I thought he walked out the door then and got him, but no, Pred eventually gets it and gets away, trying to bring this back for him. Simp needs to win that gunfight, but he doesn't. Zero wins it, goes for the pre-fire. And he's going to have to stay here and wait now, as that trap will be fully set. They are going to box in Pred.
It's an awkward situation to be in. Not really a lot he can do, just hoping for a London Royal Ravens misstep. The first couple of kills that come on through, they'll just completely stunt the push that comes in from Seattle. Bomb picked up, and well, yeah, this is pretty much all he can do. He will be able to get around this. Dead Silence popped. Going the long route. I think the longer that this goes on, the more aware London should be of it. Nastie's going to see the cross.
What?
And there's the round.
He's winning some serious gunfights.
I mean, I would hope he would win that one against the Vaznev there, in fairness. I think that's one thing that we now definitively have, is that 2 guns that really do the business at the ranges they should. The TAC at range should always win that gunfight. The Vaznev close-up should always win the gunfight. Think back to that final kill from Zero in the 1 versus 3. It's not a case of a do it all to the certain degree that we had with the M4. The TAC's still pretty good, as is the Vaznev. But nonetheless, those gunfight situations where you think an AR should win, they usually will. Same applies to an SMG.
Well, here we go. London Royal Ravens have taken the lead in the search. Strong first 2 rounds from Seattle Surge.
Ooh.
But that's where it stopped. Potential push here from the London Royal Ravens. Keep an eye on that mini-map. aBeZy has bomb. And if he's there, that's what they're going to be thinking. Can we make a push into B? Accuracy will be the player who has to try and deflect anything.
It's changing positions quite a lot here. You can watch the cross with this one. It's a Nastie one, and Nastie's already dead. Accuracy, can he get out? No, he can't. The trade's in. Here come the rest of Seattle. Simp. Hard angle with a sniper rifle. Yeah, makes himself a bit more useful with the TAC. 3 versus 3. Keep an eye on PaulEhx.
Yeah, there's also a massive play coming around the flank. It's a 2v2 on site and a 1v1 on the other side, but I think he heard him. That's going to come into 2 versus 3. PaulEhx is going to win that gunfight, but Zero gets another one, and now Pred is left alone. A 1 versus 3 for him. Looks in straight in. Doesn't even find the first, 'cause it's absolutely destroyed.
Oh, I think Nastie just made sure he was dead there. That's a few extra bullets. That's a seam, sorry. Oh! Oh, he's letting him know about that one. Big gunfight went
one in the bag.
Well, he would have found the kill, but surely would have been traded nonetheless. But still, it's not a gunfight that you want to lose. Seems happy with that one. I mean, look at this comeback from the Royal Ravens. We said heading into the search and destroy. We've got a good feeling about this team for this mode. Yes, small sample size, but the stats were overwhelming. It's a big hit towards Simp. Is he going to catch all of those? Yes, he is. And that's just a real nice read from Royal Ravens. Simp's been doing that a lot. Accuracy will trade this one out. So it's a 3 versus 3 now. But yeah, good luck pushing that.
I do like that. There was a call clearly come in from someone on the Ravens. Trip nade. Get it down. Try to take out Simp. He's got to be there. Another 3 versus 3. Everything has stalled a little bit. Seattle Surge aren't in the best position. You can see there's no real way out of them for this bomb site.
But if this bomb does go down, keep an eye on Pred. Seattle really investing in this 3-in-1 kind of style. It's got them behind at the moment, and now Pred, they know where he is, but that could be even more of an issue. Now you've got to worry about it. You now have to push towards the bomb site very fast if you're Ravens.
Well, it comes down to it as well. Mack wins that first gunfight. It's a 3 versus 2, but PaulEhx gets the trade down to a 2 versus 2. Where are the rest of the Ravens? They're trying to figure this one out. They know they can't defuse yet. They haven't checked every corner and every angle. Where are these players? Time's running out for them. Dead silence is going to be popped.
Next kill's huge.
He's going to up top. He's found one. One player left. It's going to be Pred for the 1 versus 2. He's playing time.
He's going to get it. He's going to get it. PaulEhx is there. Oh, 0 turns round in time. Oh, and the guardian angel of London Royal Ravens. 5-2.
And the smile and the smirk comes back onto Trey Morris's face.
Oh, just about turned around in time.
Not a good hard point, but a fantastic S&D. The Ravens now 1 round away from tying this series up.
Oh, it's really not. I mean, after those first 2 rounds, Bryce, I thought, oh god, Ravens are in for a real stinker here. But it has to be said, the Search and Destroy's turned round emphatically. In the space of a minute, they started doing things a little bit differently, and they've caught out Seattle Surge at every single moment. The 1v3 seemed like a big turning point, but a big push over towards A ongoing. Still 4v4.
Pred finds first this time, though. Looking for these trades, looking for a way in. PaulEhx does eventually get a kill onto Mack, though. And patience might be the name of the game here. Wait this out and hope to win this gunfight. He knows somebody will eventually probably come leaping around. As I say, they haven't got the old way. Simp's going to get the first one. He's going to check it as well, but Pred does win it.
Flank kill.
And 0 finds one. This is a techno 1 versus 3 if he can find it.
You heard him. There you go. There's another one.
Again.
Problem is here.
On a 10 streak.
The problem he's got now, Bryce, though, is where the bomb is.
Doesn't matter. I believe. I believe he's done it before. He can do it again. The 1 versus 3 again in this S&D for 0. If he can do it, time is against him. Positioning is against him. But one more gunfight will seal this series.
There's no way Pred checks this, right?
They will have heard him. Oh, he's jumped out. The timing, it could not be worse. He's not going to go for the bomb. He is looking for Pred. Is he going to see the gun barrel? He sees Pred! He sees Pred! Oh, no, Pred! Plays with him. Shoulders, refuses to move. And that is one of the most frustrating gunfights you'll ever see. Denied the 1 versus 3 by a piece of wall 2 foot across.
Oh.
Unbelievable.
We'll have another look. Oh, he's so close to be able to see him. It's a good job that Pred did change angles there, as that wouldn't have helped him up against the tack. And yeah, 0. That's a tough one. It's a hard one to bear. But Seattle Surge back into this game. It's a big hit over towards A. Oh my god, a lot of info as well.
Well, they are a little bit lucky that trophy got down just about in time. May take some lives there as well. And there are the Ravens, but where's the gameplay and accuracy? Gets the first blood this time around. Seattle Surge still in this game, still fighting. Red's been seen, Sib's been seen. Again, his gunfight, and this time he goes down again.
Oh, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. They're falling apart. This A site now belongs to Seattle Surge at every single moment. It just feels like these opening kills are a little bit easy for them to find. It is a mixy site. It is going to happen. But as soon as you are at a disadvantage in numbers, you are in a terrible, terrible spot. That first blood has been very important so far. Match point still for the Royal Ravens.
Full credit to
a few here, Bryce.
Full credit to Surge there, by the way. They played on the Royal Ravens a little bit there. Gave them the double chow, gave them the bait and switch. Yep. Managed to get the kills down when they needed to, and then pressed their advantage. But this could still be over. One successful attack from the London Royal Ravens will end this series.
If London knew that they had numbers here, they'd be flying. They'd be making some moves. Seattle taking their time. Seattle not with much info, though. I don't know how many.
It's a little bit of a laying game.
Seattle being very patient with this push over towards B. There's the info, though. I'd imagine that some of them are going to start moving over. At least 2 members of the Royal Ravens over here called out by Mack. Seattle starting to make the move. But the other two need to hold. Yep, they need to hold tight.
A lot of trouble. Asim will get the first kill, and the second kill goes down to Asim as well. Seattle gambled. They now have to 2 versus 4. Their players could not stay alive under the pressure.
Zero's watching this. With all the gun skill and ability in the world from Pred, this is going to be a horrible position to retake. 30 seconds to go, though. Royal Ravens yet to get this bomb down. Info's going to now be there from accuracy. We'll see it on the cross. Pred starting to make the move. That's going to be a big gunfight towards the back. This bomb is going down still. A 4 versus 2. A 4 versus 1 now. Surely done and dusted.
I think it might be. I just don't really see a way through. But he tries to get across. It's not going to happen. It was a little ray of hope for Seattle Surge, but London lock it down. What a game from them in the end. Ridiculous plays out of Zero. Denied the second 1 versus 3, but he did get one, and he got the map win. 1-1 in this series. Tana, it's been great.
Yeah, it's a really, really good search and destroy, to be honest with you. We had pretty much everything, didn't we? Huge 1v1s. Huge 1v3 coming in from Zero, which really did turn the tide. They were 2-0 down. If that goes to 3-0, all of a sudden, even if that comeback did happen, you are staring at around number 11 now, as opposed to a 6-4 victory for the side of the Royal Ravens. 11-3 out of 0. 10 streak, by the way. And with a 10 streak.
Just didn't stop. Really found his feet in that one. Maybe a little bit of a slow start in the hard point, or just wasn't feeling fully comfortable, but certainly showed he still had every bit of gunny that he showed last week to put London 2-0 in this one. Up next, Hotel Control, and truthfully, I'm just excited for it.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one. Both two teams having, well, I want to say a little bit of luck on it, it has to be said. Ravens are 6-0 on their own count. Surge, of course, a little bit closer in terms of how their games have went on Control, but realistically, it's well poised now. We've seen a dominant Seattle win in map number 1. We've seen a comeback win for Ravens in map number 2. The momentum is maybe with the London side, but with map number 3 coming up, it could go either way.
It certainly can, so stay around and don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a quick break here on the Call of Duty League. We'll be right back, though, after this.
The Call of Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the COD League. This is the 1 versus 3, the regain for London. Zero gets a great two-piece. And then this is the final kill. No hit marker, had no reason to think he was in that corner. And tried to make a decision here, eventually came back and went Baznev for close range and decided to check the right corner. Guns down accuracy. And that was the start of the end for Seattle.
Yeah, and look, the gunfighter win is an impressive one, it has to be said, but it's just the fact that he picked the right corner. In that sort of situation, accuracy could have been in one of 16 places, to be honest with you. And the fact that Trey picks the right one helps London Royal Ravens out. Bear in mind, if he did not win that round, if he did not find that 1 versus 3, they are then 3-0 down. It's a very, very different scenario to being 2-1 down. Then you start to bring it back. It's a little bit of momentum for the side of Royal Ravens, courtesy of their fearless leader, Zero. Fantastically done from him. And that's a big moment in this game. And heading into a control that we know, again, that Ravens have looked really strong on. They're 6-0 in round count when it comes down to hotel control. They're going to be feeling good heading into map number 3 here. About map number 4, we'll talk about when we get there, because to be honest with you, after map number 1, I think a lot of people will be leaning in one direction, but I feel like this is such a huge map in the grand scheme of things. We've seen an S&D win from London, we've seen a hardpoint win from Seattle. The control is maybe the one that just decides this series in the end. Right, so far a 1.89 on this map specifically, I believe, that those stats are coming from. Can he bring that kind of level here up against the London Royal Ravens, who are yet to lose around here on hotel?
Well, that is the question. And I'll tell you something, I feel like one of the most entertaining things for me about Zero is we know tweet after this game about, you know, he's done one the search, but also talk about how he really didn't have a good time at the hard point. I think you always get a very honest kind of perspective from him.
Big push coming up from the side of Surge. It has been pretty much nullified by the side of the Royal Ravens. I'll be happy about that. Mack snaps though, and all of a sudden that opens things up. aBeZy thinks he's won the gunfight. You haven't, and all of a sudden B's looking a little bit tasty for the side of Seattle. Nastie will find his 4th of this life. Can't find the final one though, and all of a sudden Pred, he ain't focused on the time, he's focusing about being in your base.
Yeah, it's actually a really good job there from Nastie to slow this roll just a little bit. Best looking for kills off the spawn. Almost doesn't get away with that one. But the London Royal Ravens will start applying the pressure. It's going to be PaulEhx who finds 2 as well. Shuts this down before too much damage is done.
Yeah, Seattle probably lick their wounds now, heading towards it. Most teams do tend to do that though. A break over towards B off the rip. See if you can get some control. It's typical control, it has to be said. You know, we always try to have a look at that harder one, and then when that doesn't work, we go back to A, rinse, repeat. Same over and over again. Lives remaining not all tied up. Seattle Surge locking it in. London Royal Ravens allowing them to do so.
They've decided to cut their losses. And now we'll be looking for who manages to get this first. Seattle will be looking to try and put pressure on this straight away, but they know London are set up. They know they have to do this the difficult way. Find the corners, find the players, and make the trades that benefit you to get numbers into this B point.
It feels like an S&D round at the moment, doesn't it? Nastie with the first kill.
It does now he's laid down, yes. Simp playing patient, trying to figure out where is London. And he's going to find Nastie. There's the first kill. Now we'll swing into action. The rest of Seattle are going to do the same thing. See if they can make this kill as well. But aBeZy will shut it down behind reception desk before they can get anything going.
Seattle have him close where London are defending from here. Though Mack on the point, you can see he's twisting, turning. He has to be on a swivel because he knows that there's going to be players in bedroom. When you push up towards bedroom, you push up through lights. If you're the side of Seattle Surge, well, you usually do spawn over towards kitchen. Mack has combated that one, though. Paul will find the gunfight. He will push further up. But again, it's kind of all flipped here. We've got members of Seattle Surge in the London spawn. London are in the spawn of Seattle Surge. It's all over the shop at the moment. Those lives belong towards the London Royal Ravens. That's now a 4 life advantage, I should say. Make that 5 now. And now they've cleared them up, but still Pred's behind.
He's just trying to play his life. He's trying to give his team options. Hold this door open. give them a way through into this site. 33 seconds remaining. Seattle Surge flying. Pred makes a huge kill there. They need to get those players out of bedroom. Nastie's been stun checked, and Mack will take him down. But London still hold the ace. They still have the advantage because Zero and PaulEhx are in a position to try and close this.
Yeah, they've been camped in here for quite some time. Getting all cozy in the bedroom. One if they got their PJs on, ready to get the tax out and just slay the enemies over towards B. But the gunfights are starting, everyone. PaulEhx will eventually fall. Nastie finds an important kill into Simp, though. And now they have a read on pretty much every single member of Seattle Surge. Accuracy inside the point will find a good fight. 17 seconds. That clock is stopped. Asim will find him. And now it's 4v4. Everyone facing the same way. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah, this is a headbutt. Seattle Surge just have to go and try to win the fight. Mack's already going to win one. One break will do it. But PaulEhx is ready for it as well. He sees Mack and down he goes straight away. But Seattle Surge do get on the point. 1 seconds left. And it's another dive onto it as well. And Seattle are going to go down. I thought maybe, just maybe, they could find it. But it was too little too late.
My brain was having to work overtime to actually figure out which side each team was on there at certain stages. It's a big grenade from downtown. Nicely done. Nastie will find it. Always going to be difficult though for the side of Seattle Surge. And they kept trying and trying and trying. Forcing people towards the spawn of London. Forcing people around the back. Over towards the car park. Pushing through desk. Constant pressure on their spawn. And then I think what you were saying is right. They're looking for an opportunity to be made by one of these players. As soon as a kill or two is made in that situation by whether it be Pred, Sib, Mack, whoever. That's when Seattle can then make their move. But it never really materialized on both sides of things. Unfortunate. But here we go. London Royal Ravens now. Their opportunity to attack. It's a big stack over towards the mid. See where you find the kills and then make your move from there.
Well, at the moment, they're not doing a lot of moving. Accuracy finds his second. Nastie wants to trade this out, though, before they make a move anywhere. And you can see they're still putting the pressure on the B here. Pred will be the first one that goes down. The trade is going to come through for Sib.
Big fight.
Now, the Ravens are trying to break B.
He's got the trade. There you go. A little bit of purchase for London. Nobody in bedroom. Good spot to be in. And as soon as PaulEhx finds that kill, you can see Ravens were on the way over towards A. It's like, no, get over towards B. We're in a good spot. Asim behind as well. He's got desk control. Can't find the fourth as a third comes in. Fantastic signs from the side of London Royal Ravens. I've never found that hard to find. They're in B, Bricey.
They are. That second tick is rocketing through. The third tick is on its way. And it's done. It's done. London have captured B very, very quickly. It's clinical. And now Seattle Surge have to set up. They flooded through Donut. They are in the kitchen. They are waiting for these players to push.
I think they should rename themselves to be honest with you. Here we go, though. Fantastic work by the Royal Ravens. And it all kind of came off those kills that were coming on through. As soon as Paul finds that force, then all of a sudden it breaks things wide open and a door is just walked through by his team that he can find 3 so simple kills. And now all of a sudden, it seems like almost a formality that A will be taken. Those lives very much in the favor of the Royal Ravens. Can they make this easy enough for themselves? Make it confident? Yes, they can. There's 2 in already. This is a disaster for CL.
Yeah, they're being pushed back at every single turn. I see him finding another kill, but now the pressure comes through. Mack's going to try and find PaulEhx. He does. Wants to stop it, but will Nastie get the trade? And that's come through as well. Seattle just not finding the string they need.
It's honestly just so well played by Ravens. They just seem to have a read on Seattle every single time. That's 8 rounds in a row on hotel control. I can see dominating the back of Nastie's cam, shaking the head somewhat, but he'd be loving this. Here we go from Asim. Sees 1, sees 2. Oh, you know what? He's so unfortunate not to get all 4.
I'll tell you something, London. They've looked fantastic on control, and they're doing it again. Is this really going to be the story? A lot of people today were debating between these two teams. They were saying, hey, Seattle had a bad first week. London may have overperformed. At the moment, you would have been justified with the hard point saying maybe that was true. But London are proving why they are already 2-0 in this league. And Seattle had to fight from the back foot.
Good attacking work coming in. Yeah, no kills found. Oh, my goodness. And Seattle run through. This could be London's first control loss. In terms of rounds, at least they're already choking B. They know it's gone. They know that one's done. Now you have the very, very difficult task of locking down A for what will feel like an eternity.
Well, things have changed a little bit of tempo here. I say that, the team has found a few kills, but Seattle Surge getting B early does put them in a very good position to finally get attack on the board, especially with Sib on a 5 streak at the moment. Managing to reverse this momentum. Can he keep it up? Yes, he can. That's another kill for Sib. 6 down already. A nade will put paid to it, though.
Nastie is the important one here for the side of the Royal Ravens. Sitting over towards kitchen, the spawn's being influenced. Seattle Surge will be aware of it, but he just needs to stay alive and hope the rest of his team can kind of defend 3v4 in the middle. Mack has managed to break on through. Lives just about on the advantage of the Seattle Surge now. Definitely in the... Oh my god, the reads from Mack! That is absolutely disgusting. And all of a sudden, Seattle Surge are in, and we have a map 3 on our hands, because surely A will fall here.
It's a big fight in towards mid, and that's stopping the reinforcements from London. Royal Ravens come through. Asim goes to challenge, but it's too little, too late. That second tick is now well on its way. Nastie gets one. No reinforcements for him, though. London need more players.
That's a big fight. Pred will find it on the 0. He'll probably find another one here. Yes, he does. That is all she wrote for round number 3. Seattle Surge. It's a big 4-man break off the rip. You send everybody over towards mid and B, and you win every single gunfight. And then it's prime position. London, all the rounds probably choked at that stage. You can't give it up so easily. It's one of those things, we all know it. A 4 down immediately in so many situations is a good thing for a team, but in that situation, it is absolute prime A1 position you want to be in for the Seattle Surge. Not a single gunfight lost off the rip.
Well, that is certainly a much better control from them to begin with, but can they hold this defense and send it to a round 5 ton? That is the question. London have looked pretty clinical in their first 2 rounds. Do it for a 3rd time and walk the map away. Sib, though, with first blood. And he was one of the biggest catalysts in that last series. Last round. He gets another one. London at the moment, not finding an awful lot of daylight.
Yeah. Feels like things have changed very, very quickly here. Oh, I mean, they haven't won a gunfight in about 20 minutes, Pricey. That's been the problem. Accuracy now over towards the back. Oh, my goodness. They're just taking it in turns of who turns into Thanos. Fantastic stuff from the side of Seattle Surge. Forces London over towards it. And guess who's already here and waiting? We've seen players here before, Bracey.
We have. And I'll say, I've been tweeted out before that I sound like a football commentator. Well, I'll tell you something. This is a game of 2 halves. Because at the moment, Seattle Surge are in the ascendance. They are certainly hurting the London Royal Ravens.
No. No. Anything happening here? Not too sure what went on there. Don't know if that was just me. Sib, nonetheless, will find 2 over towards the B side. That will clear things out. London Royal Ravens will lock things on down over towards A. But look at the pressure that Seattle want to put on pretty much immediately. Just get that mid-map control. Force London in. They have to fight themselves out. And then if they already start spawning back up, you're in a good position to counter that as well.
Yeah, all the Seattle Surge want to do here really is get these kills on the out. And Mack goes straight for it as well, but that will be traded away. PaulEhx is all right. I'll take the 2-piece. Let's see if we can't push this one forward now. Seattle Surge have to be careful not to lose any more players. And they lost both of them. And here come the London Royal Ravens.
Bedroom control there for the side of the Royal Ravens. Paramount that you clear that out. All of a sudden, though, Pred has found his way. He's weaseled his way behind them once again. But London will know that. Spawns will start coming in probably over towards the kitchen side of the map, and then that will make the difference. They need to get rid of Pred, though. They do know there's somebody there. Time now stopped as the London Royal Ravens have found themselves on the point. This is a big gunfight. Pred will find it, can now reinforce over towards B. Staying alive was just so crucial for him. It's eventually going to be found out, but that stops that play from the Royal Ravens.
It is big, but it is back and forth. I don't feel like the London Royal Ravens have really taken a step back at all. Nastie already going to stop that. They're just trying to make sure they've got enough time, because they know there's enough lives left in this round. Accuracy, though, gunning. And this is one of the issues here for the Ravens. They are compressed. If they can win the gunfights, they'll be fine. But they are hitting it from the front. And that means there's going to be a lot of guns arrayed against them. And one of those is Pred. Pred looking for PaulEhx. That's 3 for Pred as well. And that is the issue with not spreading across the map. Somebody can wipe you out.
London going for a different line of attack here, and accuracy already. Reading exactly what's going on. He's seen every play, hasn't he? And there's another kill onto Asim. This is heading for a round number 5 by the looks of things, unless London can really pull something out of the bag here.
Sim knows this is coming, but he also knows a player is behind him.
Big fight in the back.
Trying to be careful. Zero's through. Zib has just let players everywhere, and he's looking for Zero, and Zero's going to get a kill as well. London are in. Pred has to be the hero for Seattle again. He's done it a million times. That's a scene going down. Pred's still up there, and he's given time to his team. He has put the pressure on. Pred gets another kill in the bedroom. He cannot be stopped on a 5 streak, and London do not have the lives or the time. Pred in the bedroom is a dangerous fella.
I mean, this is just the position you want him in at every single moment. It's what if everybody, you at home watching and sort of saying to yourself, I'm struggling with control on hotel when it comes down to playing in the mosh pit right now. Get some control in bedroom if you're on the defensive side, even on the attacking side. It is so crucial. It is paramount almost to getting a hold of B. You can get somebody in there, know that the other team aren't yet. You're in a fantastic spot. Plays his life wonderfully. 20 and 17. But honestly, some of those kills are worth more than one. Fantastic stuff out of Pred. It's an attacking round that they've been rewarded with, though. For the side of Seattle Surge, they've got to do it all again here.
All right. Well, both sides have showed excellence so far. It comes down to this. Pred is just spraying bullets everywhere, but no cigar to get that kill. There will be Seattle, though, who commit towards B. He's done enough of a distraction, maybe, Tom.
Yeah, I think that's all it was. A very slow and muted push almost from Seattle Surge over towards B, and they're racking this time up quite quickly. You can see PaulEhx already on the flank, but these gunfights need to be won by the London Royal Ravens. Time and time again, you've got to do something. Zero finds 2, and that could be big. That will slow things down now for Surge, but the reinforcements are on the way.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Pred tries to get it done, and it's only going to be PaulEhx left. Actually, slowly but surely getting that second tick in. It's locked.
They might have they choked it. No, they haven't. They're still going. You need somebody to find a hero play here from the side of London. B is, it's gone. It's already gone.
Here we go then. 1 point left. Seattle versus London. With 2 minutes on the clock and almost even lives. Will now figure out how to disable the enemy team. How do they get in here? How do they defend it? For Seattle, they've spread. So have London. London taking control of kitchen, making sure nobody spawns that side.
It's so hard to defend. Accuracy. Trying to get a look into Jewel. Can't quite find anything. PaulEhx's head, not quite that big. I'm sure they would have heard him though as he makes his way around, but they wouldn't have heard Pred crouching his way in. There's one. It's going to find a second as well. It would have been absurd. The kills are found, but London need is the same side of things. If you have somebody over towards bedroom, having players in kitchen on the defensive side is absolutely crucial, and Mack has read it again. The same thing time and time again from Mack. He knows where you are.
And they have diffused the situation. PaulEhx and London trying to just keep playing for it. PaulEhx is huge. And I'll tell you something else. Zero staying alive. It's going to hurt Seattle in the end. They were looking for him all the way through.
Big fight.
Gunfight. London still have control. Zero running for his life. He knows he needs to play this position as much as possible. It's not about the kills. It's about staying alive. The distraction for A scene comes in as well. London are holding on by fingertips.
Just about finds it. There's one more kill needed to be found though, and that's going to be Sib. Now he's going to put the pressure in on the other side of things. Keep an eye on the minimap. It's so crucial, but keep an eye on that from Sib as well. He finds 2. All of a sudden, London have nobody on the flank, but they've cleared them out. 13 lives to 9. They're holding on to A by the hair on the chinny upright.
They are. It's slowed down now. Both teams have realized that lives and time
That's huge.
are ticking. PaulEhx already shut it down. There is a push coming straight through already. Sib wins one, but it will be instantly traded out. Seattle Surge do not have the numbers. They do not have the bodies here for a push. It might have to be a hero play from one of their players. They're getting ready for it. They're trying to get that stack, but time is against them.
Oh, they've got to move because London are on their way. It takes one good break from the side of Seattle Surge. Sib will open it up with 1 and 2. It's just so free for the side of Seattle. Paul will answer back. Retake opportunity for London.
Red gets one. It's a hero play. PaulEhx is trying to just deflect.
They've got time. They've got time.
The first tick coming through.
No lives.
Trying to get more bodies in, but they cannot afford to take a single step backwards. Second
Gotta go.
now in. The third is going for it. The pre-aims are in. They're locking.
Oh my God.
Surge are winning
Wow.
in the end. And that control was back and forth, and probably one of the greatest examples of this game mode you will see. But Seattle Surge walk away the winners. But it was not easy. It was a scrap every single step.
Oh, and they were on the back foot for so long in that game. 2-0 down.
Much right.
They did so much right, but then the crucial moments, and I feel like small moments that wins that map for the side of Seattle. You're talking about the first attacking round, the win. They find one big 4-man break over towards B. You then find the push. You got a hold of it immediately. Then it comes down to those final moments. You do not have a single life left if you're the Seattle Surge. But Sib has found a route through. He's found 2 easy kills. And all of a sudden, it blows the doors wide open, and London Royal Ravens are scrambling at that stage. But Seattle hold on. Wow.
Yeah.
It's small moments. That's just small moments.
I think giving up B early may have been the issue. Like we know, right? If you get into A, it's really easy to defend. That's why we saw London Royal Ravens push it out so much. It's why we were talking about Zero. He had to stay alive as long as he could to make sure that Seattle Surge did not reinforce like they did. And he did it fantastically for so long, but Sib got in the position, he got the 2-piece, and it was the starting of the tolling of the bells. Like, it was the beginning of the end. And now they are 2-1 up. Hard point next.
It was, I said it, you're very, very right. Those B retakes, or B takes, I should say, just in general from the side of Seattle Surge, it just comes far too easily. And then you're giving yourself so long to have to defend over towards A, which London in that final round, a valiant attempt. But in these final stages, yeah, when Sib gets behind like that, like, how does that happen? That's what you've got to ask. I would have to replay that to see how eventually he did find his way around, but that was the straw that broke the camel's back for the side of London. 3-2 Seattle Surge, and they will find a lead in this series heading into a map 4 hardpoint. You've got to be feeling good if you're a Seattle fan right now.
Yeah, I mean, we knew essentially as soon as that B point went, 2 minutes left on the clock, both teams would have to come up for a strategy. And the problem being is it was always going to be London that were going to be reactive. Like, they knew if they lost the flank, they knew if they lost kitchen, they knew if they got a player into that point, it was going to spell trouble for them. And we saw fantastic plays, like, all the way through it. Mack, Sib, Prayer, like, it was incredible. We saw a lot from London as well. And they're going to be disappointed. They held for what, like 1 minute 45, and then they broke in 15.
Yeah, that's one of those moments you've got to try and regain heading into a map number 4 in that stage. Because they, I mean, look, a lot of people would have wrote them off as soon as B is gone. Then you think, yeah, the round is completely choked. But if anything, they look the more likely until that couple of kills that comes through from Sib opens things up completely. And I said, it's small moments. You talk about that break-off that comes through. You find 4 kills immediately for your Seattle Surge when you're on the attacking side of things. That's speed done. And then all of a sudden, you've got a hold of A, and you've got to try and get that. It's pretty simple, as we've seen towards the end. In the end, it was simple. I think the only thing I would point out from London is that on that final hold, they didn't extend out over towards kitchen, which was really the catalyst for the success they'd had for the previous minute and a half of that round. They always had somebody alive in kitchen. They didn't push out because I think they don't know where Seattle are spawning at that point, so they don't want to overextend unnecessarily. But the overextension, we could see it was on the cards. They didn't choose to go for it, but I think it's easy for us to say when we can see exactly where everybody from Seattle is.
Yeah, like I said, I think London did a lot right on the A. I don't think giving up the B early was obviously what caused that issue, but that's why, like, I highlighted plays from Zero, right? He stayed alive, he went around, he tried to make sure that Seattle were never confident when they jumped straight in. And he did so much work, and it's kind of a crazy thing because some people underestimate that. Won't show in the KD, by the way. That won't show in some of the stats that he stayed alive and he did everything he could do. They're going to take the loss for that map. They take the loss for that round, and it's things like that that you have to appreciate what he's doing on that mini map. Now, it didn't work out for them in the end, but it was the right decision to try and stay alive in kitchen. And we saw what it paid out for, right? When he did that, Asim, I think, got at least 1 or 2, and it was putting Seattle back on the back foot. They had to respawn a few players. They had to try to get numbers back into it, and it could have worked. One more hold from London, one gun farm went a little bit different. If Sib didn't find that flank, if they did everything right, but sometimes it goes against you.
Yeah, it's really tough. It's really, really tough. They did as much as they possibly could. And unfortunately, it just doesn't count for anything in the end. You will lose the map. Now you're heading into a hard point again that I mean, we talk about maps that are important for rotations, 60, 60, 60 on Mikado, it has to be said. So they're going to have to really improve when it does come down to this map. We didn't see a very good showing from them last week, as far as I'm concerned as well. Yeah, London losing, well, okay, by 10 points to LAG last week, but nonetheless, losing rotations have been a huge problem for them. They were a problem in map number 1. They were a problem in previous series. They need to fix them right now, as they are going to take the first loss of their Modern Warfare 2 season yet. And it needs to be done on Mikado.
Well, let's see. the map 1 stats do not represent 0, I think, in this series. But yeah, didn't have a great first hard point, a 0.47 KD. He'll be looking to do better this time around. Obviously, a lot of that was rectified, Ton, when we went into the S&D, and I think he had a pretty good control as well. I want to say 21-17, something along those lines. A little bit slower than some of the engagements on his teammates. But he'll be looking to have a much better hardpoint, and if he can, it could be a different story. But a lot of people are now betting against London Royal Ravens because of their hardpoint record.
And it begs the question, if they can fix their hardpoint, what kind of team are they going to look like? Very, very solid, but honestly, this has been an issue for them, and they're going to need to fix it pretty quickly. Seattle Surge dominated map number 1. They're going to look to try and do the same here. Looking towards the spawns, though, it is, of course, Seattle Surge with the more preferred side. Spawning over towards P2, and still on the Royal Ravens trying to stop that happening.
Right, well, at the moment, it is going to be about P2. That back alley fight is going to be huge. Scrap time for London, and I think he'll probably try and challenge him just off the bat here, just so he has to get off of it. I see him on a 5 streak as well, Ton.
Yep, he managed to flip that. He's going to try and watch from mid. I mean, that is beams. TAC 56, there you go, that's what it does. My goodness. Hellish at range, not great up close. But nonetheless, this rotation though. Spawns were there for the side of Royal Ravens. They need to find these kills on transition. They are the first ones here. It's a hedge push coming in from Seattle.
This is much better from London at the moment, but they have to hold. They are getting the kills as well, and that stops Seattle. Seattle may only have another 15 seconds to if they want to commit to it, but they may just give it up. You got to remember on this map, sometimes discretion is the better part of valor.
Well, Mack's just going to Seam, so that might just give them a little bit of impudence.
Wait a minute.
Find that push, as Pred will find one onto Nastie as well. Find a second onto PaulEhx. Says, thank you very much. Sure, come on, find the third. Zero just about holds his shots. Those final 20 seconds. Scrap is going to be fought over here. Sip's having a little bit of a look, but rotation does belong to Seattle Surge.
London's done a really good job to hold this, get themselves firmly into the lead. Can they break? Seattle Surge return the favor with 60 seconds. 2 going towards the back alley, 1 looking towards mid-cut. For this first kill, they know they're coming. Pred and accuracy. Oh, well, just say accuracy got a kill, but it's onto a teammate. And that's actually a little bit of daylight. Look at this. London Royal Ravens surging forward.
Good opportunity to try and break this. These kills are massive. Accuracy will find 1. Asim will trade it. Mack will trade that. Are London there for the last trade? Yes, they are, but now PaulEhx needs help. It's only Pred here who can do something about this. Checking every single corner. Contestion, it works out. PaulEhx will be dealt with. Can he find a second as well? Yes, he can. Nastie would have been the third on the chopping block, but not for Asim. It's an absolute manic hard point.
Throwing everything at it by the teams committing here in the end, but it will be London Royal Ravens who walk away with it.
Rotation there as well.
Rotation to Barbers. And London are here.
This is so much better from London. It just feels like they're a step ahead at every single moment so far. Pushing from Seattle will come via mid. Mack is already alive and kicking. Over towards the barbershop. The kill's starting to come in though for the side of London Royal Ravens. The pressure from Mack. Needs some help from his teammates, or does he? PaulEhx is going to be the last one there. Mack should be able to just distract it best, but Paul left on his own.
They may have given up a little bit too much control there. They had players back alley ready to go, and they let him slip through.
It's huge that Simp stays alive.
Yeah, Seattle are surrounded.
Sib dies, and all of a sudden, Seattle Surge are in a bit of a tough spot. Really nice break from London, but you have to get rid of accuracy to finally solidify this break, and they can't. All in his own spawn, now just in the favor of Seattle Surge as they can filter on through. Now about rotation over towards Nero.
It's still a game, and you can see 1 player left for scrap time. It's going to be Nastie versus accuracy. Pre-fire coming through. Nastie goes straight over the top of it. Accuracy with the pre-fire, not going to win out this time. 17 seconds to London, but we are off to the races. The other side of it, Pred locking down Dark. And they are here and they are ready. This time it will be Seattle Surge with the rotation.
Good gunfights to win. Heading over. towards this hill now. Towards the elephant room. Nobody calls it that. It's 10. Nonetheless, here we are. The boys now trying to make this push on through. It's a hard break hit to the side of London. Just going to try and find a pick and see if you can make it work from there. Zero find one onto accuracy. Keep an eye on Nastie, who will push through mid. PaulEhx will find a second.
And neither team really committing to get points on this at the moment as they know they don't have control.
Big fight
Nastie
mid.
finds one mid. That cuts off of it. Brett gets stun checked as soon as he tries to hit this door, and that's
Nice.
3 down. Only Mack left, but he is outnumbered. Will he be outgunned? At the moment, nobody will eventually go down. And London will lock this in for 24 seconds. It was a bleed all the way through, but Seattle did have that rotation first.
They did have it first. It's a nice break for London. But rotation this time does, of course, go over towards Seattle once again. Nastie and co just slowly making their way there, but that lead is decent enough that you can take your time. Just stronghold after stronghold after decent break after decent break. Both two teams gone blow for blow so far. PaulEhx with a big gunfight win over towards back, so now that's also the alleyway control for the side of London. Here comes the pinch as well.
Wow, it's going to be a big break for them as well, but London will have to regain. Let's find out how they are coping with this hard point. The London Royal Ravens, listen in.
Back alley. Two mid. I'm trying mid. I'm team middle. Mid, nice. We got time. I'm coming with you. I'm trying mid. 3, 2, 1, go.
Rented.
Nice, I got you push.
He's going up. Last guy hit dead.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go be ready. I'm gonna go be ready.
Mid, Mack.
Didn't try mid.
Go, front house me.
I spawned down.
He flew in half.
There's two new. I have a streak from you.
Yeah, he's
Alright,
out.
listen. Go blue. Everyone stack blue. Everyone stack blue quick. Let this guy be scrapped. We gotta go quick. We have man advantage right now. Let's go.
Alrighty. Give me more house.
Push.
Yeah, blue.
Alright. I'm shooting. I stand in blue. I need to watch out. I shoot parking lot.
Could have been
Small, really weak. Mack. Really weak, guys. Nice. Shoot it.
I want a middle.
Let's up spawn. Look for this guy white pickup. Look for the guy white pickup.
He's not white pickup. I'm white pickup.
Oh, look for Lamar.
I'm white pickup. I'm sitting white pickup. Stay alive. Stay down.
Alright, I remit mid.
Watch my mid.
Mid really weak.
Lie down.
Nice, good job, Paul. Look at P4. Look at P4, brother.
My middle. P4 me. My mid as well.
Nice. Do that, boys. Good job.
Shot me into the Abbey. Back. You can get time, bro. He's shooting under.
Oh no, weak AP.
The London Royal Ravens doing everything they can to stay in this game. The small talk is firing, but so are Seattle Surge. A last-second break from them as this game gets closer and closer.
So back and forth. Seattle Surge will get that final little scrap of time. Looking towards the map, they're in a better spot, heading over towards P2, but we got P1 to contend with once again. It is about a 20-point game. So we head over here once more, and PaulEhx will find 2. And for London, that's unfortunate. You know, they did a decent enough job. That's a streak invested as well. Over towards P7. Didn't really find a great deal with it. Oh my god, but Simp's found everything. 3 kills over towards Barbershop. There's a haircut line in there somewhere, but I can't think of it right now. My goodness, make it 4, 5 in a row. Is he going to find a 6 on the pole? Not quite. Locking it down here for the side of Seattle Surge, who for pretty much the first time in this game are going to take the lead.
Now we're headed. Brett is going to attack out, but eventually won't be able to make more than 1 kill. They try to shut him down. Simp is trying to stem the tide of reinforcements, but not enough bullets in the gun to get everybody. You see, they're still going to shout for this. They don't want to give away 23 seconds into the mid here, but nothing works out for them. Their biggest concern will be holding on to P2. They do not want to let London back into this if they're giving up scrap.
Yep. Don't want to give up that scrap, but you absolutely don't want to give up the spawns either. London have a potential route in here. That's a big kill from Paul. Now Mack needs to try and survive. I don't think he's given his position up, but he has now. A big kill from Nastie. Trades are in, but here comes Pred. He will be the first one through the door for the side of Seattle. Oh, my goodness. The scene gets deleted. We said we should see pretty much a bit more of an equal playing ground in terms of SMGs and ARs, but he's absolutely beamed him there. Rotation in for Seattle. Good time on the horizon here. Royal Ravens need to find a breakthrough.
They're trying. They certainly are trying, but Simp is still holding. Simp, what on earth was that 3-piece? Every single member of the London Royal Ravens just got gunned to oblivion. That is not natural and that is not fair as he continues his reign of terror as Simp explodes on the map. A 5-streak for him when Seattle Surge needed to put a nail on the coffin. Simp is driving it home.
My jaw has been on the floor for the last 30 seconds. What on earth was that? He's eventually going to go down. But all alone locks in. A game where Seattle now only need 20 points to win this series. That was absolutely ridiculous. Let's lock in. We'll talk about it afterwards because now London Royal Ravens need to hold this one down. 2 kills do come in. And they will have initial control over towards Tin. That kill from accuracy, though, is important. The pressure is still now on, but 0 and mid-map's going to be an issue.
It's still close. Accuracy has found one. He's looking for PaulEhx. He knows where he's going to be here. There are numbers here.
Stay alive.
They have to get him first. PaulEhx has done such a great job. Held them off every single step of the way. Reinforcements fighting in for him as well. And there's the trade. Nero versus accuracy, and he gets it. Pred is coming through the back as well, though. Gonna work nowhere. Nastie
Massive.
Doesn't win that gunfight either. 27 seconds. Seattle Surge are going for this rotation. London cannot win it here.
It's all about the rotational fights now. Accuracy will find it. And now all of a sudden, Asim is left all on his own. Extension coming in here, actually. Is Pred going to choose to maybe just sitting around car park? It's looking that way, but Mack is the one that needs to stay alive here. That push through alley becomes a lot more difficult if you don't have somebody in Cantina. Shots in from Sib are there, but the London Royal Ravens, you need to move now. They really have to clear everything, and they have to do it so fast.
Asim gets that first kill. Here comes the pinch. It's a huge hit all the way through the car park, but it's actually he finds one, but only one.
Oh my god!
Nero gets a 2-piece, and it's going for the front. Mack trying to reinforce, and he does get it eventually. The reinforcements are there. London are sprinting. PaulEhx, the only player who can make it.
That's it.
He falls, and Seattle Surge win the hard point and this entire series. What a nail biter to the end, but Seattle Surge on top.
What a game. What a game. Just so back and forth. Outside of map number 1, you never really knew who was going to win each and every individual map. In the end, it's Seattle Surge who win a couple of maps. Just so tight between these two teams. After a dominant map number 1 performance, that was a lot better from the side of the Royal Ravens, who just rotated that much better, but moments where Sib finds the most absurd 3 kills in the middle of the map, and then rotates and finds 2 to help his team maybe just distract Ravens for a little bit longer. And then Mack with, I'm not too sure if it was a split or if he pushed through gate to then actually get some control and then find that flank when it was necessary, which it was necessary in the end as he found 2. But what a game. We're gonna have to throw that Sib clip back though, my goodness.
I just didn't expect it. It was an insane 3-piece as well. You're going to see it again because it basically just came out of nowhere. He just gunned 3 of them without really taking a breath. But it was a kind of a crazy hard point in the end. You thought, hey, London are in a good position. They're doing great on the rotation, but Seattle Surge fought back every single step of the way. And even with London kind of leading in the slaying department and rotations, Seattle Surge fought their way back in.
There's a lot to digest there. There's a lot to digest. Seattle Surge were behind the majority of that game. It was a very much a contrasting game in comparison to what we see in map number 1. I mean, moments like that make the difference. Here we go. 1, 2. Oh my goodness. I mean, Zero's weak from the grenade that he originally puts down, so it's still all him, and then finds these 2 on the rotation as well. I said bunny hopping was there, but yeah, I'd be interested. Yeah, Mack must have got a split there because London pushing over towards the back after they get cleared out. Then all of a sudden it's the pinch that comes in. Mack gets the job done. It's a 15-point win. It's a series win. Outside of the first map, a hell of a series as well.
Yeah, incredible from both teams. I think maybe some silver linings to take away from London, though. It was a close hard point, and if things went a little bit differently, it could have been better. It could have been better. There were some mistakes from London, but they did a lot right. You got to remember, rotations and slaying were on them for the majority of that game. The problem was Seattle just hit a little bit different. Pred and Sib have incredible playmaking abilities, and like I said, there's probably a VOD review in there somewhere to try and figure out where they can just make that difference and make that improvement, but it was much better from London.
Yeah, the control's the problem, though, isn't it? That's the one that you expect to win. You force a map number 5. A different situation.
It certainly is. All right, well, lots to break down in that one, so over to our wonderful desk.
Thank you so much, Brycey and Ton. Gentlemen, the Surge come out with the W, and aLLeY, I just wanted to rub it in. I am 1-0 on the predictions today. But my Surge were so close to going to a Game 5. I was nervous for them because as good as their search and destroy started, London came alive in the second half of that. Zero may have had the best search performance we've seen in the CDL this year so far. And we got to break down all of the action. Let's start, though, with the hard point. And right away, we noticed there was one player, Ant even called it before the series kicked off. Pred played different than he did last week, and the numbers showed it, aLLeY.
No, the numbers definitely showed it. I think something about the Seattle surge, I think London might have been lacking in this series, was just the amount of clutchable plays made out of the players on Seattle. Like Pred sitting in time, he's always going to get that 2-piece when all of his players around him die. Simp going on that 5 spree he got the 3, and then he rotated instantly, and there was still 30 seconds on hold. He was like, I might as well take advantage of this opportunity. So a lot of big step-ups from the Seattle surge.
When we looked at the search to destroy, we were worried for the surge squad. They were 0-10 on retakes. Did they look cleaner today? And you were saying in the green room, this was one of the best searches you've seen.
Yeah, it was a fantastic search and destroy. You know, London, they had the big 1v3 out of 0, a couple other potential clutches. But for Seattle, they set up some great plays, you know, baiting them out towards B, wrapping it back towards A. I think the offense looked pretty good. And then even on defense, we saw that, you know, cheeky strat with accuracy trying to flank all the way around while they got the kill on the guy that was at the middle tree. So for Seattle, some good looks today, just an unfortunate 1v3 where Zero just played it perfect. So patient.
He clutched up there in control. PaulEhx was looking really solid, but in that final hard point, we have to take a look at what was going down for this surge because Pred at one point was 22-10, I believe. Simp was way behind him on the leaderboard, and then this play happened. It's our scuffed play of the game. Sib taken over, and he does it all with a new tack. Tell me about his performance in this Game 4, aLLeY.
It was incredible. I mean, this obviously is the biggest highlight of it all, but just the amount of times that Sib was the one on that early rotation, getting that early control, and really stopped the momentum in London Royal Ravens tracks as well.
Yeah, we were, you know, throughout this map, honestly, a pretty good hard point on both sides. In the beginning, it was Seattle that was struggling. Like, they made a couple of mistakes. Yeah. Royal Ravens had chained together, like, I think it was P2 into the P3 break, and then almost had control of Barbershop as well. Like, these guys were playing great, but then Seattle, they started to early rotate, pick up those kills. Pred was just being a rat. That's what he did so good in this series, just being a rat.
He was a rat.
They were making them look for him the entire time on map 1. They couldn't find him in the back, and that's why he had so much success.
In general, if you missed this series, I think you need to go back. You need to watch aSim's point of view for all of his jumps, some of the best movement we've seen in this series, some of the tightest games we can ask for. And we want to remind you all that that was our scuff play of the game featuring Sib. And Sib is very much in the running for Scuff Team of the Major. For the first time in CDL history, the league is launching Scuff Team of the Major for the 2023 season. At the end of the qualifying matches, fans will vote on their favorite players, and the 4 players with the most votes will become the Scuff Team of the Major. If it's Seattle, are you going with Sib after watching them in 2 weeks, or are you going with Pred if you had to pick one name, aLLeY?
I think if we're sticking to the TAC 56 meta, I might be sticking with Pred, but should we ever go back to M4, I'll be calling up Sib.
On the other side, I thought it was so fun to watch aSim in the search and destroy. Who is their star player, though, across all 4 games, Ant?
I mean, it's tough. We had big performances out of different guys on different maps. Like, PaulEhx in that control was going crazy, not able to get the win. But I think the biggest standout performance was Zero in the search and destroy. I thought he should have had both of those clutches. He had 2 1v3s. He had one that he completed, and the last one he just wasn't able to get that final kill. But, man, it's spectacular watching him go in that mode.
Just a few bullets away. So now that means the London Royal Ravens are going to be sitting at 2-1 on our leaderboard. Surge gets their first W. Is this the first of many, aLLeY Cat?
We hope so. We sure hope it's the first of many. I do want to talk on the London Royal Ravens since this is their first, and they were the surprising team that went up 2-0 in our first weekend. And I will echo this many times throughout the season. This series to me proved how much London Royal Ravens is truly a momentum-based team. If you go back and you watch that hard point, you can see again they were in the driver's seat throughout the first set of rotations, but it took 1 2-piece from Pred in top building, and it took 1 roto out of Seattle Surge to literally put a stop to that momentum, and London Royal Ravens could not ice up and catch back. So definitely something to watch when it comes to that franchise.
I do want to take a moment, though, and relive one of the moments. Ant has been talking about it. Our production crew chased down the kills, and here they are. This is Zero in his first 1v3 clutch, Ant.
Yeah, so this was actually the round where I was praising Seattle Surge for the plays that they made to set it up, but Zero did not bite the bait. He just waits there by planners, and he gets the big 2-piece playing off of the sound cue, and then here he's in a situation where he has a trophy pucket, no dead silence, so he basically knows he's going to have to reaction time gun his opponent, and he jumps out, gets the big gunfight win onto accuracy and the bomb defuse, and a moment that led them, I think, 4 straight rounds after they won that.
That would have been a 3-0 start for Seattle Surge in that search and destroy 0 with that play, turning the momentum. If you finished it, of course, it was a very strong showing from London, taking 1 map. The whole series was very tight, but it's the Surge with a 3-1. And in just a moment, we're going to be talking with Pred from the Surge. I need the chat. If you have a question for one of the hottest names in the game right now, drop it for Pred. Rookie of the Year last year. He's coming in with year number 2 stats like this. And Nameless, breaking down these numbers.
Yeah.
This man, he can fry if you give him space.
Yeah, and today you really saw it in the hard point. Like, the guy had a 1.7 is kind of what I was talking about. Like, with the SMG, if you can get up close, you know, behind a hill, if you're working that pinch and they have to find you, it is so difficult to kill a guy like Pred. With the M4, it was a lot harder for him to win those close engagements because the M4 is so versatile. But now today, with that TAC 56 in, he was winning a lot more gunfights than he would have last week.
And I would love to talk about that S&D KD at a 0.75, obviously an unfavorable one when it comes to a player like Pred. And honestly, though, I think that's only because the Seattle Surge, the way that they play Search and Destroy, is about baiting out, is about being patient. And Pred is such a high engagement and fast player. I'd expect him to do more things like ace him on the map and get that first blood and get behind enemy lines before they have time to think about it and think about where he is. So I'd like to maybe see Seattle Surge give him that freedom to do so rather than holding him back a little bit.
We've got Pred joining us live right now on the show. Welcome to headquarters, Pred, and let's talk a little bit about this series. How did it feel not going up against 4 M4s in every single map?
Man, it's honestly so good. I'm overplaying that meta, man. That meta was annoying.
I was going to say, how did you feel about today's games? What was different for you as the Surge?
You know, obviously, I feel like we're pretty confident in our respawn, like our hardpoint control. Obviously, something that we've been lacking a lot is our S&D. So that's something that, honestly, we're trying to, like, just at least steal one of them because we're pretty confident in our respawn. But we were just trying to make sure that our communication was on point and that we knew where everyone was at all times.
Pred, congratulations on your first win of the season, and I already can see, at least stat-wise, how happy you are that M4 isn't on the map. But I do have to ask you again, S&D, you have a 0.75 right now, and although your respawn is looking flawless, I want to know where the struggle is for you as a player in S&D, or maybe you as a whole as Seattle Surge.
I think we just need to adjust a bit more in our game plan on S&D. Obviously, it's a lot harder to make plays when you know, you only have dead silence at certain times, so they can hear you literally across the map. So I feel like we just need to have more better, you know, organization and just reps in the playing S&D. So then once we can, you know, implement me more in certain situations and everyone in the team.
Pred, you guys look great out there today, man. Honestly, I thought the Search and Destroy looked a lot improved, just, you know, a couple big clutches. I wanted to ask you sort of about, like, the team dynamic. I saw you guys running 2 SMGs more often this series than I saw London. I feel like London had 3 ARs out on a lot of the hills and situations. Is that something that over the last couple days in scrims you guys have differed from in some of the other teams?
Yeah, look, we you know, we like playing at a quick pace. You know, it just depends on certain situations. We just feel confident in, like, the sub-duo of me and Mack, so we just like putting pace down. But obviously, certain situations, like, for example, if a team's holding a hill, having ARs can be better sometimes. So it just depends on certain situations on the map, but we try to keep the subs out as much as we can.
Will I ever see you pull out the tag?
Maybe for a break-off, man, honestly, but I don't think so. I can't stay still, man. That stuff's too boring for me.
True.
That's the answer we wanted. We want to see you out there swimming like a shark. Final question for you, Pred, comes from the chat. This is Hichiwachu, who says, Pred, you guys played a great game of Hardpoint on Mercado. Is it an early favorite for your team, or what is the team's favorite game mode or map?
Our favorite game mode is actually Hardpoint HyDra. We just tend to not play it.
Hardpoint HyDra. There it is.
I know, we're like giving strats on
Another
stream
map
right
that
now,
could be
my bad.
banned. Pred, thank you for answering the chat's questions and a great show that the Surge put on. Anything you want to say to the Surge fans before you go?
Just want to thank all the Surge fans for supporting us. I know we had a pretty roller coaster of a ride last year. You know, we ended on a good note. We ended up winning a major, and we're going to hope to win many more this year.
There he is. That is Pred, Rookie of the Year from last year, already making his name here in his 2nd season. You'll catch him a little bit later. For right now, though, we got to go. Our next matchup is just a few moments away. Florida Mutineers are taking the stage looking for their 2nd win against the 2-0 Minnesota Røkkr. This is the CDL. Major 1 is just 1 week away. You're going to see all 8 of these faces heading down to Raleigh, North Carolina. Also, that little video got me hyped. Hummer, welcome to the CDL, one of the newest sponsors. If you need 3 Hummer drivers around Columbus, Ohio, we got you covered. I'll take one in New York, too. But let's talk about this match, and we got to go quick because they're ready to kick off. We got Minnesota Røkkr taking on the Florida Mutineers. Now, Florida comes in 1-1. Minnesota, though, is 2-0. And we were talking before this matchup that the new changes, moving the M4 out of the game, that's been gentlemen. Everyone's using the TAC-56, could mean that one of these players is going to have an even better week 2 than his first week of action.
Yeah, Afro, 71% of his kills were with the SMG. He was mainly using that weapon. And now that the SMG is like buffed, we just saw the sample size of Seattle with Pred going off. Afro should have a field day.
And on the flip side of that, I think Bance is also going to have a field day. He's been having to use the M4. This is a traditional sub-light flank player, so I think him pulling out that Vaznap a little bit more will also help this team improve.
Those are the players who are getting the cuts, making sure the rotations are on point. On the other side, we've seen this Florida Mutineer squad that can hit you with all different strategies. My favorite has been their bull rush and search and destroy. But what have we seen from Brack, Havoc, Major Maniac, and Vehicle so far, aLLeY? What do you like about this Florida squad?
I really like their search and destroy, and I think that's what we're going to have to keep our eyes on throughout this entire series. This is 2 very good S&D teams, so watch out for that 2 and 5 if we get there.
Already one of the best S&Ds on the day in our previous series. Now we got 2 more potentially coming. Hotel Search and Destroy, eLLeY back in action. Let's get our predictions. aLLeY, where are you going with this series?
Minnesota Røkkr, purple all the way.
Minnesota Røkkr, and?
I'm going Minnesota. I think they take this one, man. The better 2-3-5 team. That's the battle here.
All right, I too am going with the Røkkr today. Can the Mutineers pull off another upset? It's time to find out. As we get this party started, we got Miles and Chance on the mic.
Thank you very much, Chris. Thank you very much, Desk. No love for the Mutineers today, but we'll see what they can bring as we descend now into another hotel hardpoint to kick off today's proceedings. Chance, very excited to get into this one. Excited to see how the Mutineers play. And again, eyes on those submachine gun players who were struggling somewhat in the old M4 era of the Modern Warfare 2 year.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pred really came out and set the tone with the SMG dropping bombs on map 1, and it's the same map 1, not a CO, good lord, hotel that we are going to be going towards. And I mean, Havoc not a terrible start at 2-0 for a little bit of time off the rip, but I'd say maybe the bigger issue is trying to keep those spawns. Minnesota Røkkr got the right side spawns, got the hill time, and honestly, the nice start from the Vaznev in the hands of Havoc. Otherwise, nothing but good stuff for Røkkr.
Yeah, Røkkr 21 points and now stopped. So the climb can now continue for the Florida Mutineers. P2's up and about already. Eyes towards the right-hand side of the minimap. Over the lobby, we're going to roll. It's going to be Havoc and the rest of the Mutineers now desperately trying to make their way forward. Eyes are up. Cammy's got coverage there. Attach will back down. This does give an opportunity for the Mutineers to maybe make their way forward. We'll see how that battle rolls. Attach will be the first true line of defense here on the point. Here comes Vehicle. And there he goes. Good work out of Attach. The line holds. Minnesota retain the lead.
And Havoc's going to get caught as well. I was thinking that double challenge was going to come through from those 2 Florida players, but they had different ideas in mind. So no bait and switch there. Just complete clearance on the point right now for Minnesota. Afro and Bance both on 4 sprees. And I mean, hey, cornered up, ready to go. Number 5, and Afro might have just found the lane to get through. Major Maniac's going to be turning to look for him, but I don't know exactly how aware Florida's going to be. They have to know he's gotten in the back, but that doesn't make these gunfights easy. And Afro does get traded. Clean work by Florida, at least to take care of him. They should be set up for this rotation.
All right, spree for Bance. The last member left alive now for Røkkr. Managed to keep his spree coming out of P1. Any more in the back line would be great. This is the back view of the hotel. Kitchen is now up. Hard point to get into. Easier point to hold. Here we go. Bance through the back line. Anyone there? Can't get number 6. Good work out of Brack. Over to Afro. Next man alive here, trying to make his way forward. Major Maniac now posted up. Trying to find something here in the kitchen. The time ticking away so far. All good. Mutineers working on that comeback.
Yeah, Røkkr, though, working on the swarm, right? Double hit potentially through the side door, double hit through the back, but that doesn't make it easier. Afro with a nice start, though, in the entry. Can't get 2, but does the damage in Røkkr. It looks like the break is in, and Attach gets the last one. Little bit of time to set that up, but they work their way through the back. They get the double hits through both the doors, and ends up being perfect coordination. Røkkr playing hotel exquisitely so far. Admittedly, though, that is a good chunk of scrap time that Florida collect, but 2 players still sitting in that hill. Meanwhile, all of Røkkr has actually just thought about the rotation.
Yeah, all up. Cammy still trying to make his way forward. Eyes again to the minimap, towards the bottom side of the map now, towards the bar. 7 up more than shots are these boys. Afro, once again, we brought him up at the start of the match. 9-3 early on here with the Vaznev. Got himself streaks. We're going to catch a few more. Vikal, though, sweet moves there. His TAC 56 ringing fantastically as we are close, but not quite there on the 100-point mark for Røkkr.
And I'd say Røkkr maybe getting caught a little bit of that rotation because Florida able to eventually bully out and get those back spawns. But I use the word bully, and Florida get bullied out of the hill. Cammy is able to pick up 2, and as soon as Florida take it, Røkkr just strip it right back. But no spawn trap coming through just yet. Mutineers have at least players scattered around potentially for rotations, but still, you know, this is 30 seconds out of scrap time. A fantastic time to be able to get, and the sneaky little Benjamin Bance able to pick up the big 2. All of that time going to Røkkr, who have built themselves a decent little lead.
Yeah, he's a lucky man. There are no red dots on that minimap. He'd have been a dead bloke a couple of months ago. Time's ticking away. We're going to see the next hard point pop up over to the restaurant. Florida Mutineers first in. They'll be getting that early time. Røkkr, once again, the breaks have not been bad. Chance. We'll see if they can't get this one going here. But for the Mutineers, a good rotation. How long can they hold it? That lead is going to dissipate very, very quickly. Brack throwing shoulders on the inside. Here comes Bance through carpets. Mutineers, brace for impact. Here come Røkkr. Slow and steady. Brack starts things off. It's a trade back and forth, but so far all good. Another for Brack. Nice work. 1v1 on the point. Major Maniac wins it. That's good time. Here come the reinforcements.
Oh, yeah, the 4 and 10 man right there. Major Maniac finally getting the mix and winning the gunfight just to maintain the point control for a decent bit of time. And made smoke out and abound, but no protection for anybody. Florida in the hill, but just for a moment. Major, last man standing. I have to imagine eventually they will swarm him and take him down the trade.
Eventually.
Eventually?
Eventually.
Hasn't come through. The last man standing is able to survive and able to get those kills just for a little bit of time. And Florida Mutineers, just like that, they've taken the lead.
Wow. Brilliant work out of Major Maniac and the Mutineers now lead theirs. A fantastic restaurant hardpoint. Rotation's already gone down, and that is all Røkkr. On the outside there, rooftops. Some players call it glass. Here for that one out in the mosh pit. And this is a difficult journey now for the Mutineers to make. They have got themselves over towards the other hardpoint. Havoc here is the lone man towards Old. Now the sneaky moves. Bance has got himself into a great corner. Not an easy hardpoint to hold. Chance so open. A few corners to play with. Streaks really help here.
And I gotta say, that was a dangerous setup as well for Røkkr. I mean, you had Bance basically left alone on the actual point, and the front of the map was open, but it ends up paying off. You can see Attaches trying to watch the deep cross just for a little bit of help, but he gets chopped down, and Florida break through, but admittedly, just to keep this game back and forth, I mean, effectively tied up after the first set of rotations. So I'd say all things considered, not a bad look from either squad. The main thing that was standing out to me, I think, was just Major Maniac not having a fun time in the slaying category. On the flip side, Attach very much has, but Major's one of those players that can pick up just a little bit, and he already has begun to do so. Again, it's a tied game. Florida, they got the fight in them.
Yep, for sure. Back over to P1 we go. The first set of rotations complete. Attach is eating all sorts of bad stuff being thrown his way. 18 and 10 for him after that death. It's good bit of work. Bance can't get any more out of the hill, so clean break for the Mutineers. That's their hard point. Afro is the last man to deal with, and he's proven to be more than just a man right now. He's an idea, and it's hard to kill an idea. He's the guy holding it back, and he's got another kill. Afro's massive play. Hard point, Røkkr.
The question is, how long can they hold on to it, though, right? This is the, you know, you gotta ensure the rotation and ensure the survival. Vikal has murder on his mind. Attach maybe that next man in line to fall. So decent bit of scrap time gonna go by way of Florida. Røkkr, though, this is the hill they had success on the last go around. I think it was Cammy in the spot last time that Afro is now in, trying to be annoying. Maybe shoot a couple of these players in the back, and yeah, the pinch is in. Cammy able to pick up 2. Afro in that moment, but a distraction.
Up, so Røkkr with the hard point now. Florida Mutineers on the approach. Let's go for a quick listen in. The Florida Mutineers.
Single in, single
getting time. Let's get in time.
You guys can cross.
Single close right now.
Chill out, nice. Single
Back broken. Pitching right now. Close right.
Broken. I got you broken now.
Let me know.
One more time. Two times. One more. Find the pillar and steps. I'm coming single.
Absolute.
Oh my god.
One more back steps maybe.
Next step's really weak.
Let's go.
He went right corner.
Trying to Right corner. Nice, good shit.
You're broken pin.
Keep making it scrappy. I can rotate for assault spawn.
I got you broken, Navi. One more down.
Two up.
I killed him.
I'm cutting Ben. Hold in single.
Single got me.
Make it scrappy, guys. I'm cutting Ben in single. I'm playing aggressive on. I'm gonna
pull out a sub, Mike.
We're missing Afro. We're missing Afro.
Play the back.
Single one shot. I got the rest of the time. One cross bed. There's two crossing.
Lower top.
I'm leaving this time. Low. One's going double arch, I think. One could have went top. Double arch and one's old. Double arch and old.
No one dead.
I don't know where old went. Missing one in the back.
Missing Cammy and attach. Cammy and attach.
Okay, top plat. Single to mid. They're gonna have the back spawn. Go fast. Go fast.
You pick up my back door.
One shot red hog. It's storage. No, it's a storage.
We're trying to help you. Side door, bro. Two of them are in already. They're both weak.
I can come to the one's back storage holding the push. We should go through TV.
One's pin. Cammy is already back left.
You just want to hit pinches then? Back left?
We can.
Yes, he was back left. I don't know where you're going now. He's one shot. Absolute chump. He's absolute to the left. Yeah, I got good timing on him. Good job, Mike. He's not checking side door. I killed him. Nice. Back door.
Charles, great work at the Mutineers. The on-the-fly problem solving. A little late to get to the point, but better late than never. They've got themselves 20 seconds here.
Yeah, I suppose, but I think this is a kitchen hill that has actually been the thorn in their side. I mean, 2 different times they get their early rotation, neither of which they really translate it into good time. You try to go to the back and try to flip those spawns, but Afro's there to deal with it. I mean, the only reason Florida last time even made this next to a little bit scrappy is because they forced it through the back, and that's their idea. The second go around, Major Maniac, the tip of the spear, leading that charge, him and Havoc working together. But it is Røkkr, 25 points. They win this game.
Yeah, this is a game-winning play right now from Havoc. If he can stay alive, he cannot. That's going to be the break now through the front. Major Maniac pinned down. Suppressing fire now from Røkkr, keeping him at bay. He's flying in, desperately trying to get on the point. Is that a break? Is it enough now to hold on now? The setups have got to be crucial here in MW2, and so far, Mutineers holding on.
And you got Major Maniac just throwing so many shoulders that Bance hasn't moved. A couple players just basically reigned stationary, and Brax got the cross. I mean, Minnesota Røkkr, I mean, they have just completely slowed down to try to set up for this break, but Bance straight up hasn't moved. Actually, yeah, Bance hasn't moved for like 20 seconds. And he is just now starting to get back to swing things, but this might just be too little too late. They're trying at the end.
They're pinching in, they're flying forward. Bance could be the man to get it done. No, by the tips of his toes. Fecal cuts him down, final 10 seconds. I don't think anyone's anywhere nearby to get in this, and I do believe the tick will cross through. This should be it. It's a last-ditch attempt. No, hard point, over to the other side we go.
And Røkkr there first. Vickle, he's on a 6 spree, but he gets shut down and caught in the back. I do not know how that ends up working out for the Røkkr, but now it's the final hit on the hill.
No way. Is it the first of the year? Is it happening? They're holding it down. The contest is there. Afro kills her through. Finally, the Mutineers break it. And what a hard point finish indeed. That final second, that final tick on the bar. It didn't quite go the way of the Mutineers, but a couple of decisive kills, and lordy, what a start to the series. Look at that final kill. Thick as thieves, they're the Mutineers. Good work on map 1.
And I believe that is Florida Mutineers' first map 1 win this year. Admittedly, it's only the 3rd series, but, you know, a team that has a reputation of being dangerous in the 2-3-5, getting that first map win gives a massive advantage in the series. They're going to be much more comfortable from this point onward. And I kind of want to re-watch that second to last hill towards the end, right when Florida got to 249, because Bance was stationary in that spot and, like, you know, tucked away in the hallway for a solid 20-25 seconds. I think they just knew that there was a player like Couch's area watching that like cross, and there was just no sense of like diving out to die. But that was just such a long time for Røkkr to actually set up to make that play.
Well, Charles, we do have a replay of the final moments of that hard point. What in the name of all good things happened? 10 seconds for win here for the Mutineers.
Yeah, and this is before really the spiciness starts, but that is at least the play, or maybe one more towards the end. I think someone from Røkkr dive bombs in just for the last second contest to sort of force that new hill. It's actually Cammy that does the effort, or maybe the fact that Vickle stepped off, but either way, all that funny business on the hill. I mean, credit to Florida. I know we talked about how kitchen was a bit of an issue for them this map, but it was the next hill after that where both times able to bully out, get those spawns, flip around the back, and obviously have a lot more fun on those desks.
Incredible. And the trades had to be so perfect in that final moment. Just watching how those kills went down. Crazy. Absolutely crazy start to the series. And yes, you're absolutely right. A team that is typically known to win the search and destroys and the controls, Florida Mutineers, if they manage to snag the first hard point, my, this series could look very, very different in a moment. We'll find out what happens, though, as we get into the search and destroy. Plenty of stats, though, chance to be talking about as we slowly but surely accumulate more data here in the Call of Duty League. More knowledge is more power for all of us.
And I know the search and destroy stats are looking very good on the side of Minnesota Røkkr. I think Afro has been one of the top performers in the league in that game mode as well. So always a player to be looking out for. I mean, he's making highlight reels in map number 1. Probably high expectations for him to continue that into the second map. And I gotta say, I mean, Nameless already touched on how both of these teams have that sort of like 2-3-5 kind of reputation. Both are incredibly dangerous in search and destroy. And I'm just looking forward to see who sort of has that extra edge.
Yeah, then the edge is certainly what we're looking for here. It's been difficult to place all these teams in the first week of play, but now starting week 2 off with a very, very exciting turn of events. Of course, Seattle with a big win there over the London Royal Ravens to start the day off, and now we find ourselves in a bit of an upset territory with Minnesota Røkkr losing what was a hard point that they looked very, very strong in for the majority of the game. Kudos there, of course, to the Florida Mutineers. A very, very close matchup, and yeah, they're feeling themselves, and rightfully so. Electrifying start to the series. Search and destroy on its way.
Yeah, they were getting hype in the comms we were listening to as well. I think a lot of energy coming out of Vehicle in those moments, and decent little chatter, I think, from both the SMGs on the team. But when we go to search and destroy, we're going to Hotel for map 2. And I know from what we've seen from Florida, incredibly crafty playmakers on the team that they have, a lot of clutch potential. But it was also Hotel that they were sort of getting bullied out by Paris Legion. So this is not exactly Florida of what appears to necessarily be their finest form. But the clutches were at least there towards the end. So I think it'd be fun, just sort of the strategy battle that these two sort of like bring together, whether it's just the outright aggression from Havoc, the crafty playmakers on the flip side for Bance. I do think it's going to be a fun watch because Hotel, again, very large map, a lot of different options of what you can bring to the table. And I mean, Bance is sometimes so crafty on the map, it's like he's not even there.
It's like he's not even there. He's not even there. You see what he did there, chat? Also, Brycey, I hope you heard that one. That's another Paris for chance. Bance is back.
Come on, man. Legion.
Got him. Yeah, you got.
No, actually, until
you got to play
they
safe.
Gotta win yet. They got to win before we call them Las Vegas.
Jesus. My God. Well, Florida means Minnesota Røkkr map 2's on its way. Here comes Search and Destroy. And again, just to touch back on, the meta change. Of course, Afro, he and I think Cammy, both of them hitting over 3,000 damage, I do believe. On the other side of the board for the Mutineers, I forget who it was, but again, those submachine guns, the Vaznev players, certainly feeling a little bit more comfortable now that the M4 murder machine has been put to rest after a gentleman's agreement. Fiasco finally cleans up on the timeline. Back over to Hotel, now we go for Search and Destroy. And this should be a fun one. Two teams very adept at the mode.
And this is also a map where I think, at least for Search and Destroy, we're kind of happy to have the TAC 56. I feel like a lot of the gunfights you're looking, especially over towards the A side of the map, TAC could be the way to go, but Vaznev's in hand, that SMG duo wasting no time all the way up through carpets. This is going to be Cammy by himself. He's going to hit very quick.
Cammy, he's hearing all sorts, but he's guessed a little wrong. They're in the kitchen. They're already in. Oh, they've raided the fridge. They're planting the bomb. Afro's already in now, trying to find the damage. Bomb does not get planted. Slight stun check's going to keep him at bay. 2v3, Mutineers with the numbers. There's the bomb going down finally, and Afro scrambling to stay alive.
Well, this is a 2v2 on site, though. You have number 4, Brack, right now. He's out of the play. He can watch like the mid pinch for you, but that's not where the hit is coming from. So if you're going straight in the front, attaching Afro, they can make this happen.
Comes this peak. A magnificent set of shots from Afro. Oh, and the big book there onto Major Maniac, brought down. Afro has done something unthinkable. 20 seconds now just remaining, and attach the wall bang. Brax had to get involved. Better late than never. Good news, though. You've got absolutely no idea where he's coming from now for Røkkr Mutineers. Chance to go big. No! Attach. Another huge win, and just in the nick of time. What an opening round.
I mean, that is the special. I know half this team of like the ultra of old, but even the new guys that get on the mix, Attach, I mean, the most clutch player in Call of Duty of all time. So you're leaving him in these situations. You expect him to be able to deliver, and those retakes on point, all because of the wall bangs that are coming through. Afro's catching feet through like whatever the kitchen, it's not a desk. I don't know culinary terms, but you got Attach doing the exact same thing through a door. And again, Røkkr was effectively out of the play for a decent bit of time. Not easy to clutch in those moments. No dead silence active. He has to be stagnant. And at a certain point, there's only 2 things left to check. And that is a clean 2v3 retake for Røkkr. They dropped the bomb. They just dropped the bomb, by the way. Switch hands.
Switch hands. Nice exchange. Nice first blood for Major Maniac. Trophies weren't quite down in time, and Afro unable to survive any more damage. With the man advantage now, Mutineers still playing that 3-1 split. Here comes Major. Just under a minute to work with now.
And they can hear him loud as day. Yeah, hear him loud as day. The Bance got to bottom bedroom, so Major calls that out. Vehicle, sent in for the kill. They clutch the 2v3. This 2v4 going to be much more difficult. Dead silence has just now come through for Cammy, and attached just fine in entry. So now a 2 versus 3. At least a dead silence for Cammy, but he's going to be forced to make the play, and you already see that is a deep angle by Røkkr. You're never going to check this. That's a freebie right there, and that should be good for the round.
Røkkr could have been snoozing there. Wait a minute, we're not over yet. And nor is this spree from attach. 15 seconds. Vehicle will hold this line, and he's definitely heard that. It's a trophy system in the back pocket for attach. If he stays alive, though, so will his spree. Wait a minute. 1v1. Go to work from the Mutineers.
Yeah, correct. I mean, at least in terms of the round count, I actually do really like what I saw from attached there, though. Obviously, he's playing for streaks towards the end. He's making enough noise to pick up the bomb just to bait out a player forced to go and check it. And then he crouch walks after just for the silence on the step. So attached doing a little bit extra in a round that became hopeless after Cammy gets caught. So 5-0. This is a man to pay attention to. He can trophy himself down low to stop the nades and watch the cross forever. I don't know if Florida are going to hand him a freebie or if they're going to try to hit straight through. But yeah, Afro a little bit more prepared this time. That hit is not going to pan out. First blood, Minnesota.
It's the evolution of Afro as a player on the Ravens. At times he felt like a lethal weapon, but not necessarily the most cerebral. Now, Afro's no joke. He's got his head in the game, and he's looking dangerous so far. Vehicle now will have to try to find the angle in the players over by couches. And little does he know, Afro's so close.
I was going to say, Bance is watching over him, though. Afro knows that he's protected in that moment, and now Røkkr knows he is pinned in between a Minnesota triangle.
Wait a minute.
Guess is wrong, not ready enough, and now to be Major. The last thing Major wants to do is feed this kill to attach.
You know, attach is going to be looking for it. Heard that ladder, most likely. Here comes attach from up top. Plenty of noise. 360. Woo, baby. He was on FaZe. Very different looks across the two teams right now, Chance. There it is again. Oh, maybe a 180, sorry. You didn't get the full rotation. Shame. Still, lovely effort.
Yeah, no, not quite good enough for ill cams, but solid nonetheless. But again, 6 in a row for attach. I mean, that is exactly what you wanted to see if you're on the side of Minnesota Røkkr. And again, 2 of those kills that came where they were in effectively a 2v4 situation, and attach just found pick after pick after pick. So they've done the hard work, even in rounds that they have lost in. Attach, obviously, with that precision. Nice to have in the back pocket.
Yep. It's going to be very handy indeed. 1v1 against Vehicle over by the A-bomb. And it looks like Vehicle has been pinned down. The 2 members of Røkkr there, keeping him at bay. Bance has managed to get himself now totally silently into the restaurant. Oh, what a gift. Benjamin Bance, the ghost of Hotel.
And you see number 6 on the minimap, by the way. Afro's actually gotten through somewhere around like top bedroom. So there's so much pressure that Bance is dragging over towards the B bomb site, but that's not where the bomb is. Cammy going to be able to go for this plant. Røkkr in prime position, and Bance, I mean, he has just orchestrated this map so well, put his teammates in such a good spot. In a 3v2 with bomb down at A and attach is alive. You got to imagine they should get this done.
You'd hope. There it is. I'm pretty sure I just lip read Afro. That was an LFG baby. You know what I'm talking about, gamers. Minnesota Røkkr looking very strong. The search and story between these two teams was always going to be a very exciting contest, and it's really a battle of the wits here on Hotel.
And just a perfectly played round again. Benjamin Bance, that crafty playmaker. Afro always aggressive, getting into those prime spots. And that is exactly the kind of strat that Minnesota loves to have. Even at Bance to get the second kill, if he doesn't even connect on that, again, he's still dragging the pressure on defense back over towards that B bomb site. So just again, well-oiled machine are Minnesota. Taking it to Florida for the moment. Doubled up on the crash. If you challenge inside, yep, Havoc. Unfortunately for him, there was 2 there waiting. And Havoc still on a donut, 0-5.
Not easy to get first bloods on a map like this, especially with the power of the TAC 56. Those mid to long range fights are so hard to win with the Vaznev. Cammy with a route, bomb planted towards A. Røkkr are in a prime spot to get into the mix here, but Cammy's late rotate. This could sting.
The only downside is he doesn't have dead silence, but it should be free. He should have it free. Yeah, none of the flank is left open, and he just jumps in for the kill. Brack's job was to watch the flank, but he didn't cover everything. Cammy finds it. The defuse is on, and Brack, I mean, he's going to challenge from couches. He does have the angle, though, for at least the first.
Wait a minute. Nade. Won't land. Good work. Once again, Røkkr survive. Another brilliant round. Another great retake. And Brack, again, he finds himself in these 3-1 splits. Yeah, it's great if it works, but he gets to these fights so late and they make those easy reads on him, and it's just so hard. We did get to see what? You know, a very similar situation, a 1v3 full-blown retake. I think it was HyDra in the first or second day. Not today, mate.
Not at all. And I'm pretty sure Cammy used the dead silence to actually work his way through restaurant on the flank. So I think Brack picked a corner to watch nearly the full flank and here just right behind them. But I think Cammy ended up timing out the dead silence pretty well. And now he's got the dead silence again, potentially to make a play. A lot of activity over towards this B-bomb site.
He got 2 precision airstrikes to work with that for Minnesota Røkkr as well. Here we go, Bance. Finds the first immediate transition. Does get a bullet in a Major Maniac. We'll see if that comes into play in a second. But for now, we're going to run away, lick our wounds, get back into the fight, 3v3.
All a bait, though. Again, it's all a bait just to actually get this bomb down over towards A, and this is what they have the precision for. And number 5, attach. I mean, he's got himself in the mix. If Cammy can survive and just get out with his life, and more importantly, he crosses to bedroom. Such a good spot for Minnesota to be in, but Havoc at least sniffs player out, gets attached, finds that first kill, but no flanks today.
No. Havoc's first kill, good, and his dead silence does get reset, so he's got a little bit more gas in the tank, so to speak, to make those moves. 20 seconds. Afro having to check every possible angle. Havoc now the last man left alive with a 1v2. Makes it 1v1. Time ticking. Got to get going, mate. Got to absolutely fly for it. Where are they going to be? Upstairs, downstairs, anywhere. Cammy should have the check on this. And there's another kill, but not enough to get the defuse.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Technically good news for Havoc. He's finding a couple of these kills, getting the gun a little bit warm and feeling some S&D. But terrible news, Cammy has been a machine with the plays that he has been making with dead silence these past 2 rounds. I mean, this one, he's able to get the bomb down, gets in the top bedroom, pops dead silence, and then just runs amok, eventually finds a player kill who, I mean, again, if you have the dead he popped, you're basically a superhero when you can play like a normal COD. And it is just such a massive advantage being able to hear everything. So Cammy, perfect usage, back-to-back rounds. And as great as we know Florida are capable of being in Search and Destroy, Hotel has not exactly been their proudest look.
Not yet. Havoc sees at least one. Here comes Afro. Sees a second. Awkward situation to be in. Good work, though, as again, the Mutineers, they've ganged up here over by the B-bomb site, and they're finding these kills on the entrance towards restaurant now. Oh, and it's a tactical retreat. You've pulled the defenders. Røkkr have taken the bait.
Oh, attached, though. Good positioning, and yet catches at least one. But Minnesota Røkkr have not read this yet. This should be a bomb plant over towards A. Nobody remotely close to stopping this. It'll be a true 3 versus 3 retake. Havoc effectively the man that'll be watching the flank and has the opportunity to pinch.
Be cool. Not sure what the nade was. Somebody to be closer, but here comes the bottom and top bedroom push now from Røkkr. Fighting their way forward. Vehicle's timing on this has to be great. So far, good. One more kill makes it great. 25 on the clock now to try to make something happen. And Røkkr, it's great so far from Vehicle. 3 spree from him. All down to Cammy. 20 seconds.
And Cammy's never been able to see Havoc as well, so it is just guesswork, and that is wonderful timing that Havoc just got for the freebie. Clean round right there from the Florida Mutineers. Again, I think that's exactly what we saw from them round one, doubling up with the SMGs inside of that carpet hallway and making plays and finding those first bloods. This time it works out better for them. And I think the, 17th of what is going to be 1,000 examples this year in Search and Destroy of how valuable Dead Silence actually is. Vehicle, as soon as he pops it, turns into a superhero. Around top and bottom bedroom, gets a couple freebie shooting players in the back because everyone in this game is very used to hearing you across the map. As soon as you're silent, you are a dangerous weapon.
You are liberated, freed, unplugged from the matrix as soon as you pop Dead Silence. It's a different game, it's a different experience, and for our professional players, essential. Brack, ooh, very close. Might be able to find another pixel there. Yeah, the further right he leans, he has a tiny angle of the doorway. Yeah, you can definitely see something. Saw plenty there.
Yeah, that's the last time Attach is speaking that.
But so did Attach. Yeah, backs on up. This sniper might not be that effective now. There's no way the young Dylan Price re-peaks that. Double Dead Silence play right now for Minnesota Røkkr. They're making moves.
And Bance has to get the timing to get out. He's successful on that. And I think you just go for the A bomb plant where you can't get spotted from bottom hallway. Attach just needs to cover top bedroom, but yet a little bit too late. Vehicle gets the challenge perfectly. And honestly, that is too good of a setup from Florida on defense. That looks incredibly difficult to break down.
Oh, will Vehicle strike again? He's dipped out. Afro's Dead Silence is trying to make something happen here. He's looking to be the man over towards the bomb site, but now you've got numbers for Røkkr. Brack sniper finally. Attach gets him. Bomb's going to get planted now. Vehicle may be able to pounce. He's done it. He may have done it for the entire round. Here comes Major Medic to apply the pressure, stop the bomb plant going down, looking for the kills now. Attach, last man left alive. Havoc over the top rope. And it's another round for Florida.
Maybe not a massive deal. I think someone actually stole that kill from Vehicle towards the end. That would have been number 6 for him, and nice for the precision. Oh, Vehicle was dead. It was Havoc's POV we were watching. Okay, so Havoc got the kill. Never mind. I'm faded. Don't worry about me.
I worry about you all the time.
Actually is a 6. That's great for you, but maybe we should start worrying about Minnesota. Florida working this comeback, starting to make plays. Vehicle up top with the TAC 56. Just 2 perfectly timed challenges out towards the actual bomb site. And even though Attach is winning massive ones against the sniper that was down low in the hallway, not good enough to get the round. And yeah, Vehicle actually did get number 6. So I'm seeing everything, but the new Spanish player on the scene get this streak.
He's doing a wonderful bit of work. Another good round from the Florida Mutineers. And now for Bance. Look at this angle, bro. Kitchen is hard enough to deal with anyway, let alone when you add verticality to the situation. But here we go. Major Maniac's first blood on the other side of the map over towards A. And once again, it's the classic Florida Mutineers. The shoot and scoot. They get one and they run across the map.
Yeah, Major Maniac just did this by himself. He's the lone man over towards A, but he's also by himself. Afro. You know you want to. Peekaboo. Bye.
Pika Pika. That filter's coming back for the first major. Don't worry, fans. Still match point for Minnesota Røkkr. What more rounds will they need? But getting these rounds has been hard work. Havoc Dead Silence activated. And he's getting out there, setting the feelers. Oh, I don't think Attach saw it. Snake's eyesight, not that good.
Havoc does have Dead Silence, but it's about to run out. So pump the brakes, start crouching. And that jump, I don't know if he got hurt. That is, yeah, Minnesota Røkkr, they both just double backed up. He jumped a single time at the worst possible moment. And that's good enough to cost him the round. Minnesota Røkkr, GG for map number 2. They get it done on Hotel.
And it took a while and it got a little bit shaky towards the end there, but patience paid off. Good ears, good gunfights. We topped the series 1-1.
And that actually is absolute comedy. Havoc, as soon as it runs out, just jumps in the air. He lands. It was the loudest thing in the world. There's people in Virginia that just got a little bit shook off that. And you saw 2 of the arrows from Minnesota Røkkr instantly just back up and wait for the chow to come through. But honestly, even for that final round, I think Afro is really the guy that makes the play. Just perfectly timed to make sure Major Maniac does not get that bomb down. And hey, there you go. Tied up 1-1 in this series. Solid S&D performances the whole way around, but especially so for a player like Attach. Starts off 6-0, is getting the precision early on, which admittedly didn't have an impact in the slightest, but certainly when you're pouring the pressure on and clutching up those first rounds in the 2v3, Minnesota Røkkr feeling good.
Good work there. Looking at the maps and modes now as we roll through this series 1-1 as we now go into aBeZy control. Fortress Hardpoint we will be definitely seeing, and if we have to go down to it, game 5, aBeZy S and D. Man alive. Modern Warfare 2 sees chance. It ain't disappointing. It's been spicy for sure. We're going to throw to a very quick commercial break, ladies and gents. We come back. It's time to play Control. See you on the other side.
Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ready to run through a brick wall after those intros. Let's get it, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Florida Mutineers, Minnesota Røkkr, map number 3. We're all tied up 1-1 apiece. As we now roll into control. And chance, is it anyone's game? Is that
it? Well, well, when you look at the stats for LSCO control for Minnesota Røkkr, they have a perfect record. No, this is, we don't really know. It's too early on. Minnesota technically 2-0, but obviously a lot of people think there's an asterisk there. But both teams have had solid looks. I think Florida have been perfect on attacking rounds for the single time that they have played it, though. So something to keep an eye on.
Cammy with the reads on Brack keeps the A side of the map as safe as it can be right now, but you've got players running them up. Cammy, though, not to be fooled by any of these pile of tricks, managed to catch himself another. Could he get 3 as well? I mean, that would be unbelievable. Have it with the old back pedal for now. Defending on aBeZy, as many players in the mosh pit will know, not the easiest thing in the world, not the hardest thing, but there's a couple of key moments to watch out for, and oh dear, this could be an opening towards A.
All I know is I heard Havoc reload, and that was the loudest thing I've ever heard through all my entire life, but still manages to get the kill, and Major Maniac trying to put pressure over towards B, but he's doing a pirouette in the middle of the field just to get taken down. Bance able to get that through with the Vaznev, and right now Florida more or less being suffocated. No openings on the map. Everything covered, and Afro was, wow, Vehicle was there from somewhere. Was not expecting Afro to die.
Yeah, not at all. All top decks clear now. Only player they have to watch out for is the guy by the red tower. And that's not a problem. 29 seconds on the clock now. Pause. Here comes the pressure from Bance. He's upstairs now. Cammy flying through the air. The Scotsman gets dropped, but not before getting one of his own. First segment at A has been captured, but that's not going to be enough to stop the clock. B is all safe now as well, so Røkkr playing this very well.
And you see one of those Vaznev wins coming out of Bance. I think Slasher is going to be correct. The percentage of Vaznev kills is definitely going to go up this weekend comparative to last. And talk about how Florida, I mean, I know technically they were perfect on offense for the entire 3 rounds that they played, but it's looking like they are going to get stopped. Final kill comes through, and Røkkr clean and easy. I mean, was that a single tick or maybe just the one that actually comes through? So nearly as good as it gets on defense.
Single segment gone there from A. Otherwise, B completely safe. And Major Maniac, a decent attempt. Just didn't account for Afro being there. Røkkr, great looks on defense. We now swap sides.
And they played like that, and the tongue wasn't even out. So I can only imagine how bad this could actually get. But that just puts Florida in the spot where they just need to respond with a defensive win of their own. I'm actually kind of excited to see this map, how it plays out in terms of like offense-defense potential. I don't know what the trend is going to be across the league, but I think my expectation at this point is like certain teams are just going to be wickedly good at one or the other. And there might be some standout performances, but so far, Røkkr trying to stand out in the middle of the map. Afro making moves.
Oh, I like the play on the outside. Holy dooly. Vehicle has just been turned inside out. As Afro's still got the pace going. Dead silence reset. Not this going to last too long, but you might be able to catch Major Maniac as well. Eyes on Brack at the very least. Here comes the aggression. Back and forth we did. Hello. Afro gifted another. On the stairwell, the last player saw a shoulder. Vehicle looking to get a little bit of retribution here. 50 seconds on the clock.
I think Afro's just done a wonderful job of buying him pressure, right? Like he was able to spot out Brack towards the back, bait out a couple players into the building, and unfortunately ended up baiting himself into death. Brack in the back line, holding it down and attaching out the front man on the squad with attack 56, but you see the play call from his teammates. They're trying to lean towards A.
Damn.
So attach was merely a distraction.
Ooh, a little bit of pressure on A. We're going to be able to stop the point here. Over towards the hit now comes. Major Maniac holding the line, slowing him down just a little. Attach is posted up. Anyone who comes through those doors is in trouble. He hasn't been seen just yet. The comms should be flowing though. And wait a minute, Major Maniac has managed to sneak through. And this is a lot of damage being dealt. Attach is already tagged.
Well, that's a great angle, but still, Attach is at least getting enough tags back that Major Maniac forced to go for the wrap to make a play. And you gotta imagine all eyes on that one. Afro takes him down again with the Vaznev in hand. So 2-2 setup at times, although Bance has obviously either picked up or switched to the tack here. And way towards the back line. Does he spot that elbow?
They're gonna set up the pinch. This is the perfect angle of attack. You get these kills, and this is all you. Not able to make anything happen on the flank. The play's still available though, and it's going to be Attach who's now up top. Cammy's got to clean out this side, and then we dive onto the B zone, and that should be map for Røkkr. Or at least round, excuse me. And here we go. The capture begins.
And And I don't see any trophies on point just yet. And I see Veal picking up double kills, and there's the problem of not having the trophy. Cammy now needs to find any kills he can get. Havoc, though, up close. Again, last week that might have been a little bit different, but Havoc with the Vaznev there to take him down.
Again, attached normally with the trophy man here for his squad running dead silent, so he's going to get anything out of this. No, Vico. Another big win on the inside. 7 and 9 for Vico. No one really popping off too much in the kills department except for Afro, but that has been the name of the game in the respawns thus far in the series.
Is Bance really the trophy guy on this round for Minnesota Røkkr? If Attach doesn't have it, I think Cammy had dead silence as well. So maybe an interesting decision leaving it in the hands of Bance, but if you expect him to be the guy near the point, maybe it makes sense, but unable to get nearby. And Attach up top, but you need a decent chunk of kills right here just to sort of open the map, because that field side of the map has just been dominated by Florida.
Yeah, 100%. 10 seconds remaining. Advantage, though, Minnesota in the grand scheme of things. Up by 3 on segments captured. If we do have to go to the dreaded final round, they'll be getting defense.
Yeah, and again, it will be interesting. Offense, defense, don't know exactly what's going to be favored. Honestly, even just having the TAC 56 getting used quite a bit more frequently on this map might switch up things just a tad as well. But in theory, if you're thinking it's defensive sided, which it very well may be for that final round, yes, as you pointed out, Minnesota Røkkr, definitely a more fruitful round they had on the attack with the 4 ticks. But for Florida, they go again. Last time they got shut down pretty much from the opening break when they were on offense, unable to really make moves too far past their spawn. See if they can make the adjustments and figure something out for this round.
Havoc forgets how to use the door for a moment there. It's the wall. We're stacking towards A. Cammy, though. A brick wall of defense. Good work from Afro there to cut the attack out again. So this is beautiful stuff from Røkkr on defense. They were so solid the first go around. Let's see if they can keep it up.
Oh, this is not good either. Brack just waiting for a kill to fall in his lap, but that is just Minnesota getting kills everywhere. Finally able to get the freebie that comes his direction and maybe make a move towards the tower, but he gets spotted along the way and lives 35 HP. Nice little juke in the face cam as well, but not good enough. A second tick has come through and a nice little setup down low, but it's not like you have map control. Minnesota are everywhere.
Yeah, looking at the way Røkkr moving around here. Bance on the flank. You might lose those 2 fights, and actually Brack coming in off spawn. That's a big move. He's now making his way over towards the top side of that tower. A's going to be done. Absolutely cleaned up. Good work, Florida. Now eyes towards B. Are you able to get there quick enough? As again, the spawns defensively on this map. You see those players on the far left-hand side. You either spawn in that shack or you spawn by the bottom of the hill, and neither of them are great.
And this is big as well, because, I mean, this is so much more pressure. No one really dominating on the field side towards the map. And you see Vehicle has the idea. They know that Afro is somewhere down low, so they're wise to this situation, but Vehicle having to be very patient to find these kills. And unfortunately, because he has to crouch walk the entire way around, every single player going to fall. Minnesota clean sweep, and now they get all the map control they want. And this is not looking like it's going to be fun to break out of.
No, well, you've got 1 minute and 10 to do it. 15 lives for the Mutineers to push forward. But look at that mini-map. Minnesota Røkkr driving that front line forward. You are pushing Florida back to the furthest extremes of the map. And that front line is not going to start to get shaky. It's going to take some special stuff out of Florida to break the hold that Røkkr have got on them, but that might be it. Brax managed to get in, attach. Bad timing. Major Maniac gets another. Here comes the hit.
It's all about these distance TAC 56 gunfights right here. A couple players down low. Bance wins the first. Yep, just shreds them. Spots the second. Can't get the third, but does the damage. And you send Afro in for the kills. 16 and 9 for the young man with the Vaznev in tow. And I'd say Florida Mutineers, if they can get a clean 4 down, they can do it. But this is not looking like it's going to happen.
Yeah. You get the point. You stop it for a moment. But again, you got to cover a lot of angles. You don't have any streaks to help open that site up with. This is going to be tough. Time's ticking. Afro can hear all sorts of trouble downstairs. Cammy now the man up. Manages to get one. Brack pressure's on. Not a big win. Beacon's going to get traded out. 5 seconds. Anyone to get on this point at all? The answer is no. Minnesota Røkkr, once again, holding it down.
Yeah, good chow's coming through towards the end. Cammy just forcing it because he knows Afro is going to be right behind him for the cleanup. Maybe 2 of the biggest kills this round. Well, Bance had a big 2 when he's top AC to really stuff the second to last push that we saw come through. But even moments before that, once there was finally a bit of a map opening for the Mutineers, I know attached deep on the back line was able to pick up a big 2-piece dealing with the flank as well. So efficient work done whole way around for Røkkr. I think the tick count is completely tied up, but obviously Røkkr, they get a brand new fresh round of offense to see what they can do. 1 round away from winning the game, and again, if they get a single tick, they'll have defense for the round 5 should we go there.
Can they get it done on offense though? That's the question now for Minnesota Røkkr. Be happy for that one to just add to the pile and Havoc. You're not alone in here. There's a sneaky Bance. And he's looking to get a little bit closer to victory here. He's nearly captured A. Cammy backing him up. Røkkr already off to a good start. Here comes the 3-stack from Afro.
And this is 100% going to have AB captured. No pressure there. Obviously, you see the Florida game plan, though. Maybe try to trap him in. Player up top and down low on their own spawn side of the map. Brack's going to be left with the TAC 56 in top green. And Brack's probably the most important man long term, but Afro the most important man for the Røkkr, up in your face causing problems. Brack has to go big to chop a few of these players down.
He's got to go huge, man. Got to get in there as fast as he possibly can. Pinches on, and it looks like Røkkr the winner of the gunfights so far. Cammy needs one more. Flying out the window, flying into the feed. However, over by AC, closer to the B zone. That's where the battle's now going. It's attached. He's getting things done. Any more off spawn? Beautiful shots on a vehicle. 3 in a row. Teammates still on the point now, the 1v1. Cammy's got to win it. Great job, the wall bang. Cameron McGilligan holding it down. The point is still not safe. Pressure still on from the Mutineers.
Yeah, these spawns, though, a little bit tough to read. I don't think they knew Brack actually got the right side spawn when everybody else was left, so the split's paying off just a little bit. Røkkr, though, still got the pressure on the map. Bance may be waiting for a kill to fall on his lap, but now he's got to worry about getting traded out, and Florida deliver on defense. Brack with that spawn and wins a couple big ones just to make sure nothing too crazy happens, and we are right back to square one.
It's great patient play from Brack. He gets gifted a sort of an unusual spawn situation. He plays it perfectly. You need more of that. You don't want any more of that, though. Cammy's in like a wrecking ball. Here come the rest of Røkkr as well. Looking to get the stack done quickly. Bance is there to help out, playing very objectively. Second segment gone. This is for the map. Anyone there to get it? Florida fly. Go for it. Vehicle from the top window. Spots Cammy. Damage dealt. No kill just yet. You may have just bought yourself another lifeline. That's a clean field. Florida survive.
Yeah, 1 more minute to go. Everybody coming back off spawn, but there's no pressure towards green. Big wins down low. If that was a Vastnev, that is not a feel-good moment for Afro. Vehicle going to be slowing everything down. Bance maybe trying to go past and attach there for the cleanup. So Røkkr, a little bit of pressure down low. Still, though, green is an issue for him. They haven't quite cleared that out. Brack's always ready back AC. 1 more flank man and Vehicle. Oh. Big 2 on the back line, shutting down those flanks.
We'll take those all the time. 30 seconds remain. 1 last ditch attempt for Røkkr. And it's not looking good so far. Bance keeping the play alive. He's got Attach helping him out as well up top, but Brack has been the man to deal with. 20 seconds now to go. Looking to find these kills. You know Brack's still in position here. As soon as Røkkr dive on that point, they're in trouble.
Yeah, I think maybe a dolphin dive from Bance. The last dish effort maybe just tries to swing his way across, but Havoc's too quick there for the cleanup kills. Perfect game of defense so far, on control, and Brack with an extra couple kills towards the end to keep in tow. Maybe try to spiral that. Honestly, I mean, a precision would be very nice to have on a map like this with how open it is, but Røkkr should be good to go for the defense for the 5th and final round. 4 for 4 on defenses for both these teams, and I'd say for Florida, I mean, they've been able to capture A a single time, but that actual pressure on the B zone has been non-existent, but it was definitely a better look the second go around. A couple more adjustments get made, and they were at least able to create threats. Røkkr, though, just looking to keep that ice.
Again, yeah. Defensively heavy as far as the stats go and as far as the trends go right now in the Call of Duty League, but expect that to all change throughout the season. Shift of meta, shift of strategy, as we all learn new tricks of the trade. Nades up. And they land. Fantastic opener. We're going towards B. That stun hasn't helped things out, but chance we've still got the numbers here for the Mutineers.
Yeah, look how quick Røkkr, though, or at least to try to swing around for potential flanks. Bance is going to be coming through, and Bance already is able to pick up one. That's why Brack is turned around. And keep in mind, Brack, he's just looking for one more kill, but he can't get it because Benjamin Bance, the thorn in their side. TAC 56 the whole way down. Florida, an interesting attempt. The nades were on point, but the gunny after that, Bance just shuts them down.
What a great idea from Florida Mutineers off the rip, but it has cost them somewhat. Oh, lordy. Let's have Vaznev's son. 50 seconds remain. Røkkr pushing the line forward. Trying to make sure they hold on to the space as best they can. Bance keeps the sprees going. Afro's there as well. Cammy in the feed. There's teamwork from Røkkr. Making the dream work.
Oh, good night.
And then the pressure is relentless. Mutineers are being drowned here in aBeZy. There is no hope so far. They need a miraculous play to get out and get on a point.
Oh, this turned into a pub. Welcome to the mosh pit. They are getting delivered to the point where they are spawning up into gunfights. 26-14 on the life count. Florida, not enough kills to even take each player out more than once. Dash and Cammy, both on 5 sprees. An interesting opening break to get absolutely bodied in the final round.
My word, ladies and gentlemen, what a round it was. Minnesota Røkkr. Hey, it was a nice attempt from the Mutineers off the rip. It just didn't work out. He went 4 down, and then Røkkr just would not stop stomping them in spawn. An incredibly powerful round there to take the lead in the series. 2-1 for Minnesota Røkkr, and lordy, that was a smacker.
And I don't know if Cammy ended up picking it up off the ground or if that is just, you know, him being the new flex SMG for the squad or on that map. But that was a lot of big plays from Bance with the TAC 56. And then Cammy at a certain point starts to go on a tear towards the end. But I mean, perfect on defense, I suppose, right there was the name of the game. Cammy, Mr. Consistent the entire time. And even Afro, as far as that like SMG sort of duel goes, he had 26 on the flip side. Havoc only 15. And I know a lot of these players sort of pinging back and forth between the AR and the SMG, but I'd say Minnesota just found themselves quite a bit more comfortable on defense comparative to Florida.
Yeah, got to feel very, very comfy there. Highlights here from the aBeZy control. And interesting looks from offense and defense so far. Again, very, very early stages here for the control game, especially on some of these maps here in the COD League. We've been seeing these strats change constantly throughout the season. We saw the same thing many, many times before the addition of Berlin last year in the Vanguard season. It was very much open and shut. We were like, look, it's always going to be a defensive Winnagavoodoo. It's always going to be this way, always going to be that way. Those things change. Teams work out the best way of playing it. But so far, Chance, the script remains mostly unchanged. Defense supreme here on aBeZy.
I think it'll end up being a defensive-sided map, but like not crazy, like a 60-40, 65-35, and I do think there's going to be a massive amount of potential for, again, certain teams. Even from Florida in that final round, you saw the idea. Like the B zone is more difficult to capture. They know the spot that Attach is going to play. They triple nade him with the frags and like find that initial opening. If it wasn't for Bance making the plays and like being sneaky on these flanks, I mean, that could have very well been a B zone capture. So I think that'll be sort of the things that teams that are good on the attack will find those little extra like somethings just to sort of set themselves apart. So always worth paying attention to the opening breaks, but as you stated, 5 for 5 on defense. So maybe not quite 60-40 for this one.
Not yet. I mean, interesting though, thinking back on that one, if Røkkr don't wipe all the members of the Mutineers out in a single go, if they can stagger that hit, you maybe have a different outcome there. But once the 4 down goes, it was just relentless. 6-3 Hotel Search and Destroy, 3-2 aBeZy control, and now to Fortress. The first hard point, obviously an absolute nail biter. The Mutineers pulling that one back from the absolute jaws of defeat, but now they've got to get cracking here on Fortress. Now, Chance, Fortress, another brutal hardpoint map. Teams that don't rotate, teams that don't make it to the next hardpoint a little early, tend to get punished heavily on this one. What are we thinking for both of these squads?
Well, I'm thinking we've seen a few different, like, decent looks of teams being able to fight their way out of, like, the spawn trap. I think we've truly only seen, like, one dagger opening break where the team on good side literally just goes up, like, 100-0 straight off the opening break for the first few hills. And I think that was quite literally the very first time we watched the map get played. But after that, a couple decent looks of, you know, teams, you know, doubling or tripling up out of top maps just to try to get out, like, towards bottom art or bottom green, whatever you call it. and at least like cause enough chaos on the map that it's not the tried and true spawn trap and you have a little bit of wiggle room to breathe. But that is without a doubt in my mind the first thing to pay attention to is just straight from the opening break, the team that is starting on bad side, what can they cook up just to deal with it. The nades have to be perfectly coordinated. The idea has to be well executed, because if you mess it up, either one of these teams is going to be good enough to put you in a blender.
The blender, friends, for those of you who are new to the professional Call of Duty scene, essentially where you spawn up and you are taken care of no matter what happens. You're killed, whether it's from behind, whether it's when you try to make a play, you respawn, you do it again and again and again. Rinse and repeat. We ain't talking shampoo conditioning, ladies and gents. The blender. And Fortress has had his fair share of blendings so far. Here we go. This is match point for Minnesota. Mutineers the force to game 5.
Yeah, game 5, should we get there? The worst element of the blender on this map in my mind is I think we've seen it once on like Control, where we watch a team for 45 seconds, battle it to like get out of the spawn. They finally get to like whatever zone or whatever hard point, and then it's not the trophy guy that made it there, so they just get quad-nated and just instantly die, and you're right back to square one. So yes, this is a very delicate map, I think is a better way to put it, and it'll be Minnesota on bad side straight off the opening break. We'll see how it pans out.
Good luck. Flying out the double doors, straight into the action we go. Nades, tack, stuns, kitchen sink.
Okay.
Ooh, has been thrown, and Minnesota Røkkr. They're good. They're out. They might be safe. Or not. Vehicle, Brack in the feed. Lovely work from them. Back at it we go. 1v1 on the point. Brack wins it. Trades down again, though.
Yeah, and this is enough, though. Enough just to make it out, and again, just cause a little bit of confusion and get the pressure on the point. So you see the idea. Even Cammy pulled out a Vastnev in that moment just to be able to, like, launch himself a little bit quicker out and about. So Minnesota Røkkr players, again, if you can make it to bottom art, you're feeling better about your chances. This is as good as it really is going to get for an opening break.
I mean, they really were. Left stick locked forward, sent it. P2's already upon us now. Towards the gallows we go. Minnesota Røkkr already in there for this setup. We'll see what happens here, because Afro's managed to sneak on the inside of the fortress. Now, from this position, he's able to pounce and maybe make a play. Sneaky. Bang. Traded out. Attach is still alive on the back line. Hard point, though, in the hands of the Mutineers still. They are reaping the rewards of that early rotation.
And you can see Attach blocking those spawns as well, so he's getting this done early on, but you still have to win the gunfights, and it is still not easy to push into these gallows. A lot of head glitches to be dealt with, but Major Maniac is dealt with indeed. Last man standing. Brack and Attach making plays. So patient on the flank. So well orchestrated, and the trades coming through. And by the way, look at number 7. I didn't even see when Bance had the time to get into this position. So they're breaking the old hill. Bance is already set up and rotated over towards new. And from this spot back steps, well, good lord, I was going to say you have everything covered. Fickle, though, he is shredding.
Dios mío! Cammy on front line, trying to get 2 of his own. This will be kill number 5 in a row. Afro's there to help out. Great work. You still have to worry about these players in the back line, though. Mutineers, they have managed to pierce the walls of the fortress, and now towards the rear we go. Brack kills in the feed. Vehicle has been disgusting so far on fortress. Looking to add a couple more kills to his already impressive pile. And this is a great break from the Mutineers. The shoes on the other foot now, and they are kicking.
I mean, honestly, what a moment. That is Bance doing what he does in absolute finest form. That's a situation where Røkkr, if it pans out, they end up just building themselves a monumental lead. But Vehicle just straight up, I mean, he brought the beamer. And all thing is mostly settled in. Florida really having a fight, actually, for this scrap time. A lot of pressure from Minnesota. Maybe to fight for the extra 20. You don't want to end up getting caught in these back spawns, though. And I think both teams able to actually get the clearance. Spawning's more towards the middle of the map, so no one in the trap. Minnesota with a slight lead, but again, shout out to Vehicle. 9-6 right now, main slayer for the team, and trying to keep things just in the mix right now for Florida.
Honestly, a series of brilliant plays here on Fortress. Everyone doing everything right, and Vehicle continuing to slay his way forward. Munition storage, or some players call it cannons, now up. 50 seconds to grab. Afro, dead silence. The old classic 1, 2, 3. I'm challenging. Here comes Cammy as well. The trade should be done. No clean break just yet, though, on the hard point. We've still got a foothold here for either team. Afro's in. Dead silence. What a tool. What a beamer. Another. And that could be the break. Here comes Brack. It's 3 for Afro.
Perfect. Yeah, perfect moment just to play for those kills. He waited for every single one. And I mean, that is incredibly patient play. I mean, you talk about a player that is lightning fast, knowing when to slow it down when he's behind enemy lines. And I mean, that is sort of the veteran style quality that you love to see out of the young man. So, I mean, year 3 right now for Afro, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
12 kills to his name, little 4 spree for him. Hand delivers a decent chunk of points, but if you're thinking long term, I am thinking about these back spawns. So very important for Minnesota to clear out this player. They do so. They have the art side of the map on lock. And obviously this is just P5, so Florida plenty of time to play with. But for the moment, that is not the spawn they want to have.
No. The blacksmith is now open for business. Havoc on the flank. Oh dear, spotted out immediately. Cammy in the feed there. Gets himself 4 in a row, so we're still looking towards streaks for a few of our heavier hitters here on Fortress. 35 remaining on Blacksmith. Has not been very productive for either team. Finally, Røkkr get a toe in there, and it's Cammy, the man of the moment. Oh, Havoc, you sneaky devil. This is a very, very annoying gameplay. Finally comes to a close. Drazah now there, Bance. He's going to be the man to finally stop it. But again, no real hardpoint time gain for either side. Nothing of any note. We're looking towards the next soon. And an interesting look, Chance. I thought this might have been a larger blowout on Fortress so far.
Well, I think this might actually turn into a larger blowout because Minnesota, I think the only thing that's really open on the map is the left side, but Attach has moved in position. He has it covered. So 100 to 65 at the end of P5. Now it's Minnesota's turn to play from the good side spawns. We'll see exactly how they make use of it. This game truly, this could be the moment where it starts to spiral out of control.
We'll see. Mutineers. Wow, Bance. And the double doors running the show. He's looking to get a couple more kills here as well. All he has to do is stop the Mutineers making it through that side of the map. Afro's there to help him out, and the trades are there. Bance finally taken care of. The spree comes to an end. Cammy, the last man left alive for his squad at the moment, over by the point. Trophies will keep him safe. And he's bringing the gunny as well. Whoa!
Ah, yeah, and that's the gunny. Last man's gonna get traded in Major Maniac, and if Brack picks up the 3, you think they can get it out of their spawn, but Cammy puts the dagger round down. I think Vehicle actually might have been able to sneak through. I don't know if Minnesota Røkkr actually ready for this one. And he's able to win a big one-on-one gunfight at Cammy. Look how fast those spawns just flip. Vehicle wins a single gunfight, and Florida get in the back. They are down by a massive amount, but Vehicle again being the hero for the team, at least trying to be that opener to put him in a good spot.
Oh, a precarious moment now for Minnesota. This could be a disaster. Let's see what happens, and let's listen in with Minnesota Røkkr.
Shit, man. Deep dog, Major. One time. Head dead. Shit. Nice.
We're gonna be there in a sec. Give me a sec. Nah, weak, bro. Weak. Right. He's biting the stage. He's biting the stage.
All that matters is securing there.
Yeah. No trophy, by the way, but spam nade on the deep. Spam nade deep.
They have a trophy open. I can't. I'll wait P2 door. Wait.
Destroy it.
Top before. I don't have any. Top before.
Nice. I'm just making sure they don't get. I'm just making sure.
Make sure they trap.
Yeah, by front.
Top before weak.
One shot back. Okay, I'm wrapping. One shot back. Okay. I'm just gonna play it safe. He's in the back left.
Good testing.
Yo, they spawned in. One just spawned in on me.
The time. One front. Leave me.
That pissed on him. I'm new. Nice. Fuck. He's got a trophy.
Yo, I have all front.
Okay, yeah. You have all front? Yeah, okay.
They can go P1. They can go P1 in maps.
Wait, can I get a shot from front, Dil?
No. Just
once game me. Like, can I sit on top of the statue? Yeah. Kill me, bro. Weak. Get away from S1. We need to play the back. Top maps on me. I'm one shot. I could get naded off it.
I have a trophy here. Let's see if
he got me. Close right. Weak. Close right.
Stop plat, bro. Stop plat, mate.
All good. We spawn front. Yeah, nice. Go.
Nothing's go right. I spawn close.
We spawn there. The pistol on him.
Steps in hill.
I'm one shot.
I'm 10 on. Yeah, I did.
One shot. He spawned in mid. Major. Nice. That's four. Let's spawn out. Yeah.
A little bit chaotic for the Minnesota Røkkr. They're chancing the comms and a late breaks. 20 seconds to be had.
And this is a Fountain Hill, I think, or Minnesota Røkkr. You have Attach calling out 40 seconds in advance. The only thing that matters is setting up for this new time. Afro ignored that and went on to make some of like, I'm the best player in the game kind of moves, breaking old and being annoying. And it's things like that that have built Røkkr the lead. And honest to God, if it's not for moments where like Brack and Vehicle have just pop in pieces, I mean, it would have been an introduction to the 100-point club. And honestly, right now for Florida, just such a deep hole to try to climb themselves out of. And they're just getting outslayed along the way. Vehicle inside the hill, though. Nice angle, nice spot. And maybe a nice start for Florida to try to get back in the mix.
Well, Florida are in a deep hole. You better fear that deep because they're climbing. 1 kill at a time. 1 second at a time. And Cammy, whoa, smooth breaks out of Cammy. He's in. That trophy, that was the toughest thing that gave him any opposition there in the hard point. Unbelievable. Røkkr are in. A little bit awkward there. They finally deal with the last few players there. What a break out of Minnesota.
Yeah, and you also have, again, Cammy and Bance. It's the option of who's going to be running the Vastnev, who's going to be running the TAC. These guys are back and forth. It might be a map-specific thing for him, but Cammy, when he wants, or honest to God, Minnesota are a smart enough team that it might be if they know at what time they're spawning and what they're going to have to do, like in order of where they're spawning on the map and what hill you're going to. Both these players might be making the moves sort of individually on these calls, but putting in some serious work over towards Blacksmith. Cammy again, TAC 56, the right gun for the job in the right moment, soaking up this hilltop.
We're in the twilight of the hard point here and of this series. If Røkkr can hold on this one, it's all done. Big kills out of Vehicle and Brack. And his Vehicle once again. The wallbang from Afro. Doors are his friend in this series. Another one there. The wind-up hit. Brack's going to stay alive and hold it for a mo. Here comes Attach. Trades are abound. Vehicle loses a big one. Dylan Price finding the kills. 20 seconds for the win.
And they might be able to end this one here. Florida are just forced in a terrible situation where they have to dive bomb the Blacksmith Hill, and they're not even going to get there, man. Attach inside the stables is just causing too many problems. Florida forced out in a bad spot. Doesn't matter. Røkkr, GG. Get it done in the 2-3-4. A nail-biter map 1. After that, they are just on cruise control. Efficient game and great day in the office. They go up to 3-0 on the year.
Yeah, strong day in the office there. For the Mutineers, I mean, man, it was a brilliant comeback in the first map of the series. Of course, that hotel hardpoint. Nail-biting moment, proving they've got the composure. But at the end of the day, it all comes down to the 2-3-5. We thought they would be the guys. We thought they would be winning those control games, and it was just a shutout on iLLeY. So difficult to make any breaks there on the defensive holds, but brilliant work there on Fortress out of Røkkr. First in, last out, great work.
Yeah, I mean, everything you could possibly want. Great slaying across the board as well. Maybe the most interesting thing to think about or even talk to the players on Røkkr about is Cammy and Bance, who's running the Vastnev. I would guess that it's a situation of who's spawning on any given time on whatever hill. Either of those players might be making the jump to make whatever swap they need to, because Cammy seemingly always had the right gun for the job, but I mean, incredible work again, just even from the opening break. That's as good as it gets on a map like aBeZy from the P1 side of things. So Røkkr looking good, man. No surprises there, as we just get a highlight reel of the non-stop slaying action they brought to the table.
Good stuff. Again, highlights now across the board. Mutineers, a hard-fought battle, but not quite enough. Minnesota Røkkr, a little too strong today here on Friday. Again, good breaks across the board. Chance to feel some nice moves. And again, this map is certainly about like the route man. If the route man got paid before, the route man is literally the backbone of the team, it feels like, especially on Fortress. If the route man's not getting paid, then no one's eating for your squad. Brilliant stuff again, whether it was Bance or whether it was Afro. Good work there with the Vastnev boys. And yeah, the routes were great.
Hey, you're definitely not wrong, as long as the route man isn't getting gunned, right? I think that was sort of an early moment for Bance, where finds himself in a perfect spot, was going to get the route man paycheck, and then Eagle just soars on in and just starts shredding. Probably the only hill that you could make the argument that Røkkr sort of dropped the ball on. I know after things got mixy, they still had a decent amount of success on Fountain, but not quite the full 60s they were looking to set up for themselves. So that is why the game wasn't worse than it could have been. But I mean, 251-48, you're feeling comfortable there. 3-2 seems close for the control, but they were fairly dominant rounds on defense, especially the final one, and even the 6-3. I think they had like a 5-1 lead in the S&D, and a couple rounds just don't exactly go their way. So maybe the hotel hardpoint, I think it was the desk hill that maybe Røkkr want to take a second look at. But other than that, incredibly clean, efficient series. They just woke up today and took care of business.
Yep. Business as per usual. Røkkr get themselves a big win here. Florida Mutineers, a little bit of homework to do before they get into their next series, but a lot of fun thus far. And hey, what a nice way to keep the day rolling. It's over to Chris and the gang at the desk.
Thank you so much, Miles, and shout out to everyone in the chat who got that prediction correct. You join us, 3 experts on the desk with a perfect prediction for Minnesota versus Florida. We saw this one coming, but I don't think anyone saw the Florida comeback in the round 1 hard point. That game 4 much more one-sided for Minnesota, but from the beginning, I thought that Florida came out showing some life in this series, aBeZy.
Yeah, they kind of teased us a bit there. They weren't even like out-rotating Røkkr at all. It was just simply that Røkkr was giving up way too much scrap time, and Florida was breaking in the last 20 seconds. I even said it in the second to last hill. I was like, nah, Florida have to break in within 30 seconds here. They have no shot. Well, that's exactly what they did. So they're able to steal that map 1, but unfortunately got really shut out in that search and destroy.
And we thought that Florida's strength coming in was going to be the search and destroy, but it's Røkkr walking away with this 6-3. What do we think of Røkkr's search game? How do they compare to the rest?
I loved it, especially their approach to this one. You could tell that they did their VOD research. Like, we know Florida, they like to push over towards that B bomb site, and you saw like the pyramid of death that they had set up each time. Afro got the first blood on Havoc a couple times trying to hit through carpet, and then him and Bance are working the mid-map. It was honestly well played. It didn't fall in any of the bait traps that we see Florida put teams in. The aggression was not working out for Florida this time around.
We got our Scump play of the game. This was from game number 3. And you warned me about this. When we started the season, you said, Puckett, you can get put in the spawn blender. aBeZy, it absolutely happened to the Mutineers. Minnesota had their card in that game 3.
This is certainly one of the worst spawn traps I think we've seen so far heading here into week 2 off of week 1. And I didn't even expect it to happen on a map like aLLeY, even though, as we can see, you can get stuck in one. Fortress is usually that map and control that you don't want to see in the map set because of how bad that spawn trap could be. The Minnesota Røkkr just showed their respawn prowess here on the defensive side of things.
That, of course, was a swing game number 3, and then that led to the final game 4, where once again, my man Afro got some crucial kills. He's joining the show live right now. Welcome him to the stream. And chat, if you got a question for Afro, now's the time to drop it. Afro, I want to start here by asking you, how does week 2 feel compared to week 1?
Week 2 definitely feels a lot better than week 1 after all the controversy, so that's a good thing. Yeah, that's all to say, really. Yeah, feels good.
I was going to say, how do you feel about the weapon changes here? The M4's out, the TAC-56 is all over the map, but you were getting the job done with the SMGs.
Oh, the Vaznev is back, thank God. That M4 needed gone. Oh my God, that gun was a low. It was bad, yeah. Thank God that's gone.
Afro, congratulations again. Another huge win for the Minnesota Røkkr. I want to ask you, last year, you know, you were one of the rookies heading into that season, and I feel like you kind of had one of the same performances where online you were pretty comfortable, but I feel like you have just hit a completely new leaf, and this is a completely new Afro that we're seeing. Do you think that's due to the game that we were playing, you're just more comfortable, or do you think it's due to the team that you're a part of now?
That's a hard question. I think it's a bit of both.
Okay.
Obviously, I think this year we got a bit more leadership. You know, we have more like veteran players. Obviously, last year it was kind of like 3 rookies, and obviously Trey was obviously a good veteran. Yeah, I think it's more that we got 3 like kind of not veteran players, but 3 like just well-rounded players. So, yeah, I think that's kind of why.
Afro, congratulations on the win. You're frying out there. You guys are just different on aLLeY control, you in particular. But I wanted to ask you about the roles on the team. Were you seeing Bance have attack out a lot? I thought I'd see him more with the Vaznev. Then we've seen Cammy put out the Vaznev. So is it just more like a hill-based situation, or you guys just have the freedom to pull out whatever you want in any situation?
I think it's more of a hill-based thing, but I've told Ben myself he needs to pull out the sub bomb, and I don't know why he doesn't. I think I just don't know why. Yeah. So hopefully next year you see Ben with a sub full time.
Afro, final question for you comes from the chat. They want to know about the comms. Who's talking right now? Who is the one commanding the troops when you're actually in game?
Honestly, it's all of us. It's all 4 of us. You know, we're all. Man, what are you saying? Oh no! One of you said you need a sub on us all. Yeah, it's quite honestly, it's all 4 of us. We'll just comment at the right point. And you know, just kind of directing the person in front of us. I think that's the best way to come anyway. So that's how we're kind of.
Good. I have one final question for you, Afro. Is it coming home?
Oh, it's coming home. Come on, Saturday, tomorrow. It's coming home 100%.
Well, good
100%.
luck.
Love it. Best of luck in the World Cup, and great stuff here for the Minnesota Røkkr. Give it up for Afro, everybody. That is Afro and the Røkkr walking away with their 3rd victory in just 2 weeks. When we come back, though, we've got another match in store. And before the break, quick reminder, we've got gear available right now. Check out the CDL store for extensive collection of official CDL apparel and merchandise, including classic favorites like team jerseys, jerseys, and hoodies. Visit shop.callofduty.com and gear up today. As we go to commercial break, reminder, when we come back, we're breaking down the whole new meta. If you missed games 1 and 2, we'll catch you up and tell you what's coming next with New York Subliners taking on the LA Guerrillas.
Never see me running, always a step ahead, calculating and cunning, never stopping for nothing, I stay aiming and dropping.
Wait a minute! Oh my God!
Watch your back, 'cause my time is now.
Another for Brent! Brent! It's 3!
Protect your neck, 'cause I'ma take the ground.
aBeZy, making it look easy.
I was born for this, I'm the greatest of all time.
Scump is just slaying. It is a massacre. Oh my good God, he's going to eat him alive.
I'm coming for you. Watch your back, 'cause my time is now.
Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be the king?
Protect your neck, 'cause I'ma take the crown.
This one is done.
Watching for the opposition, how they crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me, or out on a dolo mission. It get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War ready, crew coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Ops not any, we're the one out of many. Five talents empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Welcome back into headquarters, everybody. Chris Bucket alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless, and we've got a lot to break down if you're just joining the show. We're into week 2, and the big change from week 1 to week 2 for online qualifiers has been a meta change. Before we get to that, though, we want to talk about format because next week, we're not online. We're in person. Let's start here with the Pro-Am tournament. aLLeY, Cat, walk me through how it's all going to work.
Well, so there's 4 groups, and it's going to be 3 CDL Pro teams and 1 Challengers team from a play-in. So 8 Challengers teams have qualified to do a little bracket play. The top 4 teams are then going to be seeded into those pools, and the top 2 teams from each group will advance to bracket play. It's going to be double elimination with a best-of-7 grand final.
It's so cool that we have 16 teams here. Remember, 4 of these squads are moving forward. We have 3 from NA, 3 from EU, an APAC team qualified, as well as 1 team from Latin America. So, and the top 4 on this sheet, who are your favorites right now to be playing with the CDL boys?
Listen, all right, I'm going North America all the way, all 3 of them, and I'm going to go with Elevate. I feel like they have good chances. I'm always seeing Vortex do so well in the European Challenger scene, and then also Gizmo down there, one of our starters from last year, who had a very hot start, now back in Challengers, trying to make his way back in.
And if you were there in year 1, GodRx now playing for the Røkkr Academy team. This, of course, is Challengers. And for those of you who don't know, we, of course, have the Call of Duty League. That's our pro level. Right beneath that is Challengers, which is basically the path to pro, aLLeY.
It is the path to pro, and there's still going to be a tournament going on at Raleigh as well for Challengers. They got their team passes, and they're going to be going at it, so you don't want to miss it.
We got to highlight some of the players that have come out of Challengers. This man has the best stats of anybody, though, a 1.11 in his opening week. Scrap last year playing against the Challengers. He says this year he's ready to take on everybody.
Yeah, and he had, 1 pro appearance last year, whenever he got to play on the pro team, he absolutely went crazy. He talks a lot of trash, and he backs it up. He won so many Challengers Cups last year, and to come into this year, you know, it was an easy decision to put him on the starting team. And we'll be seeing him later today going up against Atlanta FaZe. So trying to have a big performance there.
And that leads us into the meta talk. You see Vikal, you see Scrappy, both using M4s in our opening week. The M4, though, is now gone. So let's talk about the changes that we've seen already. Pred has returned back to life. He's a monster again with the Vaznev. You just saw Afro doing work with his SMGs. But how are the ARs this week, aLLeY?
And that's something I really want to, hopefully in our next interview, maybe we'll be able to talk to an AR player who's going to be running that TAC 56, but they still look fairly comfortable on the map. Like we talked about, these matches we've seen today, it has been the sub players popping off, but it's not like the ARs have been slacking in their sense of either.
So talking about tickets, though, Nameless, we'll see plenty of meta changes throughout this week. But the tickets, this is all staying the same. If you want to join us in Raleigh, if you want to watch these pros and challengers, you got to be there in person, right? There's no 100%. Better way to watch Call of Duty.
There's no better way to watch Call of Duty. You got to be there in person. Not only do we have, you know, the pro tournament with the amateur teams, challenger teams coming in, we also have the Cold Bowl 3, which is going to be some Warzone action, the Call of Duty Endowment, throwing another big tournament every single year. And I couldn't be more excited for that. Some of your favorite creators, you know, also the military branch team, Space Force, going for the back-to-back, so it's gonna be lit.
And of course, we got Call of Duty Mobile, the World Championship for the first time in person. We did it, aLLeY, last year. Now we get a chance to see everybody for the first time, face-to-face, as you can watch the best of the best, whether it's in the military or you are on mobile, or if you want to watch the Call of Duty League Pro-Am. It's all going down. Raleigh Convention Center, December 15th through the 18th, and you can get your tickets at callofdutyleague.com right now. All right, enough said about what's going down in the future. Let's talk about the match that's at hand right now. New York Subliners taking on the LA Guerrillas. Let's start with the Guerrillas. This is a team. Game 5, round 11, you lose some search and destroys to Florida. That was kind of the first blunder. After that, though, they bounce back, and you're going up against a New York team that is still winless. They only have one map victory after their opening 2 series, aLLeY.
Yeah, not something that was expected either. This certainly is a team that, you know, I wouldn't have handpicked myself out of the roster of players that we had last year, and they had some signs of life in the series that we saw from them. It was just a little bit of a couple blunders of their teamwork. They aren't playing very well around each other. I will say, though, I was happy to see Priestahh starting off the season pretty hot as an individual performance. The issue now for New York Subliners is they need to get it all on the same page.
You said signs of life. I thought they got cooked in both matches. I think the map 1 was like solid because we saw Priestahh get the 4-piece with the streak. If it wasn't for that crazy 4-piece streak, I think they lose that map because they had to break so many different hills. I mean, these guys have won 1 map so far. The teamwork has not been there. I need everybody to step it up on this team. Communication has to be so much better. And the controls that we saw in New York, they thought they captured it twice with like a millisecond left and hopped off it too early. So those are little blunders that you don't see at the pro level.
It's day 4, and I thought we were being positive still. All right, Subliners, I still got faith. On the other side, though, we got the LA Guerrillas, who upped their game with Arcities in that trade with their opponent. So let's talk a little bit about Atlanta FaZe's former member, now wearing purple. Arcities joins Hook, Neptune, and Spart. Has Arcities been the star of the team? And if not, who has been, aLLeY?
No, I think he definitely has, especially in the Search and Destroy. My thing with the Los Angeles Guerrillas right now, though, is with the meta change, I think this is one of those teams to keep an eye on. I feel like when it comes to Neptune and Spart, those are 2 players that do incredibly well with versatile all-around guns. So now moving more towards a normal Vaznev and TAC 56 meta, I'm interested to see which of those 2 kind of lean over to pull out the Vaznev a bit more, and if they're going to struggle at all heading into this.
I think that's a really good shout. I think that this meta change will help them a lot because, like, those are the 2 like ceiling players on this team that are going to pop off and take over games. So if they can kind of be that Bash Bro duo with the Vaznevs, they can have more success in hardpoint.
Bash Bros, gotta love it. Mighty Ducks will never die. Let's take a look at the maps and modes here. GMC Homer bringing you Mercado, Embassy, Fortress, Hydro, and Hotel. Let's get the predictions, starting with aLLeY. I believe in the LA Guerrillas a little bit more than the Subliners here. How about you?
I have been fighting myself back and forth when it comes to this matchup. I think it's going to be closer than everybody is expecting it to, and I'm actually going to go with the New York Subliners going into this. I know.
Really?
Going with the Subliners, it's aLLeY. What about you, Nameless?
Spicy take. I'm going to go with LAG. Both these hard points they look good on in their last series versus London. I'm going to take them to win this.
We got the match ready to go. Let's go to our casters. We got Lando. We got Study. Fellas, what are you feeling in this battle?
Yeah. I think I'm going opposite. I'm going LAG, bro. I just think the teamwork that we saw from NYSL throughout week 1 was non-existent. A little bit better on the side of LAG. They're all a little bit more polished in Search and Destroy. That's why I think they take this one.
Absolutely, buddy. I'm excited to see this one. I apologize. I think I actually might have been muted for a moment there.
Alrighty.
I know it's not on production. It's on me. You can spam some L's in the chat if you'd like. It's the start of my name, for God's sake. But I'm excited to get into this one, man. Like Mercado Las Almas.
Oh, that was an 8.
This one. Like I asked you to start off this, by the way. Like, how'd you think about New York? They haven't really looked the greatest. They've only won 1 map. However, Jay, the 1 map they have won is this one. They started off with a 3-piece. This is great.
Oh, it's a great start off to the game. They're already trying to flip the spawns towards green as well. So perfect break off from NYSL to use those frag grenades. You usually see everybody strapped with the Semtex, but that's a great opening break to potentially flip these spawns. Now you see all the focus is going to be over towards this green side. All of LG spawning out towards Barbershop. Neither squads are getting much time off of this P1, but at least LAG are able to slow down the pressure for now, maintain some map control towards this green side. Their only focus now is Skyz.
Yeah, as we know, the bottom side of the map is your focal point as Skyz comes away with 2, and that will solidify spawns for next. It's a little bit of a different situation than normal hard points, Jay. Usually it's the left side of the map and the right side. However, we're working verticals this time around, and a great position here for the Subliners. I mean, it was a great beginning for HyDra. Then Skyz starts to have his moment as well. It could be even more success granted for New York as they are set up for new. However, here comes LAG. HyDra is ready to strike.
Oh, HyDra only is able to take down 1, but the crossfires are going to be set up for NYSL. And so far, this has been a great start to this game. A lot of changes so far from last week to this week. Last time you saw NYSL on Mercado, they could not win a rotation gunfight to save their lives. So they're going to be the first team early on. They're getting some uncontested time. That's going to be 2 dead in the feed. Last player is up. Make it all 4. A beautiful hold from New York to now give themselves a nice, comfortable cushion. And you have Priestahh working off that rotation. Skyz already earns himself a kill streak.
Yeah, Jay, I mean, like I said, granted, we're only 2 hard points in, but it's been flawless work so far from NYSL. Skyz is going to have a streak to work with. I know we talked last week about how really streaks helped give New York their first and only map victory on this very map and mode. We'll see if they can do it again. Thankfully for LAG, however, they have rotated toward 10. They've got a nice setup. And man, I tell you what, they desperately need some seconds right now. They're staring at 76-0. Now's the time.
Yeah, now's definitely the time to try to get yourself back into this game. We know how much of a money hill this 10 hill can be, but when you're losing your initial gunfights off the rotation, it's not going to be easy. Skyz finds the first. Neptune with the trade. Trade's going back and forth, but it's going to be NYSL successfully with the break. Beautiful pinch coming in from HyDra and Priestahh to take down the final 2 players. Now LAG, this is a struggle that we saw them have the first time that they played this map. They can rotate perfectly. They just can't win their gunfights, and it's already causing them problems. Final 30 seconds, you're going to force LAG to now hit that early rotation over towards Barbershop.
And you can tell, like, they just look a little rattled off the start.
Yeah.
You had 2 players that are trying to push for late time at old. We got a few players who are like, hey, we should probably go ahead and hit this rotation. An excellent start to this opening HP from NYSL. Basically, flawless COD through our first 3 hills. And as we said, it's going to be a broken record until they finally do it. LAG in desperate need of a hold, and maybe it could be their time over at the Barbershop. Neptune trying to heat on up. He eventually gets taken down over toward the Cantina, and there could be a little bit of jitters, Jay. I mean, Spartan literally just shot his teammate.
Yeah, this is not going to be an easy hold. 1 player already spawns across the map. Last player in the point is going to be who he has to potentially get a 3-piece to hold it down, and New York, another break to now give themselves an 100-point lead. LAG just simply need to stop the bleeding. The setup so far have not been strong. New York keep on finding an opening. And that's why you see the scoreline as lopsided as it currently is. Final 30 seconds on this P4 hardpoint. LAG are able to execute the break, but if you're New York, you're not mad at all. All you have to focus really on now is this rotation over towards that 10 area.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you can look at the scoreboard, be pretty happy with how you've started off this hardpoint for sure. LAG, and it wasn't perfect, but at least it's something. You're able to double your score in just 1 hardpoint, and one of the smaller ones, by the way. But here we go, a full-on headbutt. Now over toward 10 courtyard as KiSMET and Neptune look to trade for either side. NYSL currently still do have have the numbers. Archie's trying to put him away. He gets dropped. And how about the duo? HyDra and Skyz come away with the clutch too. New York, they clear the wave.
Yeah, now this becomes 2 times harder for LAG. Once again, they're losing those rotation gunfights. Now you have to try to fight in through 10. Neptune does find the opening onto HyDra, and that's going to be 2 dead. This is the break that they were looking for. Last play on the point is Priestahh, and that is a successful break that LAG desperately needed to get themselves back into this game. Final 30 seconds, it all has to go in their favor, and then you have to make sure you know where that next rotation is going to come into. Second story of that green building. Already NYSL are in control of that side of the map. You're going to have 1 player in the middle of the God Head glitch. And unfortunately, Arcitys is not able to find that kill. The trade does come in, but it's going to be New York set up off that rotation, winning gunfight after gunfight.
New York look to be in a great position again. They've got the rotation. They also have a streak in case they happen to get broken on it. However, it just feels like that's not going to happen right now. LAG trying to set up shop, kind of trying to make a little bit of some checkpoints throughout this map. However, KiSMET has got 3. A wonderful little play there coming in from Matthew Tinsley. He's also putting in some work toward the trophy, the ultimate teammate. We said Mr. Do It All last year, and right now he is doing all of the dirty work necessary for the roster. Now on 4 in a row, and Jay, he is lighting them up. No matter where Guerrillas are coming from, New York consistently have got their number. Maybe a moment where they could get a little bit of success as the SMGs fly forward. That's Hook with 2.
Yeah, Hook finds a massive 2. Final 25. Gonna be in towards top green. You know the rotation is gonna go in towards back parking lot. NYSL have no problem contesting this to the very end, trying to get as much junk time as they possibly can. They're still putting a lot of pressure on, though. They're also able to take down Hook off that rotation, and this is not good. This is not good if you're LAG. You put a lot of focus on that remaining junk time at P6, and now you lose the rotation over towards P7. New York can potentially get pretty damn close to closing out this game. LAG need a break now.
It's crazy. Like, we're still the first set of rotations, and we're already calling out about the fact that, yeah, this one could be over if this hill ends up going a certain direction. It is wild stuff. When we talk about, we have 7 hard points.
7 hard points. Yeah.
Tell you what, man, you're looking at a 90-point deficit still. If you're LAG, a full 60 would do wonders for you. Doesn't look like that's going to happen, as we do have 1 streak called in. No kills, I believe, officially inside of that feed, as HyDra makes quick work of Hook. A few players to contest. Arcitys jumps on in for a moment, but this is regardless going to be a solid first set of rotations here for the Subliners. And Jay, this is where we've, been a little bit worried about this Guerrillas roster, right? A 0.83 in respawns after opening weekend. The slang just does not look like it's improved at all since then.
Yeah, the slang is not there right now for LAG. They are winning a couple rotation gunfights, but when you're winning that rotation and then you're losing your gunfights, only getting about 15 uncontested seconds until NYSL execute the break, you're never going to find success like that. Now we find ourselves all the way back towards P1. Basically has to be flawless hardpoint from here on out for LAG. You have to make sure you're maintaining that green control, but you see those 2 gunfights that go down across the map. This is going to allow NYSL to now force them to get off of that point. You want to maintain this green side. Great plays from Hook right there, but NYSL get on the time.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? If you are Guerrillas, you have to contest for this time. You're also trying to hold down the spawn. The positive for NYSL is that they have the freedom, right? They can make the kind of high-risk, high-reward play because they've got a lot of chips to play with for the moment. Smart, gonna rock dead silence, tries to get out of a bad situation. Really, every player on LAG relying on each other to try to come away with the clutch. P1 time, it's a 1v1 that goes New York's way. Another positive for them, less than 20. Before they can call this game theirs, Guerrillas, it is going to take a prayer. They are going to have to lock down this cantina, watch every doorway, watch every window, and pray that they can just keep this game going for a little longer.
And New York, they have the numbers advantage. They're winning every single gunfight once again. I think so far with the meta change, it's been a 2 SMG side for the Subliners. This has been beautiful. Non-stop pressure coming in from KiSMET and HyDra. Those guys are just putting the opposing team in the headlock with how aggressive they are on the map. 20 seconds away from them closing out map number 1. KiSMET not slowing down. Hit the dolphin dive. Let's challenge it toward the bottom of the door. Unfortunately, can't win it, but now it's Priestahh's turn. You can still close it out on this P2 hardpoint. This is not looking good. LAG need to have an answer.
Yeah, and thankfully, I mean, Archie's able to come away with a few. You're shooting at
teammate. That's a teammate.
There is no comms. There is no comms going off from LAG. This is just a disastrous opening HP. That's happened multiple times, by the way, Jay. Like, we've seen it from the Guerrillas. They're shooting their teammates on accident. They are down big. And what looks to be the final hard point gets ready to begin. LAG, can you find a bit of magic? Can you find the break? As you're going to need to find all three, and the French Phenom has got some words. All four in the feed for Guerrillas. 10 more seconds, and this one is done.
Oh yeah, it's all over. New York are fully set up. They know exactly where they're coming from. They have to flood through dark and through middle alley. The trades are going to be abound, and NYSL come out swinging in map number 1. I was really nervous for these guys when they came to the teamwork, because we saw all throughout last week, they simply just did not have it. But that meta change so far has done wonders for this team. You have KiSMET and HyDra working hand in hand. Skyz and Priestahh making sure they're controlling the spawns, and they're winning the gunfights. Beautiful, beautiful first hard point from New York to now take a 1-0 lead. LAG just came out flat, man. They couldn't win any gunfights. They did win a couple rotations right off the rip, but I think just simply off the breakup, you have to be tilted. You starting on the better side, you get double frag grenaded all the way through the middle of the sky. Shout out to my guy Envoy. He used to throw those back in the day. But that's definitely a frustrating way to start your series if you are LAG. Obviously, no one on that side goes positive. On a map like Mercado, it'll be very difficult when you're always running into pre-aims to try to put up kills. New York just simply outclassed them in map number 1.
Yeah, it will be tight if you are a Subliners fan, not just see, to see great numbers come through from HyDra, but you see KiSMET putting into work. He goes on some crucial streaks. He gets 2 minutes inside of the hill, but also these guys, right? This was the biggest acquisition in terms of slaying that they made during the off season. He goes on like a good 8-9-3 throughout this hard point. Great and clinical work out of the Subliners, and it's the only map that they've won so far, and now they've got their second map victory. So, there is that to work off of. Mercado, I guess if you are, a team looking at vetoes in the future, they're pretty good on it. 2-0. That's a solid record so far.
Yeah, and it's difficult. It's not easy to be a good Mercado team, because keep in mind, some of these hills are very, very difficult to break in. But when you're finding kill after kill, your SMGs are roaming around. The openings that KiSMET and HyDra were able to get for their team to successfully break hill after hill, it's got to be devastating for LAG, because you have the rotation. You're ready. You're ready for the push, and you simply could not win one of those gunfights. So now if you are New York, confidence is on your side. The vibes have to be flowing. You just have to transition that into some search and destroy, because this is the mode that I said last week that they are by far the worst at when it comes to teamwork.
Yeah, that's, I guess, a sigh of relief if you are an LAG fan, considering, we just got beaten down for, I think, our third hardpoint loss. All of them that they have lost have not been good at all. I think almost 100-point club. So that is something that you are, I guess, excited about if you are LAG coming into this next search destroy, is that, hey, like, this is the game mode that we're supposed to be good at. And as you said, buddy, I think one of the biggest concerns about the Subliners after week number 1 was the fact that, hey, you know what, they have only one map, the respawns, but in general, man, like S&D, we were talking with some of our stats guys. Big shout out to Breaking Point, by the way. I know they had the announcement today. They're like, New York S&D stats are not good. I think they're at like a 0.7 overall KD. First blood percentage not good either. I mean, what do you want to see? I think from this roster now coming into a new week, right? You got the new coaching staff there. It's a new roster. I don't know, Jeff, like, you're in the comms. If you're part of this team, like, what is the biggest priority that you want to see, biggest difference you want to see coming into week number 2 for them?
We just got to cut out the individual plays. If you're taking map control, if you get yourself in a powerful position on the map, don't try to be Superman. Don't try to go out there and get a 2-piece. Just use simply taking control of that side of wherever you are. Maintaining that map control is doing wonders for your team. No one should have to go above and beyond and try to pop a 2-piece. The only round that was like really stood out last week was when HyDra drops a 1v4. That usually does not stand out. The game needs to be a lot more simple, to where you're setting up crossfires, where you're using your teammates to the best of your ability to make sure you're putting yourself in the advantage every single time. On a map like aBeZy, it's all going to be about communication. We know how crucial these flanks can be towards that PD side, towards deep street side, but you have to make sure if you're making one of those risky plays, it has to be calculated. You just can't go out there and give up your life for free, because that is what cost NYSL majority of their rounds last week.
It did indeed. We got to talk about the man in the bottom right of your screen. He's giving us a little bit of a pout right now, but maybe, I don't know, maybe it's not necessarily a defeat perspective, but maybe just focus coming into this next search destroy. And so far, the stats out of this guy have been electric. Currently sports a nice little 1.73 KD. I don't know if that's 100% accurate.
I don't think so.
Regardless, Arsenes has been this team's savior when it comes down to this mode. He's been dropping some bombs.
Yeah, in the series versus Seattle, he dropped both maps 1.7. So he was dominating. And in the series versus London, pretty sure one round he started like 0-7. Potentially you ended up 1-7. He probably got a little bit of the caster curse. But Arcades is definitely the guy on the side of LAG that I'm looking forward to, just leading the pack when it comes to search and destroy. Also, another guy that's really been struggling for this team, and he's usually a standout player in this most specifically, is Spark. His current KD is at a 0.77. I know it's a small sample size. They've only been able to play 4 search and destroy maps, but this is a guy who has the ability to take over in search and destroy, especially with that sniper in hand.
Without a doubt, we'll see if some snipers are going to be pulled out in round number 1, at least for Priestahh on the cross. He's not going to have that one for the moment, as LAG will start off this embassy search and destroy on the attacking side. Meanwhile, for NYSL, it is all about finding early bits of information, and boy, has KiSMET got all the info he could ever need. Thankfully for New York, he stays alive.
Yeah, it's beautiful plays to get out with your life. Great dolphin dive, and Priestahh also finds that first blood, gets a little bit of assistance from middle map. Priestahh finds 2, Skyz with the 3rd. And what I thought was great map control taken from LAG. A 2-piece from Priestahh answers the call, 1v4 left up the hook.
Yeah, they basically run right into the jaws. They set the trap and they'll make them pay for it. LAG, a commanding halt here in round number 1. Like you said, it all started with a nice little pick from Priestahh. You can see, man, it is all out focus from NYSL on the bottom side of those player cams. Not looking good, Jay. It's not looking good for Guerrillas. They seem pretty down at the moment.
Yeah, that was just a perfect setup right there from New York, though, to come out aggressively towards that B bomb. You know how that can usually cost you in these early rounds when they set the tone by planting that bomb immediately down towards B. They were super aggressive in towards orange, super aggressive towards top AC, cut off that entirety of the map, and just basically forced everyone to run into the pre-aim of Priestahh. That's not an easy gunfight to do. NYSL up 1-0. This time they're going to take it a little bit slower on their attacking rounds, trying to catch any players from LAG, being a little bit over-aggressive.
Yeah, as we said, NYSL, not good numbers so far in search and destroy. 0-2. However, they only have played Hotel. Take a look at a nice little creeping up Neptune. We'll hear that nade be cooked. We'll see if he eventually decides to go for the challenge. It's KiSMET who does expire some fire, at least off the start of this round. The first one to do so. And with that, just take a look at the positions from LAG. You got everybody waiting for the pick to happen. Maybe a tad over aggressive as the trades favor NYSL off the start.
Great work for them to get the information to those top middle windows. Finally opening 2 kills. Now bomb is going to be going down, but Arcades, he might have found the timing. He's able to get that player off bomb, but the bomb actually does get planted. His also is going to be known, but now with 40 seconds left, he's able to play his life. 2v2, 35 seconds. You have to eliminate these players outside of PD.
When Spark goes hunting, could it work out for a trade? Skyz, smart play, decides to rock dead silence, make sure the bomb is clear. Fires at nothing, but that's okay. He's got stun, pistol out, and LAG successful on the retake. I give it a 10 out of 10. Arcades was dolphin diving all over the map, but thankfully this time it ends up leading to a bit of success. What a round that was needed for the Guerrillas. They're able to grab it, put one up on the board. Now we head into round 3 with a tie.
Yeah, Arcades just found the timing right there. He found the timing, even though that bomb does get planted. You saw Priestahh, he was actually on those planners on the backside. He potentially should have easily got that kill onto Arcades, but once that teammate calls out, bomb is going to get down, let's all back up. That backup moment, that small piece of communication got the repositioning to coming out of Priestahh. He wasn't able to close out that kill onto Arcades, and then Arcades, since he picks up that kill with dead silence, no hesitation on the push. Able to close out the round for LAG 1-1.
You know what Skyz was shooting at, by the way, on the bomb?
I don't know. It might have been Casper. I don't know.
Might have been Casper. Could have been. I don't know. I was a little confused. I was like, is he really mad at like a trophy or something? No idea. Regardless, LAG tied things up at 1-1. Arcades, the first one to fall. The leader has really been dropped, but thankfully for Neptune, he's able to put a HyDra away. So a sweat off the brow type of situation. You don't have to deal with the French Phenom for the rest of this round number 3. It's clearing out the stalls, making sure no one's in that position. The Scump did some great work in this really same position last time, but it is the Vaznevs of LAG seeing success in the mid round. It is a man disadvantage for New York.
So now in the 3v2, you know, Spark, that player calling out anyone towards the top window. Neptune trying to just stay alive. Great shots coming in from Skyz, but not able to pick up the kill. 30 seconds and counting. Priestahh is able to find one to drop out. So now it's a 2v2. Bomb still has to get planted. If you are Skyz in this position, all you have to do is just play for this guy on the bomb site. Unfortunately, he's going to run right into the pre-aim of Neptune. 1v2.
Oh, and Hook's able to put him away. LAG, as we said, they lose their leader, but they're able to pick up the pieces regardless of it. And finally, when New York is able to drop in a first blood, it does not end up going their way. And well, it may not be the respawns, Jay. Like I said, it's a welcoming sight. If you're an LAG fan, it's S&D. Who cares? See Neptune and Hook making some plays like that. The coordination. These two guys, you know, again, teamed at the very end of the last title. Want to see them get really on the same page. It really felt like it in that round. LAG up 2-1.
And that last round, like, New York gets first blooded, but then HyDra just tries to be Superman again. He was trying to check if that bomb was down of the player that crosses towards B. It wasn't, but then he be's a little bit over aggressive and just gives up his life for free. So we cannot allow that to happen because you just basically gifted that round to LAG.
Oh,
the timing is here, but HyDra with the gunny able to get the first blood on the Hook.
I think he might have even shut the door as well. A proper gentleman. Everybody's dolphin diving away, but Skyz. My word, what a shot onto Arsenes. A knife to the heart, if you will, considering he thought he was good to go. Another position found for NYSL as they continue to gain real estate here on aBeZy, and their next target is going to be over at that tennis court. Only man in ear's distance is going to be Neptune. Spart will look to join really him in this very difficult 2v4 endeavor.
Yeah, Neptune position, he's gonna get caught. Now it's all left up to Spart. His position is now gonna be known. Bomb should be getting planted. Great shots onto Priestahh, but New York decide, hey, we're not even gonna plant it. 1v4, we're all gonna fly at the guy. And that's a great answering round right there from New York to find that first blood on the back of HyDra. Great gunfight, great timing to find that first kill onto Hook. And then what a shot from Skyz. Once he picks up that kill, you've seen both of the players from LAG start to hit their rotation back towards A. That eventually opens up that B point, even though the bomb doesn't get planted. When you're hitting shots like that, it makes the game a whole lot easier. New York, 2-2.
Absolutely does. You see Arsenes maybe wants to get the better of Skyz, considering how that last round went. Current 2-2 score line. And already it looks to be better S&D so far from the Subliners. Because we do have Dead Silence popped here for KiSMET, and it is a full 3-man route. It's a conga line toward the backside of PD.
They have to have all popped their Dead Silence.
Arsenes gets made quick work of. Another first blood granted for New York. LAG quick to turn around. We'll see how the timing ends up working out as KiSMET and co try to make some plays over at the stairs. Neptune spotted and deleted. Another kill coming in from Kiz. LAG and Swivel and Hook, sole man alive. Best of luck.
Bomb is going to be down towards lower of the ladder. Hook is about to earn his Dead Silence, but this might not be a round that you want to invest it in. As New York have full control of PD, they know where the bomb is going to be down. The sniper is also able to figure out where Hook is. The challenge is going to come in from KiSMET, and KiSMET said, give me the ace. What a beautiful play call right there from New York. You have Skyz is watching the cross, obviously with the sniper. He's going to give you all the information, but then the 3 through flank, with everyone popping Dead Silence, you could just tell LAG were not ready for that. No one was watching deep street side. They were expecting them to have the standard setup. Probably one player watching the cross, one player towards orange, one player eventually peek towards top AC. But once they don't get any information at that point, one of your teammates already dropped because the map control that NYSL were able to secure. Beautiful, beautiful play call to send 3 on flank. Everyone used their Dead Silence.
Well, I mean, what the word that we used in the last search destroy that you actually and I casted over in New York was unorganized. It just didn't look like anybody was on the same page. This time, I mean, you're literally seeing players rock Dead Silence at the same time, going for strats. The calls have been great so far for New York as they have really gone round for round, punch for punch, versus, as we said, what we expect to be a very good search destroy team in the Guerrillas. As finally Arsenes able to get on the board. The nice stun does work out favorably for LAG, as that trade will go to them, and really for New York, Bomb in a very awkward spot at the B side.
Yeah, Bomb's in a tough situation, but Skyz, it's now your turn to try to play for a kill. Spart is able to spot him. That's trying to get out with his life. Does exactly that. Get some assistance from Arsenes as well to back these players down from street. But time is starting to tick. Eventually someone has to make a play, and it might be KiSMET, who's able to sneak his way all the way towards Xbox. Unfortunately, he's still trying to get some information of where these players are, but that bomb's still going to be down. You have to eventually plant it.
Oh yeah, he's definitely made his way through. They did not see him. Pretty sure they assumed Arcees had to cross this kill. A gift. Now at 5 in a row for KiSMET. 2v2, 10 seconds. Skyz tries to go for the bomb. Not going to pan out. And for KiSMET, really does see a sprinting Spark. Gets gifted his 6th kill in a row. So you've got the streak. The round will go to LAG. But really toward the end, it's not at all for naught. Both teams basically get what they wanted.
Yeah, LAG, they get the defensive round win. Obviously on the side of New York, KiSMET earns himself that airstrike. So that could be crucial in these later rounds of this search and destroy, but it was all about the pressure in towards Orange. Once Røkkr finds that, Neptune actually finds that kill onto HyDra. The trade does come in, but now the bomb is down at B. You have to overextend to try to pick that up and eventually work the bomb plant. New York basically chalked that one up. You gave the kills to KiSMET. Now you're going to have an airstrike to potentially use that towards top AC to open up that B plant next time around.
Really needs tossed. And it will land. Shout out to the observing team for catching that one. Neptune's going to hold that one going into the next round. And that is a difficult swallow. How about the snap from Caesar? Picture perfect, pixel perfect, whatever you want to say. An amazing shot coming in from Skyz, as it will put the bomb carrier, the man with the objective on his back, now to have to try to even this one out, creeping his way through the kitchen, through the stairs he goes. LAG instantly put in a chokehold off the start. And at least Røkkr is able to find one.
Røkk's able to find one. He does open up the door, gets the timing on the Priestahh. Massive 2 kills coming in from Røkkr. So you probably just want to get this bound immediately down towards A. HyDra does invest his dead silence, but it's not going to decide to hit that bomb. So now 45 seconds left. Sport still going to be the player in towards top bathrooms. Able to take down HyDra. 1v2. All left up to KiSMET.
All left up to Kiz. Throws out the stun. Good work, but can't finish off Røkkr. How about the return out of the Guerrillas? A 2v4 clutch in which Røkkr is involved in basically every single fight. We wrote him off to start this round, but Røkkr comes screaming back. Excellent plays out of LAG to bring that round away from what looked to be unwinnable.
What a play from Røkkr. The fact that he was able to crouch walk his way all the way towards top kitchen, find that opening kill, and then finesse his way on the second kill onto Priestahh. No hesitation on the bomb plant. Right there, it's just New York in the 4v2. They gave him a lot of map control. No one was watching middle. No one was watching the push out towards bottom bathrooms. And that was the opening that Røkkr found. Eventually closes out the round. This time, HyDra, he's able to take him down in that same exact position for the first blood.
HyDra is just go, 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 man. He finds that first blood. He sprints, gets onto the site. Did look a little weird there for LAG. I think Spart was hesitant to want to ADS there with the sniper as his teammate ran through middle in front of him. Another pick for New York as they're eager to finally close out what was for a moment a 2v4. Now making a 1v4. Neptune's at least able to find one, but New York rebound 4-4.
Too clean. Way too clean right there on that attacking round. They obviously cross towards B. HyDra finds that opening kill in towards bottom PD. Once you do that, you got the bomb planted. Now you know no one is going to risk that late flank, especially when you know a player on the side of LAG does have a sniper pistol in hand. It's a beautiful round right there from New York to take the aggression to them. Now 4-4.
Good responding round from NYSL. And as we said, man, you just wait for this guy to begin to erupt. HyDra starts things off with the first blood, gets the bomb down. So far, this game has not been about him. It's been about KiSMET. Still has that streak in hand. Precision could come in at any moment. And LAG are going to be aware of that. A few faulty stuns tossed off the start, but it's okay. Guys, we still love you, buddy. Oh, I thought that first blood belonged to him. In fact, it's actually Arcees coming away with the first one. As he'll drop HyDra and LAG potentially. They start to extend. It's a dolphin dive for both teams. KiSMET is slithering all everywhere on the map. A quick little trade. LAG still with man advantage.
LAG still with man advantage, and Neptune doesn't even worry about the bomb plant. Immediately hits through orange, finds that kill onto Skyz. Now it's all left up to Priestahh and the 1v3. He does find himself in a great position, but it's looking like this bomb still not going to get planted yet. Dead silence no longer in his back pocket to work with. Crouching simulator all around the map. They know exactly where he is, and LAG don't give him any breathing room. Great plays from them on that attacking round, more specifically on Neptune. to not slow down when he got control of Orange, finds 3 kills on the round. And now that puts LAG at game point.
Yeah, it just feels like Neptune and Hook have so far been making some excellent plays so far throughout this search and destroy. We called upon them in the respawn, and while they weren't able to deliver in the Mercado, they both had their moments where they've shined so far throughout this search and destroy, having to dig deep versus an opposing NYSL side who is just so hungry to try to get their first W on the board. See if it can happen here for LAG. 1 round away from Colin. This game number 2 theirs. The Spart will look to sport the snipe. Both teams playing for picks. Utility exchanged. Comms as well. Here comes the streak. It lands. Cuts down Arseny's great first opening kill there for New York, as they look to decide which bomb site they want to attack.
Yeah, that was a beautiful opening kill, especially towards that A side, because now you're going to force a couple players from LAG to hit that early rotation. KiSMET finds another one, but now it's on Hook. A guy that was able to slip through and clutch up a couple rounds for LAG. He's able to find one, makes it a 3v2, still's running around with dead silent, so he's going to be completely silent. As that bomb for New York is going to slowly start to creep up towards A. Smart, you have to try to at least get one player life. Unfortunately, can't line up the shot with the snipe. And now it's going to be a free A bomb plant, 3v2.
And that missed shot could be what sends us to a round 11. Pops dead silence just to get out of the sticky situation. But bomb down. LAG now left in a position to retake. The sniper duel, can he make good on his missed shot earlier? Not going to happen. Skyz trying to toy around with them. Oh, and it does not work out at all. Guerrillas line up for 2. Caesar puts them to bed, and we have got ourselves a round 11.
Such a beautiful play call right there from New York. They invest that streak to the solo player who watches towards A. Once you get that first blood, you know that LAG players now have to rotate towards that side of the map. You catch another player lacking. 4v2, the trade does come in, but then at that point, once Spart gives up his positioning by missing that snipe, you get that bomb down, you play it beautifully. A little bit of great movement coming in from Skyz to find those final 2 kills, and we are here with a round 11. New York on the defensive side.
Time for OT, baby. 4 lives either side. No chance to come back. New York trying to go up 2-0. LAG. What we expect to be a game mode they rely on all season long. Can it help deliver them out of a very tough spot, considering how this series started? And basically what you'd expect out of a round 11, Jay. Slow, composed gameplay. Nobody wanting to give up their life first.
Yeah, no one wants to make a mistake. LAG just trying to find an opening of how they potentially trying to set this one up. Multiple players here from NYSL. A nade does come in, but no kill for LAG. So it's final 40. Eventually, the bomb has to try to cross over. Neptune is actually going to dive his way out, and HyDra, he's ready for it. First blood, New York.
LAG have got to be careful in this situation. They can't afford to lose another member. Current 3 versus 4. Skyz continue to be a menace for the top side of ACs. Priestahh catches a roaming Hook, and now it is a 2v4. A clutch they found earlier, but boy, do they need this one now. Arseny's hits the dirt, and New York close out the search and destroy. Finish things off in perfect round 11 fashion. Their first S&D win of the season, as they're now up 2-0 versus the Guerrillas.
What a beautiful play call right there from New York to just set up around B. We know that that's most likely going to be the bomb set that LAG try to play for. LAG were playing so slow on their attacking round. No one wants to get first blooded. No one wants to be the reason why you are in a man disadvantage to start us off in this round 11. But when you waste that much time, New York, they were ready for the push, and already the adjustment came in from Priestahh. They said, Hoop, you were able to sneak your way into our laundry and clutch up a round for your squad. But this time around, I'm going to make sure I save my dead silence. I'm going to play for the information, play for the call out, and then he's able to sneak his way right behind Hoop, finds that kill, and then at that point, it's basically chalk for LAG. 4v2, both players are locked in towards PD. Bomb gonna be down towards outer side. New York just made the adjustments round after round. I mean, if you ask me, I felt like New York should have been able to close this one out in a 6-3. A couple blunder situations in a couple of these rounds get this game all the way to a round number 11. But right now, we were questioning New York. What is their teamwork going to be looking like? Who's going to be able to step up? KiSMET obviously in the scoreboard, 12-5, earns himself an airstrike. He plays great, but overall, the entire New York team, besides a couple missed blenders in a couple of these rounds, are playing beautiful teamwork Call of Duty, something we didn't see them do in week 1, totally changing the picture and the chapter on this squad in the week 2. Great S&D performance from them.
Yeah, man, as KiSMET will author this game number 2, just, I mean, we talk about First Bloods a lot. I mean, we can really tell a lot about it. It wasn't the cleanest search destroy by any means out of New York, but it is a W regardless, and versus what we, like I said, we expect to be a very good search destroy team. LAG, I think as well, man. Arcitys, we talked about him, really the player to watch coming into the search destroy. I think it's first blooded like 4 times. So he was often not involved in the comms in those crucial situations when they probably needed him more. But how about a timely W here for New York? They find themselves up 2-0. So far, it looks like a different New York team, but the control will tell us all that we need. When we come back after the break, we are headed to some good old Al-Bakr Fortress. Stay with us.
Duty League sends out amazing newsletters before each major tournament, curated with premium content for CDL fans. Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox, you'll also be entered to win a free 2023 team pack. The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Call of Duty League. New York Subliners taking on the Los Angeles Guerrillas. It is a coast v coast affair, and so far, it has been all East Coast. NYSL have come out and looked much better than their opening weekend performance, Jay. I mean, this was a team that we thought already, okay, they're starting to crumble, right? I mean, if they're not winning a hard point, it's chalked. Well, they come out, they win the opening hard point, and they look very good in that search destroy. Wasn't perfect, wasn't, I mean, amazingly clean. But again, they're up 2-0 regardless.
Yeah, the biggest thing that stands out so far from New York in week 1 to week 2 is simply teamwork. These guys are on the same page. You're seeing it in multiple rounds in that search and destroy. 3 popping dead silence, hitting the conga line up the street side was a beautiful play call. So right now, everything is clicking for New York. Momentum is on their side. And you see the stats right there from KiSMET so far in this series of 1.05. He's been playing great. 2.4 in S&D though. Damn, that guy is dominating in that mode. But now you are New York, all momentum on your side. You're going into a fortress control. You know how difficult this is on your attacking rounds, but just simply the way that they're playing right now, the gunning that they have strapped to the hip, they can win a couple of these gunfights to get out of those setups. And even better, they're starting on the defensive side. So if you're LAG, we got to get some ticks. We cannot get put in this early trap.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. I feel like if you're Guerrillas, like just try to have a good round. Like, is it going to be a guaranteed, 1-0 start? By no means no, but at least get something going as we head into round 1 on Fortress Control. As you said, buddy, LAG, without a doubt, on the more disadvantageous side. However, with the lane that they currently have found toward the top side, they have stopped the time for the moment. In fact, it is their captain, good old Arseny's, locking down that B zone, wins his 1v1, and here we go.
They're able to sneak their way out towards this B point. That's going to be 3 dead. Last player up is going to be Priestahh. You're able to take that player off this B point before that first segment is completed. Now it's all about holding the push. You do not have any map control. You just have to win gunfight after gunfight. Trades go down at the speed point, but it's looking like LAG. They're just trying to maintain this side of the map. They do not want to die here and potentially get put in the trap. As long as you're keeping the trades efficient, you're in a good position. But Skyz, he does find the first. HyDra with the second. Now this is where it can get scary for the Guerrilla boys.
That's the biggest thing is, right? They can start to get pretty much put in a trap if a few of these players start to send themselves out of arc. But LAG remaining somewhat stationary, and that will come to haunt them. KiSMET, I tell you what, man, with the tack in hand, doing some work. He's had some great numbers so far throughout this series and delivers in a big way. HyDra with the other 2, KiSMET with the 3rd, and my goodness, the feed filled with yellow and LAG. This round is nearly chalked. It does not look like they're gonna be able to do much more than this. Another solid beginning for NYSL. You've got both of your SMGs on a current 4 spree, and that does not look to slow down. Neptune gets killed, and with that, New York do not give up a single segment. Could not start better than that.
And that was just good work from New York to not panic when LAG were able to get out towards that B point. They made sure they maintained arc control. They found that one player that was on the point that was stopping that clock. And then everything after that, KiSMET was the cutoff guy, not allowing anyone to overextend through that left side. And then you also had a player in Priestahh watching that double doors. Once you go clean 4 dead, it's very difficult to get out the base. And New York, they do end on that round with a couple players working towards some kill streaks. I'm pretty sure KiSMET ends up on the 5, so this airstrike could be so crucial if he can pick this one up, but unfortunately, the Kobe over the top able to take him down.
Oh my gosh, that's gotta be literally the biggest caster curse we've ever seen.
That's tough. That's so tough.
Watching the doors, he's super eager, like, hey, maybe I can walk away with a streak, and there's a nade. Regardless of that, let's go ahead and step aside for a moment. I gotta catch my breath. Let's go and do a listed with the Subliners.
One's on B. Yeah, he's close to your left. I hear you. I'm holding the cross here. Single on me. Top single, dead. Yo, close to me. He's close on the wall. He's hugging the wall. He's gate, weak, really weak. He's on my wall. He's on my wall. He's in the gate. Close, weak. He's in the gate, still behind the gate. Still in the gate. He's in the forward. I'm holding B, guys. I'm just holding B, guys. He put the close, I think. He's got a point. I think he went hard. I can see close. I'm shifting the point, okay? One stop on me. Yeah. Listen, I have all our pinches. They can chat open. One top boat. I'm laying down here. One stop boat. Yeah, I got top boat. I got top boat.
These are truck. They're truck.
Top boat's done. Top boat's done. I got
I have a trophy.
open.
Oh my god.
Good job. Okay, fuck it. Just get ticks.
I'm on B, bro.
Alright.
No procs on me. You can back up if they push you.
You can leave, Caesar. Just go. Just start slaying.
Two back steps, I got
Every bottom arm.
back steps, me.
One shot, put two bottom arm, one shot.
Okay, two bottom arm and one's on B.
Duckling B.
They might
Got one.
Nice. One was on B part, he was weak.
I'm gonna try and wallbang him.
Yo, upstairs, one shot. Alec is going back.
I need you, bro.
Go left, double shooting right.
Oh, he's top boat, I'm dead. He's weak top
one
boat.
shot. Okay.
Yeah, he's gonna go top single, I
I'm
think.
going right. I have a precision as well.
Alright, hold progression here, we're in spots.
Top boat, dead.
I'm looking on B. Yo, on B. I'm watching the push.
Look for Alec.
On B's behind the stage. I'm trying to heady. Yo, go on B. I'm trying.
Son.
Yo, behind the stage. Back steps.
Oh, behind you.
Yo, close.
Back steps. I got naded. I cannot help.
Backstairs still. I'm one shot. I got wallbang from side door. Just go A now. They have stairs. They have positioning. Oh wait, never mind.
Stop.
Yo, see, stop.
I have
just
wait.
One close.
I have precision.
One's on the stage.
We have +5.
Yeah, I have precision.
Right side stage.
I'm sure you got both.
Nice one.
And those are some beautiful comms coming in from New York. All of last week, it was a 3v4 when it came to the comms. But this time, you can actually hear HyDra. When he was so far pushed up in towards Art, he was influencing the spawns, knowing exactly where his teammates had the openings. They eventually close out that 8 point, and that's already a job well done on an attacking round on Fortress. They find themselves up by 4 lives. Nothing is going wrong right now for New York.
Yeah, like you said, I mean, you heard everybody being involved. Like, we heard Priestahh, we heard KiSMET, we heard Skyz, and as you said, we even heard HyDra talking about, hey, we got to focus on this B zone, and right now they're doing exactly that. Skyz with the early streak progression. Now he's going to go and pull that one out. Here comes the precision, causing some problems in the spawns for the Guerrillas. Neptune trying to jump out. He gets dropped as well. That's going to be another one for KiSMET. Oh, my goodness. Stack them up and knock them down. New York. How about this roster? You can see they are feeling it. These boys are confident.
Oh, yeah. Smiling from chin to chin. These guys are looking good, man. Everything right now is for NYSL. It was all on the back of HyDra, though. Once he maintains art control the way that he did, pops the dead silence, finesses, they were able to get a clean 4 dead. You close out that 8 point. And then right there, even in that situation, when they get on that P point, Skyz, great leader for the squad, calls in the streak towards the back end, makes only the focus on the pinch and through that side door of Art. And New York, basically a flawless round on the attacking grounds. Guerrillas need perfect Call of Duty from this point on to stay alive in this series.
They do indeed, man. And I tell you what, very interested to hear what the mentality is right now from this roster. Down 0-2 in the series, down 0-2 in the control. Let's see how they bring it back. A listening with LAG.
Yeah, I'm watching it. I already
I'm looking arches, okay?
Only bottom green.
Open arches, open for a second. I don't have jump outs.
Only one across.
I'm trying to watch the jump outs.
I'm staying close, bro. They're stunning arches.
That was me. Okay, there's that point on me.
I'm seeing arches, bro.
Could be another one. Yeah, I'm helping you.
Got two.
On their top gun.
I'm their top gun.
You got me open. You're missing Preston.
Yo, he's top gun. Where's he going?
You're missing Preston.
Close me. Afterwards. Deep left. Yo, both in their point. Deep left. 2 guys on P1.
Child inside. Team close. And one was the arches, okay?
Open. Try taking the timing. Yeah, one guy's going.
I'm going top master, deeper.
I'm standing left.
Wait, hold up. I think he's in the right corner. Wait, hold up.
Come and help you guys. Under mine.
You child.
Yeah, one's native side P1 and there's a guy top bow. Top bow inside P1, okay?
He's top bow weak.
P1 side maps.
I'm with you.
I'm gonna go
try to go
top
bottom.
Go. On the horse statue.
Wait a second.
One horse statue.
Top bow. He went to green.
Take your time. Get kills.
I'm stunning for maps. I'm stunning in front of maps.
He's on P1 time.
I'm rapid top. Bottom maps.
He's there side P1, I think.
Bottom map HyDra. Like bottom left maps.
He's still bottom maps, Marco.
Saw you guys. I'm trying to come over.
There's side P1. There's side P1 dead.
Marco's still maps. Top maps. Jump out dead.
I'm trying to jump across.
He's probably arches.
He's on me in front of
Yo, I'm watch out. He's free start.
I got him.
You got me. One shot close. Last shot close. You're good. You're bring close P1 on you.
I know.
I'm trying to get bow.
Open dead.
They're using a streak. We might have to go P2 right now.
Close P1 dead. I got you.
You want to go B?
He's on P2. He's on P2.
You got
Backside.
The right side.
Well, the LAG team that hasn't lost the hope just yet, but they are on the brink. HyDra just trying to make a play. He eventually gets taken down. 2 members from LAG stacked a point, and there we have it. Another minute added on to this game. In this round in particular, LAG holding on.
LAG just trying to stay alive a little longer. They maintain the map control, not putting themselves in that trap. Great job from them. So at least capture the save point. Now 13 and 14 in the lives remaining. LAG currently up 1. It's all about trying to find this opening through that art side. That's what New York are going to play this nice and slow. Hook does find the initial kill. And LAG, they are winning the trade battles. This is going to be a huge gunfight. Priestahh has to try to go big, and he shuts down that pressure with a massive 2-piece. HyDra with the third. Now all the players from LAG coming off spawn, and that is the worst case scenario because now you are in the trap.
You're in the trap indeed. P-Dog has his stamp of approval here in this round number 3. Guerrillas to the rock in a hard place. You can see the spawn trap. 20 seconds left. It could be the opening. However, Priestahh through with 2 more on the 5 spree, trying to put LAG to bed and give New York their first W of the season. They were criticized and they come back.
My God.
An excellent series. How is that for your first dub here at MW2? A sweet little 3-0. And there we have it. Series done.
All smiles on the NYSL camp. Finally, these guys are able to get their very first victory underneath their belt. And it looked pretty damn easy. That opening hard point was utter domination. Every time they didn't have the rotation, they found the break. They were able to continuously grow the lead. The clutch up for me had to be in the search and destroy. That's the biggest thing that I took away from this series is how New York are working in that S&E when it came to teamwork. Even though it goes all the way to around 11, these guys were not sweating at all. They clutched up in that S&D, take a commanding 2-0 lead, and then in the control. When you're starting off on defense, you're going to have that momentum. Great work from them on their very first defensive round to get them in the early trap. And then on their attacking round, this is where you saw the SMGs really open up the map. HyDra was just such a nuisance in towards Art. It was very difficult to deal with that guy. LAG simply did not have an answer. They close out the attacking round. And then even in that final round, LAG did a great job of just securing that 8 point. But all New York needed to do was find at least a 2 or 3 down in a row. Once that happens, you get put in the trap, and New York do not give it up. What a performance from the Subliner boys to really come out here and just shut a lot of people up, including me. I was expecting this team to lose this series, but now New York look like a completely different team after some great practice over the week. Everything's on point. Everything was clicking. And if you are any other team in the CDL, 2 maps that I wouldn't want to play New York on are Mercado Hardpoint and Fortress Control, because when their gunny is hot, it's really hard to slow these guys down. Beautiful series from them to now get their 1-0 on the season.
Yeah, I mean, they just made LAG look overwhelmed. Like there were so many moments, right, where it's like, okay, Guerrillas, they've got a pushed up position, whether it's been in the hard point, the SD, or in the control, that they have a moment, and then you just see Priestahh go off in this play. You see HyDra go for like 3 in a row. I mean, Skyz had himself an unbelievable series, at least in games 2 and 3. With the KDs, they're going to look fantastic, obviously in a 3-0 no matter what, but it just felt like the slaying kept leading to success. Like they used the streaks after they would go on these sprees, whether it was KiSMET in search or Skyz here in the control. It just felt like they kept building off of that momentum. But as we said, man, it's got to feel great, right? A team unbelievably criticized after their week 1 performance. They come through versus a solid looking LAG team. I mean, at least based off of paper and in terms of respawns, it was not even close, brother.
Yeah, if you're in the LAG camp, this is definitely a tough pill to swallow in this series, because that opening hard point, you were winning a majority of those rotations. You just weren't winning gunfights. And that search and destroy, you got a couple first bloods, but then you allow NYSL to slowly pick you guys apart. That was the biggest thing. LAG need to be strong at search and destroy to compete with some of these teams who are a little bit better to them in respawn, especially when it comes to the slaying. But when you're losing that search and destroy, you're 0-2 in this series, going into a Fortress Control, starting on bad side, that's not going to be easy to do. LAG need to go back to the drawing board, make sure that their teamwork is on point, and their setups have to be better, because when you're set up for a lot of these money hills, they have to be full 60. You can't hold them for 25 seconds and then give up the other 35 and then lose rotations. Just a couple mishaps on the side of LAG camp that they have to fix going forward.
Yeah, NYSL made him pay, and that is without a doubt. New York, they get their first dub of the season. I feel pretty good. I don't know. I made the prediction, and I'm pretty sure
I did it, man.
The same prediction. I don't know. It feels good to be right when it comes down to pick them sometimes. Puckett, Des, take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Lando. You're not the only one holding the W. You got Luckett here, you got Lameless, and of course, Wallycat. You got the big dub, but I don't think even you predicted a hot 3-0 out of the Subliners today.
I did not predict a hot 3-0. I definitely thought this was going to be one of the closer series on the day.
Congratulations on the correct pick, though. Who gave you confidence knowing they were matching up against this Guerrilla squad?
It's not really that. It was more so I didn't have a whole lot of faith in the LA Guerrillas team. Like I opened with my comment on the fact that the M4 is not here. The Neptune Spark, individually incredible players, but they are players that do very well when there's a flex gun, a third gun, an all-around gun in the meta. I don't feel like they lean either side, and I find that's where they're going to struggle, I think, this season.
Nameless, looking at this series, it's a 3-0 at the end. The guys mentioned it. The rotations looked a little bit better, but the gunfights, not so much for the Guerrillas. What was New York doing to them, or I guess what was the difference maker in those respawns? Because Search and Destroy, we can see every individual gunfight. That's not the case in the respawn.
Yeah, I mean, well, Search and Destroy is masterclass, but talking about the respawns, like just brute force dominating them. Like each time they had to get a break, just picking up kills left and right. I mean, there were multiple times KiSMET got a 2-piece that he had no business getting in this series. And, you know, with New York, I hate to say it, but they just look like they're going to be that streaky team throughout this season. Like, this was such a turnaround from last week. Everybody had the hot hand after that map 1 in this one, and they just kept it going throughout. I hope they can keep up this type of performance.
New York, 1 map win in week 1. Week 2, totally different ball game. A hot 3-0 over LAG. And we got to take a look at our Scuff play of the game. aLLeY, this was the end of control. New York putting this game on the back burner. Skyz going huge.
Oh, yeah, it was just Skyz, right? The fact that he even calls the streak in the first place to solidify this offensive hold is insane to me. Like, that is his thought of progression, not to save it for when they're on defense, not to save it for later in the game. He said, we're going to lock this in, we're going to go up 2-0, and we're going to close this fast.
Yeah, it was the kills right before it, too. He was sitting outside of A1, A2, and, you know, he was the only one that was out of the spawn trap at this point. His teammates were pinned at wood door. He peppers into bullets and the guy that was top awning and the guy that was milk truck.
Yep.
They come out for the trades. They waited for the communication. So that is a big improvement from last week. We see them breaking down in control. It was communication errors. Today, seemed like it was fixed.
And I think what was even crazier is Skyz had less than 10 deaths in that final game. The man had 7 deaths. So, Nameless, talk to me a little bit about strategy, because I feel like this is old school Call of Duty where your anchor player can put up those most kills, least deaths if you're playing it right.
Yeah, I mean, well, you could really post up with the TAC 56 as well. Like, it's a lot easier to get kills at range, and that's kind of what we saw Skyz doing there, especially on that offense. When you're out on offense on a map like Fortress, you just want to play your life at all costs, right? So he's just sitting there on the haystack, peppering bullets down, playing his life, and when his team is getting ready for that final team push, that is when he'll throw his life out on the line. So I think he played it perfectly.
We got Skyz coming up with an interview in just a moment. So chat, this is your opportunity. Put it in the chat right now at Puckett so I see it and I'll ask your question. But right now we got to tell you about watch parties, because being back on twitch.tv means everybody is winning. Love the CDL? This is your chance to share all the competitive Call of Duty action with your community. You can sign up now to host your own watch party on Twitch. Just snap this QR code to find out more. That's right, grab your cell phone, put it up next to your screen, click that little link you do, and get your application in today. Nameless, we were talking about it. This is a huge opportunity for a lot of folks here in the Call of Duty community to pop off.
Absolutely. I mean, go ahead, throw a watch party, give your takes, make your own analyst desk. Hell, we might even do a watch party from the green room in the middle of these games. It's possible. It'd be lit.
With mics on?
Yep.
That sounds dangerous. Sounds like a lot of fun. All right, we've got the Subliners now with their first victory. aLLeY, Nameless said this is a streaky team. Do you agree with that comment as we're waiting on Skyz, or do you think this is something they can build consistency on top of from what you've seen?
I think it's a very aggressive team. I'm interested to see moving forward if Skyz kind of really falls into that leadership role. That's kind of what I felt like this series was, is plays like that, like peppering shots into a couple players, communicating to his team, hey, go finish those kills for me. I'm going to hop onto this point and try to get us some progression. So I'm hoping to see Skyz kind of fall into that veteran role, fall into that leadership role, and be able to command the rest of these really high engagement, really aggressive players.
I like that call. On the other side, Guerrillas. You worried for him, Nameless?
I am. I mean, they're supposed to be one of those teams that's top 3 in search and destroy throughout this. I mean, they got picked apart by the New York Subliners. We saw what I really loved about New York was the defense, and LAG weren't able to read it the entire time. We saw so many different looks out of New York. The dead silence triple push through the street, get into their office, the pushes through mid, cutting them off on the cross. There's just not much LAG was able to do. Granted, it went to round 11. I thought New York played it way better than LAG throughout.
Unfortunately, we'll not be able to get Skyz right now, but I love your questions, chat. People are asking, how much are you investing in the game right now? How many hours, Skyz? Let us know. When we come back, though, we've got one more battle to break down. Who's coming out with the final dub of the night? You gotta stay tuned, because it's Toronto Ultra taking on Atlanta FaZe when we return.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
You'll never see me coming, you'll never see me running. Always a step ahead, calculating and cunning. Never stopping for nothing, I stay aiming the dark.
Wait a minute! Oh my God!
Watch your back, 'cause my time is now.
Another for Brent! Brent! It's three!
Check your neck, 'cause I'ma take the ground.
aBeZy, making it look easy.
I was born for this, I'm the greatest of all time.
Scump is just slaying. It is a massacre. Oh my good God, he's gonna eat alive!
I'm coming for you. Watch your back, 'cause my time is now.
Who's gonna be the hero? Who's gonna be the king?
Protect your neck, 'cause I'ma take the crown.
This one is done!
Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. 'Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, 'cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, 'cause you know that it's a bet.
Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hundred racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
It's time to get hype. Welcome back into the headquarters, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside aLLeY, Cat, and Nameless, your desk crew, getting you ready for the final battle here, week 2, day 1. And it's a good one. We have Atlanta FaZe taking on the Toronto Ultra. Both teams are sitting at 1-1 on our leaderboard, so this is a crucial matchup as there's only 4 before we get to Raleigh, right?
Yeah.
So, aLLeY, let's first talk about this Atlanta FaZe team because on the opening day, they suffered a loss at the hands of the Boston Breach. Everyone who was betting on that lost their money. Now we see Atlanta, though, coming in after a Game 5 victory over 100 Thieves, or sorry, the LA Thieves. And I have to think, they've got the momentum in the series, right?
They have the momentum, and I think it's a testament to how good the Boston Breach are and how good the LA Thieves are, and now how good the Atlanta FaZe are. Because they went to a Game 5, it was just Atlanta having small hiccups, like overcommitting to old. They weren't staying consistent on early rotating, but their Search and Destroy looked beautiful. That was probably one of the nicest series we ever watched. We talked about it when it happened against the LA Thieves, just how meticulous their Search and Destroys were. So I think going up against the Toronto Ultra that I feel like still hasn't really found their rhythm yet, this should be a quick series.
Who's the scariest man on that screen, Nameless?
It's Cellium. The guy was going crazy in their last series. Yeah, Cellium, MC, the guy in the top left. You know, he talks a lot of trash, plays mind games, and he goes nuts in the statistic department. But there's a guy that I'm going to be focusing on today, and that is Simp. Statistically, he's been underperforming as to what we're used to, the worst of the team so far. But with this meta shift that we've had, we're seeing SMGs go crazy today, Puckett. And I'm expecting him to have a big one, to have that Vaznov out more often in this series.
All right, can you put up the same numbers we saw from Pred and Afro? That's the new bar for me. Simp, I think you can reach it. But on the other side of this matchup, you're going up against Scrappy, the trash talker from Toronto who joined us at the end of his last matchup. He was telling us, I'm not afraid of anybody. I'm ready to play every team in the CDL. And he's doing it alongside Standy, Kleenex, and Insight. Thoughts on Toronto, aLLeY?
My biggest worry when it comes to the Toronto Ultra is like who the dirty work player is, because I feel like when we're watching them specifically in Respawn, there was a lot of times where a player would just get by when they were matching up against the Minnesota Røkkr. If you go back, there was a lot of times that Toronto had fully rotated, but they didn't actually put a body in the hill when it was about to pop. So there was usually a player or two that had gotten by waiting for that first initial, and that's who ended up playing spoiler to break their setup.
And can I give credit, a little shout out to whoever's working up there in Toronto to get the players set up. Those screens are pure. The cameras are dialed in. The team's looking good. But in this series, the team has to play great. You're going up against Atlanta FaZe, and here are your 5 maps coming your way. Best of 5, first to 3. It starts with Mercado. We go to El Asilo twice before Hotel and Fortress close thing out with the Fortress S&D Game 5. Do we get to that Game 5, Nameless?
I think we do, honestly. You know, Toronto, they've had a crazy couple of games. That first game was like a revenge match. You know, I can never really accurately judge a revenge match they had, but in the next one, they played phenomenal. Insight had a great performance. They won 3-1. I'm still going with Atlanta FaZe, though. I got Atlanta FaZe taking this one in 5.
aLLeY, how are we feeling this one?
Atlanta FaZe in 3.
In 3. 3, 5, I'll go with 4. Do you agree with Atlanta FaZe in the desk? Let us know in the chat. 1 for Atlanta. Put a 2 if you're cheering on the squad. 14.5 hours north up in Toronto. It's time to get this bad boy up and running. Final best of 5 of the night. We're going to Mercado for a hard point, and we got our casters ready on the mic. Please welcome them in and get ready as the CDL continues live on Twitch.tv.
All right, thank you very much, Puckett. It is time to get into this one. It's one that we have been looking forward to. Toronto versus Atlanta. Technically and historically, this has always pretty much gone Atlanta's way, but it's a new look Toronto and Atlanta who haven't looked dominant. Who comes out the victor? Let's find out, Ton.
Very, very excited for this one. Honestly, I think when you put these two teams up against each other at the beginning of the season, what did we think we were going to get? We still aren't quite sure, and of course with the meta change, a lot of people are speaking about FaZe and expecting them to be one of the big benefactors from that. Looking towards Mercado though, rotation already in over towards P2, but two teams just fighting over a little bit of scrap time heading over towards P1, but it is FaZe first once. Yeah, Ultra have infiltrated the defense though.
Oh wow, they managed to get through. Toronto in a great position. They're putting the squeeze onto them already. aBeZy knows they're coming for it.
Big kills, huge.
And Ultra not only clear this out, they're on the scrap time, they're on the rotation ton. That is insane.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful flip coming in from the side of the Toronto Ultra. 3 kills for Standy already. And I'm very, very curious to how both these two teams start to perform as said. Attack 56 is in, and it is going to cause problems for some teams, but some teams will revel in this change. Vaznev's much more viable.
And this is the thing.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, you think the SMG lineup on the side of FaZe, Simp, aBeZy, scary thought with a good SMG.
Oh, it very, very much is, and we've talked an awful lot about Toronto Ultra's confidence. It just flows like a river from them every single step of the way, but they are coming up against the damn FaZe. And at the moment, oh, Simp gets 2. They're still doing a great job here. Ultra fully in control of Mikado at the moment.
Yep, lockdown. A little bit of a scare with Simp finding 2. Nothing too problematic for Toronto to deal with so far. Standy, 5 in a row from him. Looking at number 6. Slapshot coming in with attack. He should be dead and is fantastically done by Standy. That's a complete dominant hold. This has been flawless so far from Toronto Ultra. Rotations on. CleanX is yet.
Here we go. Atlanta FaZe looking to recoup their losses so far. Cellium to get that first kill here. They still have numbers. Scrap looking to see if he can find anybody who oversteps, anybody who puts a toe out of line. Ultra being patient, waiting for the pinch. Slasher's also waiting. And Slasher's found the first. Scrap takes a peek in the doorway and he's the last one alive and he's weak and they know he's here. He goes for the chow and finds Cellium. Giving hopes alive for it. Almost finds aBeZy, but not quite.
Yeah, anything was good there from Scrap, to be honest with you. Could have found a second, that would have been absurd, but Standing on his way in. Managed to pick up the streak, so keep an eye on that later on into the game. This is a crucial hold now for FaZe. You let the first 2 hills really run away from you. Dominant hold when you already had the rotation coming in for P2. You get the rotation for P3. You do not make that same mistake twice. And look at this already. Number 5, Cellium's on his way over. And that's a dominant spot for him to be in. He should be able to lock down back alley. This should be a rotation for FaZe as well, on top of the full 60 in the previous.
Cellium needs to give more help there in the back alley. It's only be Simp left alone for it. The challenge is coming in from Ultra already. Cellium has to make a push. He has to put a bit of a squeeze on here and help his teammates out. They know they're there. He's just fighting off both angles. It's players stacked both sides.
Simp is chilling. Vaznev in hand. A scary man now.
4 men in the barbershop, and it comes down to this, but Standy laying down will get the kills. And Ultra have a position at the moment to try and just hold this. Both teams looking to reinforce, but Atlanta FaZe have a little bit further to go.
And I'm surprised, to be honest with you, with the position that Cellium was in to kick things off. I thought he would have been able to keep them off. I thought the rest of FaZe would have been there a little bit quicker. A little bit slower on the secondary kills, though. Not slow this time. Around 4 dead. 30 seconds to play with here for the Atlanta FaZe, and they should be able to pick up every single second. You can already see Toronto choking this one up. And they head over towards the next hill. It's been very much whoever has that rotation is getting good time. Keep an eye on each of these rotations. If that trend does continue, it's going to be tight all the way through.
Yeah, well, advantage here for Ultra in the position already. They know roughly where they're coming from. They'll be waiting for these challenges and these trades. Now it comes in already. You can see Sandy gets the first, Scrap gets the second and the third. And Atlanta FaZe had to take a breath, reorganize, readjust, and figure out how we do this again.
Both teams really struggling to break any setups so far. I'm gonna say it's the hallmark of just really good setups from both 2 teams, but maybe some breaks not quite coordinated as best as they possibly could be. This one is, though. My goodness, Simp straight through the front door. Has Cellium side by side with him. Scrap just trying to slow things down here, and I think Toronto might just throw that up with 30 seconds left to go. First significant break for some good time that we've seen, and now Simp is skating through the middle of the map. 4 kills in a row. Rotations now on as well. These next couple of fights heading over towards this next hill are massive.
I think he was hop, skipping and jumping everywhere, basically just chowing every single corner over and over again. And FaZe have seen, they know this rotation is here, and they're going to try and break it here. CleanX will definitely get a kill. He's in a great position for an off angle. However, he has been seen. Simp might jump out and chow here. Cellium's going to get him eventually. And not able to make that first kill in that first trade. And Cellium gets the second one. And Ultra walking into the gunfight. Simp tries to jump past as the pinch comes through, but both teams fighting tooth and nail for this.
Couple of SMGs on both teams just struggling to kick things off here. aBeZy 4 and 9, albeit not quite as bad as CleanX at 2 and 11. Not making as much of an impact as I initially thought they probably would, especially on Mikado. Once you're getting in there, that's when you need your SMGs to fry. They haven't quite been there, and maybe that's indicative of the fact that we haven't seen too many breaks, although we get another one here. Off the back of Simp, who gets up there, Scrap deals with him. aBeZy now next on the chopping block, potentially. Inside the point, no support. So good. Can he find the second on the inside? My goodness. aBeZy will pick up that final bit of Scrap rotation about to start coming on through. And if you're the side of Atlanta FaZe, you're in the better spot for this one. Oh, yes. Cellium's POV. No surprises to see that.
Well, I'll tell you something at the moment. Atlanta FaZe will be in the lead. Let's find out how they are feeling, though, with Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
Streaking. Back blue.
He killed me from the streak. One's gonna be Barber. One's gonna be Barber. Dead. One's gonna be Barber.
I'm shooting him.
Okay, he's behind that.
I can't shoot yet. Hold on.
And Barber.
I shoot.
On blue side. Spawning P2. They're spawning P2.
Yeah,
Trying to help you. Stun. Close blue. Nice.
I get my help.
Listen, there's one white shot. Blue.
P2. Wait, two there.
I'll see him. I need him white shot. I'm laying down. I need the push. I'm looking at mid child. Watch my hop up. You could. I'm watching over here. Yeah.
Kind of in here right now.
What's back alley? Shine quad. Close speed. One shot. Scrap. Okay.
I
One time. There's three. There's three. Trying to go yellow van. Yeah, everyone bully the right. Everyone bully the right together here. Everyone go right and bully. You could be close to yellow van right now. Could already be like yellow van or
long.
dark.
I stun long.
I don't see anything dark.
Long.
Nice. One's deep mid somewhere. Yo, one's tunnel. You just hit tunnel right now.
Well, Atlanta FaZe calling for a bit of bullying there on one side of this map. Will Toronto Ultra buckle under the pressure? Let's find out with their very own Toronto Ultra. Listen in.
I spawned out, by the way.
Hot dog dead. Hot dog dead. Back alley, Cell. He's deep alley. He's cop guard. One guy's dig.
One dig, yep. I'm playing my life before.
Tunnel absolute.
Tunnel still absolute.
I need to help.
P4, really big cop. Slash is him P4.
Yeah, he's gonna be
P4. In P4.
L dead. P4 truck, bro. I can't get out here. Left side time dead.
Nice. Might be deep in
tunnel. Yo, behind me. God. Got it.
Oh,
nice. One tunnel going hedge, I think. Or maybe hedge or tunnel. Hedge or right side tunnel.
Hedge, right?
Yeah, one gonna me out. I'm stuck in this time. Let's look at this time, then work a break. I help tunnel. Back left, bro. Back left. I help tunnel. I hear one tunnel.
Push mid. Tunnel dead.
Child mid right here. Right side.
Absolute got heady.
I break here. Tunnel dead. I'm hitting this. Got heady dead. Yeah, I'm coming with. He's close dumpster. Nice, good job. They're gonna be P4.
Could've spawned close.
They're gonna be P4. I died to a trophy, bro. Take your time, I spawn out.
Fucking deep. One's so deep.
We can do it, me.
Step.
Go ahead. Just stay alive, JP. You're big.
Spawned out, by the way.
Is he?
In hill. Absolute in hill. So
back alley. He's going
top right. Nice. Child mid.
Gonna be mid as well.
I'll see mid. On top.
Gonna be mid. Child mid.
Well, neither team buckling under pressure. They're Toronto Ultra trying to keep it as calm as possible as they have been going back and forth. It will be Atlanta FaZe with a slight lead at the moment.
A very tight game, it has to be said. Oh, Standy having a stellar game himself, but I mean, we were kind of pointing out during the listening that we try not to lean on KDs or anything too much, but KliNX, well, has been struggling. 4-21. If he can find this second one, though, this could be worth every single kill that he's already got on the Cellium, just causing the issue. KliNX just not necessarily having a great game yet. 4-22. It's not the kind of stat line you usually associate with him, but nonetheless, Toronto Ultra are the ones with this rotation. They need to find these kills. Standy will help Insight. They can lock in this hill. We've got pretty much a tied game heading to the next hill.
Yeah, it's going to be one of the biggest issues. You are right. We don't tend to lean on it too much, but 4 kills over the last several hills, or several rotations, I should say, isn't going to look particularly good. But Atlanta FaZe want to end this right here. That's the danger for Ultra. It's still within lethal range for Atlanta FaZe. Ultra have to hold everything here.
The pinches, what's the problem? They're waiting for aBeZy to do something. That's what FaZe are waiting on. I don't know if Ultra know that they're there. They're gonna know now, though, as the collapse is starting to come on through. Scrap, you need to stay alive. KliNX is there with him as well. We might not talk about a lot of kills, but it's important ones coming through for KliNX. Him and Standy and Scrap locking down that time. 17 seconds or so remaining. Here we go. Rotation's on.
He's going for it. Insight's over here. He's trying to get ready. He's trying to make sure they can get some sort of chaos going through as KliNX wants one more. And this is everything for them now. They've done so much hard work. They've left the last bit of scrap time. They know they have to break Barbers.
Big kill. Big kill coming on through. Barbershop is there. Insight will be able to find one. 14 seconds away for the side of FaZe. The kills are just starting to flow through at the right times for them. Standy's going to move.
Standy has to be a hero. Kills, time, everything is not going to be able to get it through. And Atlanta FaZe are going to lock this down. The rotation is clean. It's crisp. And it's crystal clear who the winner is in this game. Atlanta FaZe lock it in at the end. Ultra try and do everything. But it was not what they wanted to come out of the back of that one. Questions will be asked, just where did it all go wrong? And like I said before, hey,
talking about specific players. I hate talking about KD. There are intangibles. There are things happening in the game we can't always describe. But you might need more than 7.
7?
You give me 7. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh yeah, no. Look, I think we put CleanUx very much on a high pedestal, and look, I said we try not to talk about it too much, but it's one of those games where your SMG players in such a close game. He made a couple of good plays towards the end there that did actually get Ultra a decent amount of time, but nonetheless, you think if he turns up to a decent level, even just double that is a fairly average scoreline by his comparison. But look, let's maybe not linger on that too long, but it's a very standout one, it has to be said. Not necessarily something you'd expect from him, but close game number 1. It was very much about those rotations, and it was very much about if you got that rotation, you were locking in the hill. You can look towards the ARs. There were good games on both sides of things, specifically from Cellium, who was just picking up kills all the time. It never felt like he was shining and finding 2s or 3s, just constant finding kills for FaZe. And ultimately, they pick up the points when they need to. It just seems to be towards the end of the game, that rotation over from P3 to P4 was a little bit of a struggle from Ultra on both rotations there, Bryson. I wonder if that's maybe their downfall.
Yeah, maybe. It could also be the reason, like I said, the reason I'm going to give benefit of the doubt for this one, right? That is not a usual thing from CleanUx. To the point where I'm sure people are wondering if his controller broke or something along those lines. You also got to bear in mind, like with the rotation heavy thing that we just saw, where teams were holding very, very much, he could be baiting out for the rest of his team. He could be going in first, allowing teammates to get everything coming behind him. So it can be a little bit deceptive for him. And I'm sure we probably won't ever see that again, or at least for a very long time. But here's the benefit, right? Player was doing that, Ultra were leading for a good portion of that game. Yeah, doing other things right.
100%. You can take away the positives from that one. If CleanUx has an average game, that's potentially a very different scoreline. 250-229 is a close game, number 1 between these two, and it's a series that has always offered up a very close series. Honestly, words, it's getting later, Bryce. We know how it is. Anyway, we're heading into a double L Asilo, and this could be interesting now heading into Search and Destroy. I'm interested to see if they can pick it up here, Ultra, and are not too down on themselves. But yeah, I think we kind of got our answer to the question of whether or not the SMGs was going to help out the side of FaZe. It seemed to. We've seen a good game coming out from Simp, who had a relatively decent time of things on Hardpoint, but we expect maybe a little bit more from him. But it was a good game. I'm interested to see that aBeZy's changed his haircut back. I rocked with what he had last week, to be honest with you. I was with it.
Hey, I'll be honest with you, I don't want to talk about haircuts. That leads me down a horrible road, but what I will talk about here is probably the intensity of Atlanta FaZe after that map. They are discussing it, they are figuring it out. They will probably want to go back and take that game as a VOD review, right? Lots to learn in any close game that you play, win or lose, on how you can do things better, especially against a teammate with that caliber of player and teamwork on it. So for Atlanta FaZe, it's a big win for them. They are still... Here's the crazy thing, right? Losing to Boston in that first week has so many people still doubting them.
Yeah, well, of course. I mean, Boston look crazy good right now. At least did last week. I'll be very interested to see how things do play out, of course, with the TAC now in. This guy, though, Scrap, I mean, look, he's had a good start to his career. Last week, it was a 1.12 overall, so individually, he is living up to the hype. We were curious whether or not the TAC was going to make a bit of a difference, but looking towards Search and Destroy, Insight, a 1.17, absolutely no surprise to see that. The man is an absolute demon when it does come down to this mode, and he'll be hoping to have a good game here up against Atlanta FaZe. He's going to need to the one Ultra. Do want to tie things up here.
Yeah, that's the difference. Hardpoint is done and dusted. S&D is up next. And Toronto Ultra will want to bring players like Insight to the fore and get themselves back into this. Let's find out if they can do it. Tie up or go down 2-0? That is the question. Because for both of these two teams have suffered losses already in this league going into the Pro-Am. Atlanta lost to Boston. Toronto on a loss to their rivals in Minnesota. Now, I'll let you guys decide who you think's the better team out of those two to lose. I'm not going to cover that. Trust me on this one. But well, this may be a bit of a difference. Going into that Pro-Am, seeds are up for grabs, and every single game, by the way, is 10 points towards that race towards champs.
Looking towards the statistics, and specifically talking about Insight,
FaZe are getting clutched on quite a bit. There was, I want to say, I think it's coming in at 5 1v2-3 clutches coming on through against them last week, and somebody like iNsight is somebody who will try and do his best with that kind of information. So keep an eye on the clutches that potentially could come through from Toronto if Atlanta are keeping it tight.
And all goes quiet. Everything goes still. At the moment, you can see Atlanta FaZe figuring out if they can make a move. It's like, we'll get that first blood onto Cellium. That takes down some of the options for them.
Oh, I'm surprised Standy wasn't actually tempted to have a look at that. Chooses to not in the end. Oh, look at the push that comes on through. KiSMET gets punished.
And now Scrap might be in a position. If anybody peeks him, it's a 3 versus 3. It's a stun check. He gets the check as well. That information will be called out. Time is running down for Atlanta. They have to make a move.
Standing in a prime position to do something, as said. Onto the site they go, though. Inside's dead silence has been popped. aBeZy finds another kill, and all of a sudden they just challenge. Bombs is down. Round is over. Atlanta FaZe seemed in no position to do anything. Then all of a sudden it's just peak gunfights that coming through. You start winning those, it makes things a lot easier. iNsight can't really do a great deal from this position. The rest of his team die around the site. 3 kills for aBeZy.
Yeah, that was clear. I mean, it was just aBeZy all the way through. I'll be honest with you, some of it was bait and switch, like he was covering for his teammates.
Yeah.
But that is where teamwork comes in. It's clear that they had a game plan in mind heading towards that bomb site. The only thing that could have gone wrong for them was the time. It forces you into action, and it also means the enemy team know what you're doing. But clean comms, clean teamwork pays out.
Look at this aggression from Ultra.
Yeah, they're straight in.
No, straight in. aBeZy, dead silence, flanking. Simp, first kill. Now all of a sudden, you got 2 people up top in different directions to try and deal with. If you are Toronto Ultra, you got aBeZy behind you as well. Kill's gonna come on through though. Cellium will find one on the Scrap. Slasher looking to answer that back. 3v2, 2v2.
It was in a great position, however. It's now KiSMET.
Good spot.
The 1 versus 2. Oh, he knows where bomb is as well. Oh no! Cellium destroys him before he can do anything. They were waiting.
I mean,
they were ready.
He has ripped him as he's went across there. I'd love to see the final kill cam, to be honest with you. He must delete him, yeah. Okay, well, it looked a lot quicker on our screen, but it was just like he was halfway across dead.
They were waiting. You knew what he was doing, and they punched it as well. 2-0 to Atlanta FaZe now. Ultra felt like they were probably in a really good position. Just weren't able to capitalize. I think standing behind the bar was doing a huge amount of work. He was a difficult kill. Tried to reposition. Usually pretty smart on S&D, but didn't pay out for him there.
Good work from FaZe. It's just picks. It's all it's coming down to. And as soon as they have that number advantage, they are not letting it slip whatsoever. First blood seems to be very, very important. It always is, but both 2 times that FaZe have got it, they've been in a better position. They ain't going to get it this time. Standing in behind the bar once again. Cellium with the trade, 3v3.
Can't do it again. And whoa, my goodness, KiSMET the lead. Slasher this time.
How do you only get 7 on the last map with shots like that?
Oh, here we go. Scrap's in a great position. Will he peek the door or will he wait? The dead silence has just run out. It goes through. Absolutely guns. Cellium goes down, and that will be Toronto Ultra back on the board. It is crispy from them this round.
Lovely stuff. Making the ball plays. It's Standy on the flank that gets things rolling. And KiSMET, second kill of the round. The first one, I dearly hope that he was weak, because that was an SMG, everybody. Either way, KiSMET, job done. Get the confidence flowing again. You love to see it from him. First blood's crucial so far. Each time a team has found that first blood, they found the round to follow.
A little bit of life there in Ultra. Oh no, stun check straight away. Oh, Slasher's waiting for it. And Ultra, well, looking for that mid-map control again. This time have had to readjust. They are now thinking, where can we go? Can we bring this back to a 3 versus 3 at the least? But they're the ones who have to move. They have to make the movements on this map.
Standy's desperately checking the corner. He is convinced Slasher may reappear. Takes a few bullets. Gets out of there without any damage, though. And we're back.
And honestly, that first blood, it's very simple. Somebody up top, stun down mid. Info check. Slasher knows that they're in there. Holds the angle. Simple. It's S&D 101.
I really like what Atlanta FaZe did after that, by the way. They were spending tacticals and grenades like currency to keep Ultra on the back foot.
Slasher step back on down. A Scrap will find one onto aBeZy. This bomb was going down. Then it wasn't. Now it is. Standy. Oh, he threatens. Staying alive inside the point. The timing he's just got.
Silence. They're looking for him. They're trying to figure this one out at the moment. Atlanta FaZe want to snap into action, but they don't know where these players are. Standy does, though. Finds the first, gets out of there as well with his life up. Slasher is going to be found. Slasher has to go for the gun, but no! Slasher doesn't even pre-aim. He tries to get out. And Standy! Every single kill. The dead silence turns into outright violence on that map.
Ugh, this was yucky. Look at that. I think his teammates helping him out, but lovely play from Standy. What pressure. Gets a good bit of timing when he does come out of the A bomb site, but nonetheless, still got to hit your shots. Very, very well played, Toronto Ultra. Swinging now in the search and destroy.
Huge play from them, considering they lost first blood, and they looked like they were stalling a little bit. Ultra. Standy decides to come clutch in the end. Will be Atlanta FaZe. A little bit of a push. Cellium almost gets caught. KiSMET is trying to stay alive with aBeZy. He guns him down before he can do anything. Atlanta FaZe looking to take full of this, and there's the wall bang. It is possible. To say I haven't seen it that much on this map. Scrap doesn't get even a hit marker.
Yeah, no info. 14 bullets in the dream will now start getting aggressive. He's the one that can maybe make the break in here. To the side of Ultra. Gotta find the next kill as aBeZy will then find Standy on the rotation. Slasher will find some shots in as well, and now all of a sudden Scrap on a 3 streak. I tell you what, if he finds the kill in the site there, then this becomes somewhat a little bit more doable, but position of Cell, the position of Simp, the challenge. What great shots that is out of Scrap. I think he'll still do very, very well. Continue your streak. Yeah, he just doesn't have the time.
He has 4 bullets. He's going to go for the chow, maybe. No, he's just going to stay alive for streaks.
Yep.
I like it.
Did as much as he possibly could have.
I'll tell you what, one more magazine in about 20 more seconds, and that would have been a lot more stressful for Cellium.
We actually had, I said, when it comes down to stats and things like that, you know, Scrappy coming in, as mentioned, the 1.12 overall, we were curious if that living up to the hype would continue with the TAC coming in. Well, so far, so good, I would say. Scrap, 5 streak for him, albeit, you know, a couple of those inconsequential in the end. Still, this man is going to be a threat. Oh, yeah, long shots on the Slasher all the way through. See you later. My God, this gun hits.
So he gets 1, but he won't get the second. Stanley's there to trade. Still advantage to Toronto Ultra. aBeZy has been found, but Cellium will have his trade, but Scrap will have his. And now Cellium in a 1 versus 2. That is a 7 streak now for Scrap. He started off 0 and 2. It's now 7 and 2. Ooh, Cellium.
2 HP in the dream does manage to just about get out. Still doable for a player of Cellium's ilk. This bomb is going down very far away from where he is right now. And that is not going to be an easy retake.
Just needs to find 1 to make this plausible. But right now, he has no information. He doesn't know where the bomb is exactly planted, on which side. He doesn't know where the players are. He doesn't know who's rotating. He could be being flanked. He has seen nothing.
Oh. Doesn't seem to matter. Okay, not sure what happened. Nonetheless, Cellium the shots in. The initial one's into the building. I think he just has no info. He's like, well, let's check it, I suppose, but makes no difference towards the end of the round. Not sure what the bounce was around the outside of the truck. I don't know if he's just trying to break things again, but here we are.
Oh, Ultra. Looking good. I think that's the best way to put it. They certainly are looking good at the moment.
And a lot of that is to do with Scrap and Standy. They're finding kills. They are winning trades.
Interested to see what the streak does for the side of Ultra. I doubt very much. No info there for the side of Scrap. Doors open though, and all of a sudden that becomes a very dangerous cross with the way that this man is hitting his TAC 56 shots right now.
Pops the Deddy. Now gonna wait a second, just waiting for a bit more of a 3-8.
Watching it. Sal's watching it. Finds the kill. Cellium ready and waiting for that one. It's one out with the Toronto Ultra playbook that has been played maybe too many times now. Standy, oh, gets a bit of bad time, and aBeZy and Co starting to make some pressure here over towards the A side, Bryce.
Standy's in trouble. Needs that health to regen. Laying down is a good tactic for him as well. Oh! And he finds two. And Standy just held his nerve. Didn't panic. Didn't worry about it. Laid down. Aimed for the doorway. Atlanta FaZe line up for him. And now they still have control of this site. They have bomb information. But do they have a counter to Cellium?
Slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too slow though.
Yeah.
Clinic's found it's a 1 versus 3. And Cellium do Cellium things. He's going for a bit of a pre-fire. They know where he is. Someone's going to try and get this kill. It will be Standy, of course it is.
Frustration creeping in for the side of Atlanta FaZe here. Couple of rounds where they found first blood and not made it count after the first two, which initially went so well. Just playing those numbers to your advantage. Classic search and destroy. Ultra maybe just twisted things around a little bit. And it's hurting the side of FaZe here. And one thing that I actually like from one of the listens, I know I'm going back a map here, but the Toronto Ultra comms still calm and collected. It might well have changed half of the roster. The same ethos still applies.
A bit of credit to Fox there for that one, maybe.
Haven't seen much.
No, that's actually Ultra's coach.
It is, yes. 1 and 4 from Insight. Sniper then comes out, so trying to make himself a bit more useful for the squad. 4-3 up though, nonetheless.
All goes quiet. There's a little bit of a gunfire going down, but Ultra playing patient. Standy with the pre-aim. The Vaznev has never looked so hard at this door. Inside though with the snipe.
Cellium towards the back as well. Dangerous spot for him to be in. Scrap will find him. It's a 4v2 for Ultra to go 5-3 up.
Simp finds the first. aBeZy finds the second. Back down to a 2 versus 2. Insight has a sniper as well. That bomb is going to be down. Simp finds. Oh my goodness. Scrap has somehow got out of that with his life. Insight's coming around the back with
oh my god.
And now Scrap's left alone in a 1 versus 2. And Simp have you as well. Thank you very much. Simp, just a danger. Instantly recognized from where the kills went down. They would be pushing towards B. And then recognized what he did again. He wrapped back. He found more kills. Nobody escapes.
And I think the problem is there is actually the kill that aBeZy finds on the bomb carrier. All of a sudden, your bomb's down in a horrible position. One of you's just died towards your spawn. And now we're in a really, really bad spot. If you're the Toronto Ultra, went from being good to very bad in almost the blink of an eye. I was almost calling 5-3. And it's now 4-4. That was turned around very, very quickly. Feels like an aggressive push could be coming out from the side of Atlanta FaZe here. They're feeling it now, the wind beneath their sails. That's a bad start. This push coming from behind though. Standy will be up top office. Expect that to have some influence. The information will be there though. That door has been shut. That bomb's going down. 4v4 retake.
Atlanta FaZe. A couple of players will probably stay on this bomb site. It's dangerous to get out for it, but Standy will find a kill. Oh no, KiSMET gets aBeZy. It's a 2 versus 4. And that means Atlanta FaZe are about to come under some serious pressure. They're trying to hold on as well. Simp does get one though. Looks for the second. Sees him. His insight's got a snipe. Simp has nowhere to go and it will eventually be shut down. Ultra with a great retake.
Looks like Insight balcony to balcony. The sniper shot comes out. It's one thing that can kill quicker than an M4 an attack. There's one bullet to the dome with the sniper rifle. Well played. It's a run to Ultra. Not letting that last disastrous round get underneath their skin.
It is back and forth between these two teams.
And Atlanta FaZe, they went into that bomb site early. You thought they had a good position, but Ultra spread. They were looking for the players outside the bomb site. Just meant there was nowhere really for them to go.
We talked about those 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s that FaZe have been suffering from. That hasn't been the case this time around. It really has just been good teamwork from Ultra. Seems like they're just getting everything done at the right time. Simp's going to find 2, though, inside of A. That breaks this round completely wide open. Standy, can he answer back with a second of his own? Staying alive and kicking just about. 2v3.
Done a really good job there. Not only staying alive, but got a trade. He makes this plausible. Goes back in. So he's going to find aBeZy. aBeZy staying alive. Of course he does. Just impossible to kill him. Eventually takes him out by the ankles, but Cellium gets inside as well. Stanley left in a 1 versus 2. We've seen him clutch before. Can he do it one more time? Can he put this map to bed?
Can he get away? Can he get away?
They haven't got any information. They don't even know he's escaped. Standy is going on the flank. Maybe they heard him there.
He's got Daddy. Daddy's popped.
Here he goes. He's in a good position. Are they ready and waiting for him? Cellium, like the timing. Where's Slasher as well? It doesn't matter. They wait for the trades. There will be no clutch for Standy today, Ton.
And he holds such a tight angle there. To the point where Slasher can kind of be bait to a certain degree. But he doesn't show himself for the child that could come around the corner. Just holding that tight angle. And that is unfortunate for Ultra. Back and forth we go. This one could go either way.
Well, let's see who has the ice. And FaZe will have the attack. Straight in for aBeZy. Will this be a fast push? You can see the stack coming in from Ultra. They are already in the A site.
Not if FaZe have much information of this. They will peak slowly. Trophy's down, so they will presume at least there's one in that.
Oh!
Good timing. Great timing.
Excellent door play there, Standy.
Can't teach him, man. Streaks coming in. Who's that from? I presume that was from the Ultra side. Yeah, Scrap had one, if I remember rightly. Doesn't find anything.
You can feel just how dangerous this is for both teams. Score streaks coming in, both teams stacking up for as well. aBeZy tries to find the first blood. Gotta be careful though, both teams will stack in. No hit markers from anything there. Time slowly running away. Atlanta FaZe want to push this tempo. They want to break through.
Gotta go, shoot.
Cannot find a kill.
Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. They gotta go. Stanley's there. Finds one, finds 2 inside the site. And that could make the difference now. 23 seconds remaining. Cellium will answer back 2v2.
Slasher's going for it as well. Just no time for this one, Ton. No time at all. Scrap's going to see Cellium. He's going to go down at Slasher for a 1 versus 2, but time is against him. Positioning is against him. The players are against him. He finds the first. The second player was in the corner. The second player was in the corner.
That time. He doesn't go for it. He doesn't go for the plant.
He doesn't. And Standy will win this by standing still.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. That is just one of those things. Obviously, we saw it, we knew, but Podcaster X-Ray is not gameplay. Whew. And
I thought he was
pointed.
I thought he was going to his line of sight towards the end. Braxy, I got very, very scared. What a game. What a game of Search and Destroy. Both two teams coming up at the moments when they needed to, but ultimately it is Ultra who find those moments towards the end. You gotta give it to Standy though. 14-7. A lot of those fights and a lot of those gunfight wins, I should say, coming inside that A bomb site. And it's so crucial because obviously 95% of the rounds we are heading towards there. We need the SMGs to be doing the business, and for Toronto Ultra, Standy did it and then some. 14-7 out of him. Big game from Scrap as well at 10-6.
This is what I also want to quickly highlight, because I know we've been talking a lot about KDs on this cast, but CleanX in that last S&D round, by the way, was baiting like mad for Standy. The reason Standy got 2 there was CleanX was playing his live and throwing bullets between both directors. I don't even think they knew Standy was in there. They kept seeing CleanX and they kept trying to get him, and eventually they pushed it, and because there was 2 of them, they were just able to get away with it. They were able to get that perfect trade. Obviously, Standy, fantastic player all the way through anyway, but I think it's worth highlighting what a teammate can do for you. Like, that won't reflect on that stat sheet. The fact that, you know, CleanX was there to help bait out those kills.
Of course not, it won't. But I think in that sort of situation, SMGs just working very, very well together. Ultimately, it could have been either one of them that got those final 2 kills, whichever one went down first. It doesn't really matter. You're both in a kind of good position in that scenario. It's just a case of, unfortunately for KiSMET, he was the one to go, but standing a really, really good map number 2. And, well, all tied up. Pricey heading into the control.
It certainly is. Atlanta FaZe versus Toronto Ultra. Throughout the ages of the CDL was never disappointed. Let's find out how it continues in the control. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Duty Week is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We have Toronto Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe. I know what you're thinking. Sounds like a grand final. It's playing like one. At the moment, they are both 1-1. Hard point to FaZe, S&D to Ultra. But what maps they've been done.
Yeah, it's kind of the same history as how it's always played out. It's always kind of been FaZe who have been the dominant on the hardpoint side, but then Ultra will try and hit you with a 2-3-5. And that is how it's looking at the moment. Map number 1 was very, very close. Map number 2 was very close, though. Could have both went either way. A hell of a series still on the line here. Control coming up with staying on aLLeY as well. Yeah, excited for this one. I'm intrigued to see if either one of these teams can break them all with it. Of course, we talked about the defensive side really being the stronger, and it has been, but we have seen breaks on this map. We have seen attacks come through, and both these two teams are very much talented enough to get that job done. I'm just happy we've got at least 2 more maps to go, Bryce. This has been a banger so far. Banger.
It really has, with the Control coming up next. Could certainly go either way. Truth being told, I think you've got the right idea there, Tan. Just enjoy the ride. We were hoping to see a close game. We know Atlanta FaZe looking to probably have a better year than last year, although it was pretty good. A lot of seconds still don't matter to competitors. Toronto Ultra put a lot of faith in the new players in their team, rebuilt, rejuvenated, and ready to go. But obviously this does matter. Whichever team loses this will basically have 2 losses and put them in a probably much harder group than they would like.
Yeah, exactly. You want to be in the best spot possible heading into that major. But I don't think it'll deter them either. At the same time, you know, the fact that now we have groups heading over to the first major, at least anyway, that still gives you another opportunity to put yourself in a good spot. Yes, okay, harder groups, not ideal. But both these two teams know that they're good enough. They have enough in their locker to find games that maybe they wouldn't have expected to. But nonetheless, here we go. Standy really has been influential in this Ultra roster, and I'm going to say he's kind of went under the radar just a little bit because of the promotion of Scrappy to this roster. He's really been the one that a lot of people have talked about, but Standy has performed to a higher level so far. Very well played in that search and destroy. He was really the catalyst in that final round 11 to get the dub for Toronto Ultra. But we head to aLLeY once again. Control this time around, as mentioned, defense heavy. Most control maps are on Modern Warfare 2 at this moment in time. I want to point out, though, one thing that Miles said. This may well change over time. How's it going to change heading into week number 2? That's not a good start.
Well, there goes Standy. He's killing everybody, whether he should or not. And kicks off this control. What it does do, though, put Atlanta FaZe back a step or 2. He's a madman.
I mean, we had Slasher doing exactly the same, if I remember correctly, on this map last week. It wasn't on control, it was on Search and Destroy, and everybody was still dead, but... Alright, put your knives away, boys. Stop swinging them about. Big gunfight win couldn't come on through for aBeZy. Keep an eye on inside, though. He will constantly lock down over towards the radio tower. He's such a pain to get rid of in this position as well. Looking like FaZe are concentrating their efforts over towards B, the harder of the 2 sites to get a hold of.
So we'll have to readjust as soon as that call comes in. The information comes through, and Simp Slash get it. They might be able to go for a stack here, and it looks like what's happening. You can see all of Atlanta FaZe jumping this. The first tick is already in. You might have to move. That second tick is already going through as well. Second tick is now in. Standy's trying to do something, but Atlanta FaZe have made the stack call. Somewhere, aLLeY very, very happy with the stack that's come in. And that is mad from FaZe. They found 2 went right. Commit.
Now, this is a very, very bad situation for the side of Toronto Ultra. I don't need to spell it out for you, but that's a big kill for Scrap to find out. And we'll just release Ultra from the constraints of their spawn. aBeZy, a couple of bullets in insight, backs on up. Doesn't need to try that gunfight against the TAC. But that, brilliant call coming in from FaZe. Didn't really need to do too much in terms of the slaying ability. Just said, right, okay, well, let's just jump on it. Ultra not in the position to answer.
Yeah, I think it may have caught them a little bit off guard. Just completely.
And just one thing to point out as well. Atlanta FaZe only have 1 round of offense on control so far this year. This is a damn sight away to be doubling that effort. Big gunfight. Now they can start wrapping around that spawn. Toronto Ultra having to hold on tight here. Down 2 lives. Still doable for them.
They're trying to figure out a way to get inside out of that position, but they're using the doors as cover. That's that first tick done. Atlanta FaZe just stopping the clock for a second, putting a bit of pressure on, but Simp with the reload at the wrong time. He's going to get his trade. They're keeping this alive and slightly chaotic. They do not want to give Toronto Ultra an opportunity to push them back. Insight hasn't died yet this game. He's 3-0. He's still sitting up there. He might be running out of ammo soon.
Having the time of his life. Just chilling if you're inside, because the rest of the team are getting the job done. Scrap, Standy, KiSMET, find the kills. Cellium's the only one who can answer. And for all that B did get locked in quickly, Atlanta FaZe have been able to do very, very little about this A site. Ultra defended, extended out where they can to make this more difficult, but 7 seconds to go. One more bite at it if you're Atlanta FaZe.
Wow, Sasha tries to get through, not going to be able to. And eventually, Atlanta FaZe, with a great play onto the B control point, can't find anything really going at A.
Yeah.
Ultra locked it down.
And I think Ultra will probably be a little bit annoyed, I would say, with how they lost B, but nonetheless defended A very, very well. Insight not dying until, well, the final trade of gunfights. So, a boring old time over towards Satellite. Is it a Satellite? It's a Satellite tower. You know what I meant.
Well, let's see if Toronto Ultra have a tactic to break this. If they can get an attack here as well, they'll be in a fantastic position because they're already going down, but Slasher is more than equal to it. He sees another player as well, but Stanley will get his trade. Straight into it. Dead silence popped. Waiting for the push he knows coming. I tell you something, his awareness in this series has been next level.
I feel like he's going to be allowed to spread his wings on this Ultra team. Pushing forward, getting aggressive. Slasher in trouble, Slasher dead. And Scrap cleaning up behind him as well. This should be A, or at least a good chunk of it. Sip and Cellium, though, doing a good job in towards the bar. Cellium's going to go for the chow on this one. Oh, Standy still going. 4 in a row. Great SMG shots. Overwatch coming through from, well, KiSMET actually over towards the top side. I just presumed it would be inside, but all right. Putting pressure on B here as well, Bryce.
They are. Simp will eventually clean it up, but A is the one you normally kind of expect to go, and they've got it. In a fantastic position. I'll tell you something, Standy just doesn't stop. There's 6. Looking for the 7, almost snapped at aBeZy. Can they find this? So many times, Ton, on this B site, it's almost like a little bit of a light switch. If you can get in and get on, we're in a great position.
This is a good position for them to be in because they cleaned out the spawn. They got rid of Simp, who was in green. If they can find this next gunfight, if Slasher dies there, then it's a different story. Insight will then find him, but Atlanta FaZe are in a good spot to counteract this, but that's one tick. They get them off it, but a little bit of damage done already from Toronto Ultra. They will have the advantageous tick advantage. Words are hard. If this is how it ends. They have a good opportunity here, though, Bryce, to get a hold of B in total and go 2-0.
What they're probably going to wait for here is the player to try and get a little bit of space, either through the inside or round. Because Ultra know they have the time to make this push perfect. They just have to be patient. And Scrap is willing Slasher to just show any part of him. See Simp and goes for the chow. It's a very difficult one and doesn't win it.
Just once again waiting for that flank. Cellium on his way around. He's got some really, really good timing. Just holding down the spawn, though. I'm curious. You'll see Ultra spawn in towards green, so they'll get a presumption there's somebody in and around it. Slasher will find a kill, though, and here we go. FaZe now able to push up. FaZe now able to take control of the map. aBeZy will start to clear things here. As I said, Ultra already have an advantage in terms of finding that extra tick over FaZe so far. Still have 40 seconds to add to that.
Ultra aren't going to stop pushing this tempo either. They've got nothing really to lose here.
Nope.
They get another tick. Great. They get the point even better. Trying to slow down the reinforcements coming through, but he won't get it. And Ultra are on. Clock has been stopped. That second point will now come through. All 4 players of Ultra, they may stack it themselves. That's 3. Insight's going to get on there for the 4th. It's rocketing through, and I don't think it's going to be anywhere near. They are not. Ultra will take the attack as well.
As soon as Simp dies on the flank, it is curtains. He finds the first kill and goes for the chow on the second, but I don't think he anticipates the fact that his teammates are all going to die as well. Mind, if you'd found that, that would have been a ridiculous gunfight onto Insight, but can't get the job done. Toronto Ultra 2-0 to the good.
And that's the problem. Sometimes you can be in a good position, but Ultra waited. They knew they just had to make a couple of kills. Atlanta FaZe were caught flat-footed. And now they have to win their own attack. We could be seeing a very quick control.
Standy managed to pick up a streak during that final round. Or the previous round, I should say, is KiSMET snap. Starting to get some control. Being aggressive, that should be traded. It's done so. Scrap's in a bit of bother here, but I like the aggression that's coming through from Ultra here. Don't want to lose B like they did last time, but Of course, they do have a streak in their back pocket now with Standy. He will remain aggressive, irrelevant of that. Oh, coming up through Slasher, we'll see you later. Look at this. I mean, if he'd hit that on the Cellium, it would have been something special, but losing B here.
Scrap holding him off, though, and the best part about this is they just don't have anything to get that tick locked in. Already pushed Toronto Ultra into reacting. They're still trying to find something. Looks like they might swing towards A here. They have players to make it happen. They're trying to figure out if they have enough bodies and enough positioning. Slasher is on Overwatch. He knows nobody's here. 2 players now in the point for FaZe.
Should be it, really. You've got Slasher in this position. 2 players over there. Looks like Ultra don't even want to be part of this. Hey, yeah, okay, let's send Standy over, see if he can do anything. That looked an absurd gunfight from this angle, and all of a sudden Ultra say, yeah, well, maybe we can. Cellium finds him, Scrap will find one. Just toying with FaZe a little bit. It looks like they're going to give it away, but just making it as hard as possible.
They have the lives. 1 minute 40 on the clock here for Atlanta FaZe to find B, to stay in this control.
Keep an eye on KiSMET.
Yeah, they have to clear him out. They have to do something. Cannot be able to stay, but Slasher will find one, but they need to find a couple more. They don't want to commit to this site until they find at least 2.
Look at Cellium. He knows he's there. They are literally right next to each other. There you go. Finds KiSMET. So maybe FaZe will start making a move, but there's another player on the flank now. It's Standy. He's constantly being there. He's going to be spotted by Simp though up top. And all of a sudden, he's in danger, gets traded. Now it's doable for FaZe. They can all start to shove up. They know they've cleared around from behind, and Simp is still here, still being aggressive.
Oh!
It would have been doable. He was in such a good position with FaZe still. Not in a bad spot.
They're going to chow up easy here. They're going to know he's here. That's never that range. Not exactly what we want, but Slasher will get that trade anyway. Insight staying alive up top. Time has been ticking down, and FaZe haven't found the wave of kills they want. Ultra are going for the stack, though. They aren't flanking at this point, whereas Atlanta FaZe actually are.
FaZe just meticulously trying to work their way through, but, well, very quickly get themselves killed. Cellium's the only one who can answer. I mean, this is really hard now for the side of FaZe because Ultra are just going to force up. They don't care about Cellium. Just push up, stop the reinforcements coming in.
Cellium wants to find a kill, and they're looking for him. Scrap already finds Slasher. 17 seconds. Standy finds Simp as well. Cellium's like, where can I help? aBeZy's got a trade! Cellium gets another one. A ray in the darkness that has been this control. KiSMET is still in the spawn now. aBeZy has to get on the stop the time, but has he got the angles? Has he got the protection? Standy's going to come straight in for it, but he gets taken down by Simp. Scraps is inside going through. KiSMET another one as well, and Ultra have just put FaZe down. They couldn't find anything in 1 minute 40. A flawless control.
And again, FaZe's woes on the attack and control continue. It looked slow, it looked meticulous, but it felt like they're just trying to dot every I and cross every T before they make their move. A little bit... Again, yeah, it just felt like they wanted to make sure it was cleared up every single time rather than taking any risks over towards B. They don't take those risks. They don't make that jump. And all of a sudden, you're scrambling. You're just trying to get anything on the point just to slow it down. Don't get the job done. Ultra 3-0, 2-1 up in the series. The 2-3-5 Ultra squad are back. My goodness.
Very good point. I do have to lay some of that at Standy's feet. He has been playing out of his mind.
Every
incredible series, and what a team to have it against.
It's a good time. It's a good time, and I think Ultra, you know, especially losing to Minnesota last week, will probably be coming in with a bit of a vengeance here. But FaZe, I mean, control's been a problem for them. S&T against Ultra is always going to be difficult. Very, very good search and destroy team. They need to fix their control if they want to be in a position to win Raleigh. And that's what they'll be going into, expecting to be the result. Ultra, yeah, okay, they're another team who will be wanting to fight towards the top. But FaZe need to tighten up on their control if they want a chance. Not good so far.
Yeah, they do. The hard point was close. The S&D was close. The control was not. With another hard point coming up, this is feasible for Ultra to take down FaZe. And that was the issue. They burnt so much time.
Yeah,
I feel like Atlanta FaZe were never able to get the 2-piece they wanted to. They kept sending people through the inside. They kept sending a flank. That works most of the time, but I feel like the pressure wasn't on Ultra enough. Ultra were allowed to kind of pick their battles.
Well played from him at the same time. I said Standy had a hell of a map. Causing issue inside. And now we head over towards Hotel. You think back to map number 1, it was all about those rotations. Very often we weren't finding break. Pretty much the same story when it does come down to Hotel. Maybe not to the same kind of extent, it has to be said. But it's going to be a similar kind of story and hopefully a similar map as to what we've seen in map number 1. Very, very close game that we've seen over there. I don't know what FaZe. It's a query for me now because I mean I would have thought with the inclusion of the TAC now as opposed to the M4 that it would suit Simp and aBeZy so much. But if anything in this series, it's suiting Standy. He's been playing with them. He's been in their back pocket when he's needed to. He's been finding the kills. He's been aggressive and causing problems to everybody. And the rest of Ultra have just kind of filled those gaps over the last 2 maps. They find themselves in the lead in this series. Smiles mostly all around. Jamie Craven, very serious boy.
Yeah, Stanley's been so locked in and focused, his camera isn't. But it is a good show. We were expecting it from them, and Ultra now up and walking the walk as far as everybody is concerned. But Atlanta FaZe have enough left in the tank to not be maybe in the worst position in a qualifier that they may have ever been in. I'm trying to figure out how many times we've seen them with 2 losses in a qualifier. Obviously, it's slightly different because this is an accelerated qualifier. Okay. But yeah, it's an interesting one.
Isn't it? Is it a question of the ability to adapt in terms of, of course, the TAC coming in this week? I know I've said that about 5,000 times, but it's important for every team to be able to change the way that they're playing so far. Cellium so far 28 and 18 in this game. I can't be wrong in this game. That's not number 1. He's got the kills.
Yeah,
28. It's going to be Cellium.
And speaking of stats that matter, ton, if Ultra can find a win on the hardpoint or the S&D, it would break a 10-game streak for FaZe in this particular matchup. The last 10 times these 2 teams have met, Atlanta FaZe have came out on top. That probably goes all the way back to something along the lines of when Ultra actually won an event.
A long time ago. Long time ago. And one other point I wanted to make about the hardpoint before we do get into the nitty-gritty of it here. FaZe have got the most 0-point hills in the game. They are happy to chalk a hill up. Well, they're not going to be chalking P1 up because that's 4 dead. But nonetheless, they are one of these teams who will be happy to move on if they can't find any points on it. And that's going to be important here over on towards Hotel. They've got the good spawns heading over towards P2. They had 4 dead. They got time on the board.
I feel like Standy has really upped his game, not just in terms of gun skill, but even things you see like micro plays. He waited there. He didn't even dare peek in towards Dyna before waiting for his team. Just making sure he's making the right play. But Atlanta FaZe will have control of this rotation. Scrap time over to Ultra.
Shots from Cellium. Start the lockdown. The spawns over towards Plat, and of course they're being enforced because Insight's now pushed through Jewelers. And Atlanta FaZe will be well aware. Slasher towards the back, and that is why. So watching from the pillar, you would have expected on the staircase, considering the fact that aBeZy has control of reception, but nonetheless, the push coming in on a 2-pronged attack from the side of Ultra. Scrap's going to find a kill on the flank, though. So all of a sudden, this breaks wide open. Sen turns around at the wrong moment, and it's nearly a clean break. Cellium's the only one left here, but the spawn's coming in towards Spark for the side of FaZe.
He's desperately fighting for back control, and he will go down to the nade. Danny finds 2. Ultra are in, and they have locked it, but Simp will find a nade, but is it going to be enough? Because bearing in mind that rotation is looming.
Got to think about it in a second. You can see already Slasher's away. So yeah, okay, I'll lock it down, see what you can do. Good shots from Cellium, not good enough. Simp, you'll do well to break it from here, son. All of a sudden, Ultra will pick up those final 15 seconds, and that is an encouraging break for them heading over towards Kitchen. But if any team's going to lock 60 in here, it could well be FaZe. Yeah, you get past Slasher, you get past Cellium, you got Simp and aBeZy to deal with in a close quarter situation. Good luck, Ultra.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure coming into Slasher. Nades and tacticals raining towards the back.
Spawn out.
He's trying to stay alive, especially with that call that's coming in. He's going to know that the pressure is coming onto him again, and there comes the stun check. Eventually, Cellium will have his back, though. Cellium gets 2, trying to rebuff the pressure. They know the pressure will now come through Dyna.
And I think Ultra maybe just they're being a bit slow there because of the fact that they know Cellium's going to spawn out because of how much pressure they're putting on towards back kitchen. And well, they may even know about it. KiSMET is going to find 2, just break it wide open. They weren't quick enough on the previous engagement. They were very much quick enough there. That's a 30-second point hill potentially on the cards now for them. Cellium tried to break it open on his own. He didn't going to be able to do anything because he's been stuck. He's dead. That's another 30 points over towards Ultra. It's going to be about a 40 or 50 point lead hanging over towards P4.
Oh my goodness, God. Huge kill towards the back here. KiSMET will help as well. And now what was a good position for Atlanta FaZe has already been shook to its foundations by Ultra. They're now looking to see if they can squeeze anything more out of Atlanta FaZe, but they are just playing their lives very, very well. Great recovery from FaZe.
Yeah, it was looking really dire for them there. Still KiSMET on the flank is going to find one, and that will create issue once again. Slasher behind the desk. Oh, he could be in trouble. Holding the angle, waiting for the rest of his team coming on through. Now KiSMET will forget about that. Move forward. Cellium cannot be moved. Standy inside will find kills. Cellium still alive and kicking.
Oh,
there's the break.
Scrap has been very, very precise with this tack. It will go down as well. Ultra will still regain control of this scrap time as we look to the next rotation. Atlanta FaZe are in position for it.
I want to point out that KiSMET started 0 and 5 on this map, and I was getting a little bit concerned. But this time around, he's already got more kills than he had in map number 1, so let's just start.
Here comes the break again. If Ultra can make this, it's not easy though. They're waiting for more players to come through. They know they don't have the bodies yet. The player is going down to the flank. That's going to be inside. 3 stack here from Ultra.
It's pretty essential if you want to try and find a break. Gotta push via kitchen or at least through mid. Kill's not going their way all of a sudden inside. What's he going to do on his own? He will find Cellium and just maybe disrupt things a little bit. Rest of Ultra spawning a little bit closer now. 40 seconds still to play for. Yeah, one more final touch.
Being a pain. Just making sure they have to keep an eye on carpet. Danny trying to find a way through. Goes for the chow. Looks for Slash, who's going to stand up. Takes him down as well. And Ultra break in to stop the bleeding. Atlanta FaZe are wondering how on earth he's managed to do it.
It's all through the front door. Honestly, I expected that it had to be a pinch kind of setup here from Ultra if they want to do anything with Standy all on his own. Finds 2, finds the 3rd to lock in those final 20 seconds. And Ultra retain that lead that they had a hold of. Quick look at the scoreboard. Nothing untoward to talk of. But Atlanta FaZe heading back over towards Glass now. I've now got something to worry about.
Pressure is on Atlanta FaZe. They've been buckling under Ultra's breaks and Scrap. Not a good streak. Not a great streak. But at the moment, Atlanta FaZe still have control.
Still have control, but the pressure is in here. Standy may well be in trouble, has to swivel pretty quickly because they're now going to be forcing him from kitchen. If you're Atlanta FaZe, the spawn is there. Standy was momentarily on a 5 spree before he goes down, but Ultra have broken on through. Now it's running the gauntlet. If you're Cellium, spawns are kind of all over the shop, to be honest with you. I'm really struggling to figure out who actually has control. In the end, it is FaZe for the final 20 seconds. And it looks like we'll be heading back over towards P1 with the game pretty much tied up.
Yeah, it has been very much a back and forth game here. Nobody really able to get a definitive lead ahead. As we go into P1, it does look like it might be Ultra in control. You can see they have Dyna at the moment. Expect to see Atlanta FaZe probably swing towards that side of the map and see if they can punch through.
Kills coming through over towards P1 once again. It's felt like such a strange game as we have a momentary lapse. It's felt like it has had its chaotic moments, but then it stands still for so long. But nonetheless, the scores are tight. Simp just ready and waiting for a player pushing over towards Couches. Now that gets embarrassed by Standy. Not quite this time. Simp and Slasher getting the kills. KiSMET will just about hold down the spawn. And Ultra have let a lot of time leak here. Still with 30 seconds over towards P1. They've really banked on keeping a hold of these P2 spawns, but they need to make sure they do because they are sacrificing a lot for it.
With 22 seconds left to go, Atlanta FaZe want to make a push. They know that Ultra will be ready for this because the pressure has stopped on P1. Cellium desperately looking for anyone to make a mistake, but Ultra aren't even giving him a shoulder.
Yep, not a sniff. aBeZy will find Standy towards the back, though. That's going to open up a door that Atlanta FaZe are quite happy to walk through. Slasher on a 7 spree. They're pushing towards the back now, and all of a sudden, it's the cleanest of breaks we've seen all day long. Strong Ultra. They sacrificed absolutely every single point over towards P1 to hold P2 spawns and get broken immediately. It's a disaster.
Let's get the pressure back onto this. Ultra got a pinch coming through. They're looking for standing clearance and scrap. Get 3. You said clean breaks. Well, there's another one. Ultra regained completely with the pinch.
And that's one of those moments for FaZe. You're nearly celebrating the map. And all of a sudden, you get broke back so cleanly. And remember what happened last time we headed over towards Kitchen? It was a nice break from Ultra that time. They're going to need to do the same again here. They are still going to just about be behind by maybe a point by the time we head over towards P3. It's pretty much going to be a tie game. It's been a hell of a series so far. It's going to come down to the next 3 or 4 hills.
At the moment, Scrap is in the position. He's going to win that first gunfight towards the back. It throws chaos into the, but Cellium will win and a crucial gunfight. But Standy has slipped the net. Well, you see Cellium, he finds the first one. They're now fighting from a great position here. They're winning the gunfights as well. Reinforcements of FaZe have to push through Dyna fast. But Simp is there with a 2-piece to shut it down. KiSMET is desperately trying to get him as well. Finds his way in, but Slash is equal to it. It's an absolute bloodbath in the kitchen. But it's FaZe who come out on top just.
They can't win here. That's crucial for the side of Ultra. FaZe cannot win here. Cellium is having a hell of a game. 26 kills already, and we may well have another good minute of this game left to go. Inside, just trying to find a break somewhere, just trying to find some sort of disruption to the dominance of FaZe in this hill. Inside standing, get the job done. It's only going to be one player left towards the back, and that's going to be Slasher. Do you concentrate on the reinforcement to rotate? No, you don't. You want this final 15. Rotation now coming in, and the first ones there are Ultra.
They have to hold. They are outnumbered, though. They know an Ultra player is going to be left on that last hill. If they can find a first blood, the trades will be in their favor.
Didn't hit him. Didn't hit him. He didn't know he was there.
Ultra can win off this hill. A flawless hold will be all their series. Scrap jumps back into it. Standy's here waiting as well.
Got to go huge. He's got to go huge. They know he's there. Oh my goodness, Standy free. 1 kill. Oh my god, he's reloading. aBeZy towards the back. They find some kills at Spa.
Scrap with pressure. He hasn't got the reinforcements to look 2 directions at once. He knows he's going to put under some pressure now. Has to hold his nerve, and he finds Simp as well. And aBeZy goes to the challenge. Thank you very much. I knew you were there all day, son.
Push towards the back's got to come in from FaZe, but they're in danger of just being forced out. The streak comes in from Slasher. It's wonderfully played. Cellium will find one himself, and it's a clean break. aBeZy finds a way through. KiSMET needs to go huge. Finds 2 towards the back. Staying alive for the rest of his team. He can keep putting the pressure on. Neither team can now win here. It's all about the rotation.
And they're sprinting for it. Already Scrap trying to get a little bit distant as well, but Slash is down, but Scrap's going to win the gunfight regardless. Doesn't even care. Stanley finds another one towards Dyna. Ultra are in. They are locked. FaZe need 3 seconds, but they also need a miracle.
One final break. 10 seconds for Ultra. If you're FaZe, you've got to go. They're setting up from mid. They're setting up from Jewel. You've got to move.
They're looking for this one as well. They're trying to get into it. They get 1. Simp gets a second. They're pushing them tempo. They're trying to break. They get 3. They get 3, but Stanley's alive, and down he goes. And
no way.
4-9 at 250, and Atlanta FaZe break Ultra at the last possible second. I love these 2 teams. They should only be these 2 teams we watch from now on. What a day of God.
Oh, what a game. And Ultra just cannot beat this team on hard point. They can't do it. They can't do it. Chalk it up, just play maps 2, 3, and 5 and see what happens.
They were there. They were ready. Scrap won what could have been an incredible gunfight against Slasher. Slasher had him dead to rights, lost the gunfight, but the rest of the team stacked. They waited. We are going to re-watch it because there was so much to break down. They're all in. They're all ready. They're all spread out.
And the gunfight from Scrap. If you look at Scrap, he's actually holding Jewel here and gives it up. And then you can see Slasher actually makes that push, I believe, over towards that side. It's KiSMET holding it. Actually, no, this is the second phase of gunfights. It's actually Cellium and Simp that come on through. Then, of course, Scrap loses that gunfight to Slasher. Second time of asking. Standy then has a very tall order, even if he finds Cell. It's GG. But it was what happened before. It was what happened before that kind of set it all up, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I thought that was it. When they found Slash, I thought that was it, but
yeah,
unbelievable ice. They took, I tell you something, Atlanta FaZe took every possible second they could squeeze out of that push. Yeah. They waited so long. and they made it perfect. Well,
we're search and destroy, mate. What a series this has been. It's been, I mean, we said, I was tweeting out saying this is going to be a banger. I seen it on the caster schedule. We had it this week, and I was like, that will be a doozy. And rightfully so it has been. My God, map 5, here we go.
It certainly is. Well, this game hasn't disappointed. We have one more map to go. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this break for the conclusion of Atlanta FaZe and Toronto Ultra.
Upgrade your game with a Scump, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Toronto Ultra and Atlanta FaZe have given us a wild ride so far, but it ends with a map 5. They have gone to war, they have put out the entertainment, they have pulled out the brakes and held the ice. But who walks away with it, Ton? Who takes this final map?
Well, I mean, we talked about the 2-3-5 of Toronto Ultra, and that is potentially on the cards. Yeah, you can't buy Hardpoint win against FaZe. It doesn't matter what roster you have. It doesn't matter what roster they have. It is just impossible, seemingly, at least anyway. But look, the control and the S&D was very good for them. Of course, this first search and destroy went to around number 11. I want to just chalk up the first 10 rounds and send us there, because that's what I feel is necessary to really vindicate what has been a fantastic series between these two teams. But FaZe, the last 10 matchups against Ultra have went their way. It's 11 if they win this round. The 11s are making sense to me, Bryce.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. They'll be relying on Standy again if he can do this kind of stat line. 14 and 7. But at the moment, we will find out. At the moment, the attack's coming through. It's aggressive from Ultra. That's all mid-map control to them. And Dashy's going to see it and be like, hey, they've got a lot of bodies there. Let's readjust.
This is a map we haven't seen from Toronto Ultra in a competitive setting. We've seen it once from FaZe in the loss against Boston, I believe. So we now see a rotation round, and if I remember correctly, it was just absolute chaos in the FaZe game previous. Are they going to want that here? I don't think they're going to get that out of an Ultra side. Both teams so well drilled, but this moment in time, FaZe in a good spot to potentially get this one down over towards A, and that's what they're going to choose to do. Look, they stack from Ultra.
Looking for it as well. There's 3 in open, and they get away with it. aBeZy now has to try and reinforce a 2 versus 4. Desperately want to bring the numbers back in this one. Scrap goes for a chow, because of course he does. Wins it at the same time. And Cellium looking for it. The wall bang isn't working out. Just cannot get anything to connect. Eventually finds one onto Insight. Scrap is defusing though. That will be done, dusted, and wrapped up in a pretty bow, because that round is gone. Ultra. That's an interesting play call. They stacked open.
It's just like, yeah, okay, well, let's think of the place that has no cover and just send everybody there. They won't believe it. And I don't think they did. One Chal comes in over towards open, think, yeah, okay, that might be one of them. I'll get traded. No, there's 3 of them. So an obscure one, if you like, from the side of Toronto Ultra will open things up, but it's a defensive round win for them. They'd be happy at that. Any round they can take so far. We know how close map number 2 was between these two. It's a bit of a different tactic. No, it's a disaster. That's what it is. Standy dying to scrap. That is one of those moments that's just unfortunate. Can he make up for it? So Nelly gets dealt with. KiSMET does help it out. 3v2 in favor of FaZe.
Runs straight into aBeZy though. That dead silence doesn't stop the bullets. Insight in a 1 versus 3.
That'd be pretty broken.
He has been the clutch master in past years. To find a 1v3 now could very well break FaZe's morale.
It's been 5 times so far, where the numbers have been 1v however many members of FaZe that they managed to lose a round. This doesn't feel like one of them, but bear that in mind. No dead silence or anything. Yeah, you know. Not a hope. Not a prayer.
Oh, he knows he's going to be challenged as well. He's running for his life. Doesn't find any magic that time around. Insight cannot pull off a miracle. It goes to 1-1 between these two teams.
Yeah, that's one of those 1v3s that, hey, look, Insight's pulled off some sensational ones in his career, it has to be said. That didn't feel likely at any single stage. It's a tough one. It's a really tough one, but one apiece. I think, you know, Standy will probably be ruining that team kill over towards Standy, who has a scrap on Standy. You know what? Never mind. They'll not be happy. Nonetheless, here we go. Round number 3.
It will make up for it if they win, though. Out here, Ultra playing a little bit slow. Just seeing if Atlanta FaZe push. That nade will give them some indication. Scrap doesn't even get a hit marker on him. He's just waiting patiently. Sniper in hand.
Dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Get out. Surprised to see Scrap with a sniper out, considering you have Insight on your team, but nonetheless, holding this angle and happy to do so.
Trying to thread the needle here. Simp gives him enough pixels. He will take it. Bomb is now down. Advantage to FaZe here.
Look at aBeZy. Look at aBeZy. He's thinking about it. He slipped the net. The Insight just bangs it. There we go. And Standy finds one towards the back. So aBeZy, they still don't have any read on him. They got a read on Cellium. Oh!
They know exactly where they both are now. This could be a good retake.
It is going to be a retake. KiSMET is here, finds the first. Where's the second? Looking for Cellium. Cellium finds one, but he runs straight into KiSMET. And Ultra retake again on this bomb site.
I would love to see how it transpired within Art. I think aBeZy might have been up top and they've all kind of ran low. They've somehow got through, considering aBeZy may well have been watching that. It's hard to say, of course, when they've been an upstairs and a downstairs on that one, and I think the Inquisition will continue to go on, but I felt like that was a very easy push from Ultra, pretty much undetected, down through Art, through cannons, and all of a sudden towards the back spawn. It's an easy enough retake from there, but yeah, strange one.
Yeah, they didn't have as much control as they thought they did towards the back of that map Atlanta FaZe, and yeah, they just players kept getting through. You thought maybe they had it a little bit locked in, but it could be just a miscommunication or a little bit missed game plan. But Ultra will hold the lead here now, and it's going to be an angle from KiSMET. aBeZy gets the first kill. KiSMET desperately fighting for his life. Has to back off.
Standy's got to be the one here for Ultra, because now if you're KiSMET in your scrap, Røkkr and a hard play springs to mind, but FaZe just back on down. And that's now still going to slow Ultra down because they know they'll have to go for a full retake, but the information is going to start slowly and surely being downloaded by Ultra. They'll now figure it out exactly what's happened. They're checking their corners, but it's slowed them down nonetheless. But look at this from Standy. He is ready and waiting to pounce. Here we go. There's one and out.
However, it has been traded. It comes back down to a 2 versus 3. Standy pops the dead silence. Looks for his next victim. Hasn't seen it. We'll see Cellium, who stays alive. And they now know where he is, but Scrap will get simped.
It's a hell of a chal from Scrap. And it's going to give him the opportunity to get this bomb down. Standy still causing issues. Standy shot in the back, but now they know where Slasher is. Cellium's got a chal. He goes for the chal. He finds one. Can he find Standy as well? 1v1. Slasher there. Can he find it? Yes, he can. My goodness. Huge round. 6 HP. And for all that it was just standstill for the majority of the round, explodes in the chaos. It's a trade fest towards the end. Slasher gets it done.
I think also one of the benefits there was I'm fairly certain Standy hadn't regened health.
Probably not.
If you think about how much he snapped on, just one more bullet may have done it onto Slasher, but Slasher only had to hit one.
It'd be interesting to see if he did.
I'm fairly certain when we saw him going for that gunfight, he was on 6 health. So it was kind of crazy. That's probably why I think they also chowed, because he called out how weak he was and wasn't expecting to see a full health player in that corner. Good bait and switch, but didn't play out for them. Atlanta FaZe, it is coming down to the tiniest of differences.
Thought about it. Ooh, scrap. Yeah. Right time to back on down. Once again, a tight angle with the sniper. The attacking round from FaZe here. Happy to give up a little bit of map control and just wait for Run Ultra to maybe make a misstep, but knowing this team, I don't think they're drilled that way. They're not built that way.
No. It's difficult to counterplay this. He has a trophy down.
Watch your head.
We'll have to go for it. Simp again, looking for it, and he hits the hit marker, goes for the nade out as well. Tries to get it, but KiSMET has got first blood regardless. And there is just a ton of wall banging coming into the site. Bomb now down, but they are down in numbers here at Atlanta.
Cellium will slowly start to move over towards top. Cannons or will he? He's just ready and waiting for the push to come through. Evens the odds, though. It looks like a quick scope coming in from Scrap. 3v2 now. Cellium's going to get caught on the transition. Lovely play from Standy. So patient. And all of a sudden, Slasher 1v3. Info should be there on him. Shots are in. He's already dead. So on Ultra with a retake once more.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I don't even know Atlanta FaZe should really plant anymore. They've been just retake after retake. Ultra seem to be experts at it.
It's one of those, isn't it? Like, I'd be interested to see the Scrap gunfight again, because I think if Simp finds him there, it's such a different round. All these kills are so important. Trading blow for blow, Brycey. I know where we're going. I know where we're going.
These two teams is written in the stars. Every single time they play, they give us an incredible game. And so far, I'm enjoying the S&D. I don't care what round it ends on, just as long as it's every bit as good as everything we've been watching. Here come Ultra, looking for another push.
And that's going to be first. Cellium gets caught with a nade.
And that's one where you just expect there to be a trophy down, and the grenades out are just... I mean, inevitably just going to count out towards nothing, but nonetheless, they find the kill. And this could be a huge round. Bomb going down, numbers up. Gotta win it if you're Ultra.
2 versus 4. Ultra in a supreme condition. aBeZy finds one, though. 2 versus 3. Slasher has to find another one, or aBeZy does. Try to get some numbers onto this site.
Make them work for it if you're Ultra here. Oh, Slasher's found another one. Brycey.
CleanX is weak. He's at the back here, but time is against them. They have to move. Atlanta FaZe need to get CleanX out of this bunker. They need to shut him down, but he's just playing his life. He refuses to give them an inch. And Scratch says, all right, I'll take the easy gunfight. Reach out.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Slasher. Beautiful play there in the end. CleanX playing his life. Forced FaZe to try and figure out a Rubik's Cube, essentially. Do we go? Do we not? Do we chow? Do we not? Ultra
Slasher does
incredible.
Slasher does so well to find two. Does so well, considering the setup that's in from Ultra, considering the number advantage that they have. That was a 2v4 at one stage for FaZe. Brought it back to a 2v2, but time was the ultimate enemy there. Could not find CleanX towards the back, who just, for all that we berated him about map number 1, plays his life so wonderfully. 4-2 now. There's a bit of a gap. So we're on Ultra. 10-game hoodoo that's continuing. Well, will it continue a little bit longer? Cellium, first blood, 4v3.
You're not able to find anything there.
A bad spot.
Health points.
Bad spot.
Breathing gets knocked down, but CleanX is trying to look for his trade. Standy staying alive might be enough. In Ultra, just playing a little bit compact. Don't want to give anything away here. They've been really good at retakes so far onto 8. Will they do it again, Ton?
Faznev here. Oh, and something else. Oh, and a grenade for your troubles. 20 HP, survives. Insight will find a kill onto Simp as well. That was on the bomb. That was on the bomb. 36 seconds remaining. And FaZe have to do something about this.
I love this, Danny. Can he find it? He's going to look for it. Oh, aBeZy looks him straight down the scope and takes one between the eyes. FaZe had everything. It was a 3 versus 4, but they now have nothing.
Oh, Standy's going to be found, and now this is a precarious situation. Isn't going to get out, though. CleanX surviving the mid-map. Slasher's on his own. 10 seconds to go.
Running.
Get away from it.
Slasher, they're just going to have one player check this in time. He goes for the reach out. He goes down, and Ultra are a round away. The smiles are big. The vibes are high. Ultra can feel it in their fingers, and they feel it in their toes. History may be changed. A 10-game losing streak between these franchises. Ultra on the losing end. Is it Ultra's time?
Thought you were about to break into song there.
Always.
That would have been a hell of an end to what has been a great series. I think you should sing if this goes round 11, but I don't think it's going to. So if anything, we're saving everybody. Oh, Toronto Ultra are going to save everybody's ears from having to listen to that one. Oh, well, Cellium. FaZe might actually be saving themselves 3v3. What's going on?
Down to a 2 versus 3. This is ending fast already.
Oh my god!
They're looking for it. Simp finds one, but he's in a 1 versus 2. Look at the player jumping up and down. The bomb is going for it. Simp looking for... Not quite! And that will be Ultra! Glory is not given, it is earned, and Ultra have bled for this. The history books don't matter. The stats today do. It's a 3-2 win for Toronto Ultra. FaZe falls.
And Toronto Ultra winning series when you can't win hard points. 3-2. Their S&D just too strong towards the end, and I think Simp had lost his head when that team kill comes in, because those Charles towards the end, not like him to be going through to try to make that happen, really just trying to force the issue. In that situation, though, it's always going to be difficult. A 6-2 win for Toronto Ultra and map number 5. His first S&D was close. Brycey, that was not.
No. Ultra kept retaking. They kept playmaking. Some of the FaZe setups did not work. S&D is still a weakness for them.
And one thing I want to point out here, though, is those first bloods. They are even. just shows again that those clutch situations, when FaZe have the numbers with them, it's sometimes not working, and they need to figure this out. Because we know, I mean, that's unfortunate. We know that this team are so good. I mean, look, we're never going to doubt them. But there's a couple of situations here and there that they still need to clean up on. It's only week number 2. I'm not going to get too drastic about things, but just a few little simple things here and there they're still working on. But we know this team at any given stage, when they catch fire, they will be such a big problem. Their hardpoint looks great. And honestly, I want to say that I mean, every single map was a pleasure. Both these two teams seem like they're going to be up there.
Well, there's only one way for scores to be settled between these two teams now. Ultra have the advantage from the qualifier. Maybe they'll meet again at the Pro-Am at Raleigh, at major number 1 in the CDL, happening in just under a week's time. But for now, the points get Ultra ton.
Yeah, well deserved. Search and Destroy looked fantastic. Control sublime, to be honest with you. Really, really well played from Toronto Ultra. And I think, you know, considering who they lost to last week in Minnesota, that one will feel really, really nice. I think that's a good way for them to head into the next few days. The final qualification days of Major 1. That was a banger to end the day.
Well, it was great. It was glorious. And I'm going to give it to the Dash to see what they made of it.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We got Brycey and Ton crushing it, as always, at 1 a.m. Give a shout out to the UK boys. But more importantly, shout out to Canada. You called a 3-0, aLLeY. Nameless, you called a Game 5.
I did.
One of you were correct, but we were all wrong with the prediction. Yeah. It's Ultra, not Atlanta FaZe, coming out with the W. And most importantly, we got to look at the big picture, because this means Atlanta FaZe will not be the top seed in their group. Toronto Ultra definitely could be a top 2, top 3 seed at the end of all this.
100%, and that's wild to think about coming into the season. When they brought in Slasher, I thought that's what they were focusing on, was their Search and Destroy. 1 in 4 now in Search and Destroy to start this season, and some big mistakes that we saw there. It's just been crazy seeing Atlanta FaZe struggle in that mode when they were the best Search and Destroy team in the world 2 years ago.
aLLeY Cat, I gotta get your thoughts on this. Was this just Toronto Ultra having, I guess, the mental advantage here? Was there in-game advantages that you saw? Why is Toronto coming out with the W here when it looked like this was Atlanta's series at multiple points throughout this best of 5?
I think the Toronto Ultra woe is that they are slowly finding their team chemistry right now. They're slowly gelling as a squad. It's a lot of new players. It's completely changed what was a very calm, collected Toronto Ultra in a series to a very aggressive, very hype and energetic team. And I feel like they're still getting used to that. On the flip side of things with the Atlanta FaZe, it was a lot of blunders. I'm going to be honest. I know Ant touched on Search Destroy. We're still early in the season, and I'm usually the hardest one on Atlanta FaZe, but their hard point, they're still overcommitting to old. They're still not focusing on the early rotations. Like when Toronto would go to break the hill, everybody turned their head to one player, and they got broken like that every second. I cannot believe how close the first map was.
Yeah.
When CleanX Toby, he did not have a hot start at all.
He had what, 4 kills with the final minute? Yeah.
And yet it was still a 20-point game. I'm worried for the Atlanta FaZe.
250-229 was that first game, but in game number 2, we saw a clutch play that we all looked at each other in the green room and we said, okay, Toronto just got the momentum. Let's take a look at Standy switching things up. It's our Scump play of the game. He was rocking all M4s last week. This week, the SMG was devastating.
Yeah, this is just funny to me. He pops the Daddy and he just sits still the entire time. But then afterwards, pops up, gets the kill, and you can just tell the anticipation. He got a sound cue from the door, picks up the kill onto Slasher, turns around and uses the ammunition as a heady, and finds that 3rd kill. And what Toronto Ultra did so well on this map was just taking initiative, like taking map control. Every time there was a trade situation, they were getting that first kill, trading out effectively. FaZe was playing a little bit scared. You can't really watch everything on LSE, though. There's too many lanes, too many doorways, so Toronto Ultra's doing a good job.
And it's kind of crazy because you said game 2 they're playing a little scared. aBeZy and Simp challenging doors, getting found by the snipers. Standy, Scrappy, all taking turns picking them off in that game 5. At the end of the day, it's Ultra with the stronger S&D and the dub tonight. Right now, we're joined by Standy live, and I got to talk to the man doing work with the SMG this week. Standy, how we feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling great. Solid W. Couldn't be better.
Congratulations, a big win against the Atlanta FaZe, of course. I wanted to ask you, what is the biggest change outside of the meta change from the first week heading into the second week for your team? What were you guys focusing on?
I think the SMG just gets a little bit better, like since we see the Scar more on the map, obviously. But I mean, the meta change, I feel like we're still kind of playing the same way, still kind of doing the same stuff. I feel like the maps play out a little similar, but the SMG is just a little bit better. So, I mean, I think that's really all.
Standy, Search and Destroy is looking fantastic once again. Overall, you guys look great. I want to ask you, you joined the Toronto Ultra first season there in that camp, and there's some history between Ultra and FaZe. It was a rivalry we had at Cold War. Coming into this match, did that play a little bit of a factor? It's like, okay, this is going to be our rival throughout this season. Think it made you guys play better?
Not really. I just think we just wanted to beat whoever we're playing against either way. I feel like we kind of see Minnesota as our rivals, not really FaZe, to be honest. But either way, I think we just wanted to win this match and like solidify ourselves as like a great team, and just want to keep bringing the energy forward. So
I think you definitely did that with today's W, especially the way you guys pulled out these close wins. But I wanted to ask Standy, you now are sitting at 2-1. Has the team talked at all about Raleigh in the groups next week? Because your final opponent is Seattle Surge, who you have plenty of VOD to look after now.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna come in, go hard against Seattle. Gonna watch the VOD, get prepared. I'm really not sure how the pooling's gonna work at Raleigh, but I'm excited to see how it ends up and how everything plays out. I think it's gonna be a crazy event. You got a lot of so-called top teams that kind of lost. You see London, they're 2-0. Like, it's crazy starts. So, I mean, I don't think a lot of people are anticipating it. So, I'm excited.
Standy, everyone was fired up when you joined Toronto Ultra. The Canadian fans going crazy on social media. How does it feel to be on this team? And what are your thoughts going into your first major with this crew?
I mean, I'm excited. I mean, during the offseason, this was the team I wanted to land on. So, I mean, I'm just overall so happy to be here. I feel like I'm still gelling with the way I want to play, but I feel like these guys made the game super easy on me. They're confident in me. And, I mean, I'm really happy to be here, honestly. I mean, couldn't have landed a better place. So.
Well, you guys look happy and you look great in game. Congratulations on your second W of the opening. We're going to see one more battle from you coming up later this weekend.
Absolutely. Seattle, be ready.
There you go. That is Standy and Toronto Ultra, who walk away with the final dub of the night. But we had 4 matches here in week 2, and we got to revisit all of them, starting with the first showdown. Seattle Surge back in the building, taking on a red-hot London Royal Raven squad that came into this one 2-0, the best S&D record of any of the teams.
We saw the chains released off of Pred, to be honest. That's really what the series was, is we saw the subs really able to get comfortable in this new meta. And I mean, they were just unstoppable. This first hardpoint was abysmal for the side of the London Royal Ravens. Like, a Seattle Surge looked absolutely incredible in this series. And I'm hoping this is a continuation now that Pred and Mack can feel more comfy on the map.
70-point club, nameless. That was dirty.
Yeah, they fried him. And Pred had a crazy performance there. He had single-digit deaths, like, basically at the end of the game. And then going into that game 2 Search and Destroy, honestly, I thought Seattle had a good performance in the Search. I saw some wonderful strats, but on the side of the Royal Ravens, just able to edge them out. It was Zero picking up a couple big, clutches, the 1v3 namely, and then they ran into 4 rounds after that. But Seattle Surge coming out stronger in S&D is very important. When they figured out Search last year was when they really became that top 3 team. So I'm glad to see improvements there.
And of course, that was just our first match on the day. Seattle gets their big W over London. Minnesota coming in with a 2-0 record in week 2, taking on the 1-1 Florida Mutineers. And this may have been our most one-sided affair of the day. The Røkkr putting on a masterclass.
Yeah, it was a masterclass performance in this series. In the Search and Destroy, they look ridiculous. Also in the Control, I went all the way to the round number 5, but they just put them in some crazy spawn traps.
Yeah, it didn't feel like it was a round 5. It didn't
feel like it was a round 5 Control. They really had them pinned down. And then when we got to that last hardpoint, every rotation from Minnesota Røkkr, it was flawless. I mean, these guys, they were playing some really good Call of Duty today. And, we saw Cammy pulling out the sub, which is something I didn't think I was going to see throughout this season. But, with this meta shift, maybe it'll work out for them.
I think the swapping of Minnesota Røkkr and Toronto Ultra players has done these teams both well, like really well in the offseason, maybe some of the better moves, as both these teams seem to already start with this franchise really hot early in the season. And I want to talk about Afro specifically as well. I feel like he's really found a place to shine. He looks incredibly comfortable in this game, and I'm really excited to see what he does in Raleigh.
Everyone giving Afro and Bance major props on getting those cutoffs and being in the right place at the right time. They've done it now 3 series in a row. The Subliners were coming in with an 0-2 record, only 1 map win. And then they come out here and bop the Guerrillas today, aLLeY.
every player on New York Subliners, I think, had an incredible performance today and had moments where they were just taking over. But obviously, we have to really shout out Skyz. Again, this is a player, when you look at this squad, that kind of has to be that in-game leader, and Skyz, you know, didn't take me as that type of player. So to see him finally shine in his role as the veteran on this squad and as the main, it's good to see for the New York side, especially if you're a New York fan.
Yeah, I mean, don't play them on Mercado. That's 2 times in a row now. They started there and they fried. You know, I'm just worried about the streakiness of this team. I know that every player has like a really high ceiling. They can take over games. And I think we just saw one of those series where everybody in New York just caught fire and they rode that momentum. And we get that round 11 in the game 2 search and destroy. They came with some good search and destroy strats today, though, like some cohesive pushes out of KiSMET, out of HyDra early rounds. So that does like spell good fortune in the search and destroys to come for them.
That round 11.
I still need to see some more from New York.
Subliners clutching up in the round 11. That's the second round 11 loss now for the Guerrillas, if you're keeping track at home. And a big part of it due to this guy. Look at that S&D KD, 1.4, but overall a 2.0 on the day, aBeZy.
Incredible. Like I said, what Skyz was able to do was incredible. And like Ant said, will it continue? Will it just be streaky? We'll have to see moving forward. But I will say for the New York side of things, they were trading and playing around each other much better than what we saw last week.
Okay, so let's recap this day. Who was looking the most impressive of all of the squads as we take a look here at our current standings?
I mean, I gotta say New York, right? Because they won a hot 3-0. So they're one, but then also Toronto Ultraman. That was a hard fought, like championship-esque series with a lot on the line, and they come down with the W.
You're looking at Atlanta FaZe. They now drop to 8th place in our standings, 1-2 with one more series to go. Ultra jumps into the top 4 and is playing for a 3-1 record and a top spot in their group. When it comes to the CDL points, only Røkkr sitting at the top at 30. Everyone else trying to play a little catch-up before we head to Raleigh.
Yeah, a little bit of catch-up. And what's funny is we kind of echo this from, I feel like, the beginning of last year. This, like, top 6 teams, the teams that we saw doing well at the beginning of the season last year, you know, outside of the Atlanta FaZe being over there at the 8th place. But from what we saw in the New York and out of LAG, I feel like those points are going to change right before we hit to Raleigh.
Save your screenshots now. It's all going to change tomorrow because we have 4 matches kicking off at 3 p.m. Eastern as usual. Starting off, Atlanta FaZe's final battle against the Vegas Legion. Can Clayster and friends play spoiler, or will it be another dub for FaZe before the Raleigh Major? Texas OpTic also taking on London Royal Ravens. A big battle for potential top seed in their group.
Yeah, that is a big battle because OpTic's sitting at 1-1, Royal Ravens 2-1. So if they win that match, it solidifies them in a top group. So that'll be interesting for sure.
aBeZy, as we look back here at the first day of TAC play, the SCAR is in. Everyone has swapped it out for the M4. Did you get what you wanted to see?
Yeah, I think I got what I wanted to see. I will say I wish we could have talked to more IR players. I want to know what they're thinking.
All right, assault rifle players, get your audio set up. Let's do it proper tomorrow. Once again, we're starting bright and early, 3 p.m. Eastern. Gamers, set your alarm, and we will see you then. Thank you all for tuning in to the Call of Duty League. Relive some of the best highlights of the day one more time right here, only on Twitch.tv.